Okay na? VVIPs pala. Pero wala naman kami kailangan i-announce. Tayo lang natin. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody please take your seats. The justices are already here and ready to enter. Please settle down. We are about to start. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please join me in welcoming the Supreme Court of the Philippines.
Justice Maria Filomena D. Singh.
Justice Antonio T. Co. Jr.
Justice Jose Maidas P. Marquez.
Justice Japar B. Dimaampao.
Justice Josep Y. Lopez.
Justice Ricardo R. Rosario.
Justice Samuel H. Garland.
Justice Mario V. Lopez.
Justice Rodil V. Zalameda.
Justice Henry John Paul B. Inting.
Justice Ani C. Lazaro Javier.
Justice Ramon Paul L. Hernando.
Senior Associate Justice Marvic Mario Victor F. Leonen.
And Chief Justice Alexander G. Gesmundo.
May we request everyone to remain standing for the singing of the national anthem, the Supreme Court hymn, and the Centennial Prayer.
Bansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Sa
At this point, we will have the centennial prayer. May we call on Ustad Ismail Ibrahim to lead the Muslim prayer.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين. And when your Lord had said, your requests and pray unto me and I shall grant your prayers. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim Maliki Yawmiddin Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Praise be to Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, Master of the Day of Judgment. They alone we worship and they alone we ask for help. Show us the right path, the path of whom you have shown your mercy and favored, and not the path of those who earn thy anger, nor those who go astray. اللهم اجعل استماعنا هذا استماعا مرحوما واجعل تفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما. Ya Allah the Almighty, make this gathering of us the first national Shari'ah forum as the gathering of those that are blessed and forgiven, and make our separation after this gathering as a separation of those whom you love and have forgiven. Allahumma inna nas'aluka sihatan fil imani وإيمان وفسن خلق وسلاحا يتبه نجاحا وفلاحا يا رب العالمين. O Allah, verily we ask you for soundness in our faith, faith in good character and righteousness that is followed by success and prosperity. اللهم إنا نسألك خير كله آجله وآجله ما علمنا منه وما لم نعلم ونعوذ بك من شر كله آجله وآجله ما علمنا منه وما لم نعلم ونسألك الجنة وما قرب إليه من قول وعمل ونعوذ بك من النار وما قرب إليه من قول وعمل يا رب العالمين. O Allah, verily we ask you for all good in the life, in this life, in the next life, of what we know and what we know and what we do not know. We seek refuge with you from all the evil in this life and the life next, of what we know and what we know, Ya Rabbal Alameen. We ask you for your paradise, whatever will bring us closer to it, of statements and deeds. We seek refuge with you from the hellfire and whatever will bring us closer to it, of statements and deeds, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Allah, correct for us our religion, which is the protection of our affairs. Correct for us our worldly affairs, which contains our livelihood. Correct for us our hereafter, which contains our abode of final return. Make our lives an increase for us in every deed, in good deeds, and make our death a relief from all kind of evil, Ya Rabbal Alameen. اللهم لا تدع لنا من مقامنا هذا ذنبا إلا غفرته ولا مريضا إلا شفيته ولا هما إلا فرجته يا رب العالمين. Ya Allah, do not leave any sin upon us from this place of ours, except that you have forgiven it, that any grief except that you have removed it, that nor death except that you repay it, nor any needs from needs of the world or in the hereafter except that you fulfill it, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Ya Arhamar Rahimin, we have entered this morning and with all the dominion which belongs to Allah, the Lord of all that exists. O Allah, we ask you for the goodness of this day, its victory, its help, the light, its lights, its blessings, in its guidance. We seek refuge, you Allah, in you from the evil that is in it and from the evil that follows it, Ya Rabbal Alameen. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Ya Allah, please accept our prayers. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. آمين يا رب العالمين. الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you. You may now please be seated. Once again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Good morning and welcome everybody to the first National Sharia Summit forging the role of Shari'ah in the national legal framework. By the way, my name is Al,
And I am Aisha.
and we will be your moderators for today. Thank you again. At this point, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the following guests. To begin with, we have Honorable Miguel Utray Delgado, Ambassador of Spain.
Honorable Carlito G. Galvez Jr., our Secretary of the National Defense.
Honorable Antonio Ernesto F. Lagdameo, the Special Assistant to the President.
Honorable Rufus Rodriguez from the House of Representatives.
Honorable Zahir Rahman Zia Alonto Adyong of the House of Representatives.
Honorable Margarita Ignacia B. Nograles from the House of Representatives.
Acting Advisor Isidro L. Purisima of the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity.
Chief Minister Ahod B. Ibrahim Al-Haj and Ministers of Parliament, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao.
Honorable Adnan V. Alonto, former Ambassador of the Philippines to Saudi Arabia.
The Honorable Justices of the Court of Appeals.
The Honorable Sharia Court Judges.
The members of the Technical Working Group on Shari'ah.
Of course, our Sharia counselors at law.
Esteemed representatives from the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao Legal Education Board, the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, the Philippine Association of Law Schools, Mindanao State University, and the University of the Philippines.
We would also like to recognize and acknowledge the presence of our development partners, starting with Ms. Violeta Dominguez Acosta, Head of Cooperation, Embassy of Spain to the Philippines.
Cooperación Español,
Mr. Christoph Wagner, Head of Cooperation, European Union to the Philippines.
the Subatra support to the Bangsamoro,
The EU Governance in Justice 2 program,
the Asia Foundation,
the Philippine Judicial Academy,
the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos.
and the Philippine Council for Islam and Democracy.
Now, let's give a round of applause for Senior Associate Justice Marvic Villonen, the Chairperson of Supreme Court Committee on Access to Justice or Undeserved Areas, and the Chairperson of the Technical Working Group on Shari'ah.
The Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of the Philippines, Chief Justice Alexander G. Hesmundo, Associate Justice Ramon Paul L. Hernando, Associate Justice Ami C. Lazaro Javier, Associate Justice Henry Jean Paul B. Inting, Associate Justice Rodil V. Zalameda, Associate Justice Mario V. Lopez, Associate Justice Samuel H. Garland, Associate Justice Joseph Y. Lopez, Associate Justice Japar Di Maampao, Associate Justice Jose Maidas P. Marquez, Associate Justice Antonio Tico, Associate Justice Maria Filomena D. Singh, the Senate President Juan Miguel Subiri, the Special Assistant to the President and a good friend of the Court, Antonio Ernesto F. Lagdameo Jr., the Spanish Ambassador, His Excellency Miguel Utray, Department of National Defense, Secretary Carlito G. Galvez Jr., also a very good friend of the Court, my good friend, Chief Minister of the BARM, Ahod Ibrahim Al-Haj, Bangsamoro Transition Authority, Member of Parliament, and my good friend and my brother, Mohagher M. Iqbal, Acting Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, Unity, Honorable Isidro L. Purisima, EU Head of Cooperation, Mr. Christoph Wagner, Spain Head of Cooperation, Violeta Dominguez Acosta, Country Manager, United Nations Office for Project Services, Mr. Oscar Marenco, Country Manager, the Asia Foundation, Mr. Sam Shitik, Cagayan de Oro, 2nd District Representative Rufus B. Rodriguez, PBA Party List Representative Margarita Ignacia B. Nograles, Representative of Lanao del Sur, 1st District, Representative Zia Alonto Adyong, our champion for the creation of new Sharia courts. Former Ambassador, His Excellency Adnan Alonto and his wife, Mrs. Jo Ernest C. Alonto, Attorney Algamar Latif, Chief Legislative Officer, Office of Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Ms. Amina Rasul Bernardo, the President of the Philippine Center for Islam and Democracy, the Chancellor of the Philippine Judicial Academy, Honorable Rosemary D. Carandang, our Court Administrator, the Honorable Raul B. Villanueva, Deputy Court Administrator for Mindanao, Leo T. Madraso, and other court officials, the members of the Justices of the Court of Appeals, and guests, fellow seekers of justice. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Maayong aga. My heart is whole as I witness you gathered here today in this historical national summit. The rich symbolism of this summit being held in Mindanao with the entire Supreme Court and Bank being present cannot be understated. This is far more significant than the recent historical entry of 8 justices of the Supreme Court in Marawi some months ago. If we are to deliver justice, our laws and rules of procedure must be inclusive. The purpose of making our laws inclusive is easy to discern. The ideal concept is that the law is a canister that congeals both the experience of society and its values. It describes the norms that should be followed in given circumstances. That is, given a state of facts, the law prescribes a standard of behavior. The prescription is supposed to be legible. Its reading is supposed to be objective. Having law avoids the necessity for devising standards and processes ad hoc for every conflict. We efficiently should be able to resolve disputes. It also should assure that individuals, groups, and communities can plan their actions based on reasonable expectations of what the government and the courts will do, protect, and maintain. The law that is responsive will definitely bring about peace, but always based on justice. Inclusivity can only happen by acknowledging all our people's traditions, also assures that there is no extreme arbitrariness in the system. Our law has always been pluralistic. Thus, to achieve these ideals of a true rule of law and justice, we must adjust the narrative of our histories. I count 4 general trends in our country's legal traditions. Before our colonizers came, endogenous law systems were already present in the form of indigenous customary law. The customary law of the Ibaloy in the north differs from that of the Bilaan in the south. Yet there were common trends that evolved from necessity that most indigenous peoples had to maintain, like its relationship with their neighbors. They preserve what they learned from past generations, and more importantly, their need to exist and thrive in working with their diverse ecologies. Our legal system records the struggles of our indigenous peoples. Ruby versus Provincial Board of Mindoro and People versus Kayat unfortunately upheld discrimination against those who they called belong to the awkward label of being non-Christian tribes because, according to the justices then, not now, they were possessing a low level of civilization. This contrasts now with the provisions in the 1987 Constitution, which acknowledges the right of indigenous cultural communities. The existence of Ruby and Kayat on the one hand, however, saw also the emergence of Carino versus Insular Government, accepting the concept of native titles, as well as the progression from the Manahan Amendments in Section 48 of the Public Land Act to what we now have as the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, declared constitutional in Cruz versus NCIP. This can only be explained by the continued struggle of various communities and the openness displayed by those who subsequently wielded political and judicial power. The Supreme Court was, and now also, so open-minded. Then there is Shari'ah. Shari'ah, coupled with customs among the peoples of Bangsamoro, already established then a sophisticated civil and criminal laws and a political infrastructure. On the political side, we only need to recall that there was the Spanish Treaty of Peace in 1878 with the Sulu Sultanate that permitted them to set up a garrison on Shasi. Then there was also the Kiram-Bates Treaty of 1899, which contained, among others, an obligation of mutual respect between the Americans and the Moro. Both treaties, however, were short-lived. Both treaties, their consequences and their fates, however, like many of the other narratives of the peoples of Bangsamoro, have not figured well into the national history of our state, until now, of course. These two trends, the complex indigenous systems, as well as the Shari'ah within the various cultural contexts of the Moro peoples, became invisible as the hegemony of civil law tradition coming from Spain and the common law, civil law perspective coming from the United States became dominant. The struggle of the Moro, as well as all of our people who embraced Islam, is no less complicated. Unfortunately, it is no less hidden still from the national narrative. Shari'ah became a part of our national legal system through a presidential decree during the Marcos period. Successive experiments regarding autonomy in the South followed the various irredentist struggles of self-determination inspired by the Moro National Liberation Front and then, of course, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. A genealogy of peace agreements eventually led to the Framework Agreement, which gave birth to its current form. Shari'ah is an essential part of moral lives and all those who have embraced Islam. Today, the Supreme Court of the Republic of the Philippines, aware of our people's histories, following our constitutional provisions, and with its collective desire for social justice and its passion for inclusivity, holds this first ever national summit on the Shari'ah to continue to correct historical injustice. I have been in the court for 10 years, and for the past 5 Chief Justices, I had always recommended holding the National Summit on the Shari'ah. It is only this Chief Justice that had supported this particular idea. This summit is not the first and the last of the forums that the court will organize through its technical working group on the Shari'ah under its Committee on Access to Justice. The 5-year strategic plan for judicial innovation includes reforms on the Shari'ah as well as its rules of procedure. The National Summit is only an initial engagement to recall the contents of the Shari'ah, identify how else it could progress, its interrelationship with other parts of the official national legal system, and of course, its place in maintaining peace, always strongly based on justice. This National Summit seeks to inspire. We have invited foreign experts to share how Shari'ah has contributed to the progress of other societies. We have also given space to all our local luminaries to share their experiences and, of course, give us hope. After this summit, your Committee on Access to Justice and Underserved Areas, working through the Technical Working Group on the Shari'ah, will collate the results, hold focus group discussions in various parts of our country, sponsor visits to other jurisdictions, liaise with other departments of government, and make proposals both to the court and bank, and hopefully give suggestions gently to the Congress and the President of the Republic. I thank the Chief Justice of the Republic of the Philippines, Chief Justice Alexander Hesmundo. Hardly had I finished my sentence when I first proposed holding this national summit that he responded immediately that we should go full steam on the first day that he was appointed. I thank my colleagues for joining me in giving our full support to Justice Japar Di Maampao as he took as he took on the responsibility of overseeing the details to bring these events together. I have now called him our ground commander, not for violence, but because his leadership is essential so that we realize the just, peaceful, and constitutional transformation of the Shari'ah that truly aligns with our histories and with all of our people's aspiration. I also want to thank all of you present here today. We have the distinguished officials of the executive and the legislative departments who grace us with their presence as a signal of their unyielding support. We have experts on the Sharia. We have judges and practitioners and various officials of the court. I thank you all in advance for your active and meaningful participation. The road ahead will be challenging. Every worthwhile goal comes about with its challenges. In the first chapter of the Quran, a phrase from a prayer repeats in my mind, Al-Sirat al-Mustaqim. Al-Sirat al-Mustaqim. We start with a difficult path, but the right one. We endeavor gracefully to stay on that path, on that straight, narrow path where we find both honor and excellence. We stay on the path where we will exude all our passion for justice. On behalf of the court and the other co-organizers of this summit, we welcome you. Our task starts now. Thank you, maraming salamat, agyamanak, shukran.
We would like to acknowledge the presence of the Chief Minister of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, Ahod Balawag Ibrahim. Thank you for that speech, Saj Leonen. I am certain that I speak for everyone when we say thank you, and of course to the other officials of the Supreme Court for having this historic event.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the Special Assistant to the President, Honorable Antonio Ernesto F. Lagdameo.
Chief Justice Alexander Gesmundo, His Excellency Miguel Delgado, the Spanish Ambassador, Secretary of National Defense Carlito Galvez, Senior Associate Justice Marvic Leonen, Associate Justices of the Supreme Court, our Chief Minister Ahod Ibrahim, Minister Bumagal Iqbal, colleagues in government, good morning. It is my pleasure to represent our President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. as we conduct this important and historic summit. The President would like to convey his deep regrets for not being able to join us today. However, he sends his reassurances that this administration strongly supports endeavors towards our common goal of a progressive, peaceful, and unified nation. As Special Assistant to the President, I express my wholehearted support for this initiative, and I thank our justices and colleagues for their contributions to our whole-of-government approach in developing Filipino institutions. We have prepared a video message from the President for today's event. So ladies and gentlemen, I present the President of the Republic of the Philippines.
To everyone. Assalamualaikum to our organizers, resource speakers, and participants of the first National Sharia Summit spearheaded by the Supreme Court of the Philippines. This important milestone in our nation's justice system underscores this administration's thrust of strengthening the foundations of our judiciary framework, as well as keeping the commitment of our support in the spirit of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. I thus welcome all dialogue pertaining to the incorporation of Sharia law in our national legal framework. This is a necessary and inclusive step to mitigate the ignorance about the Islamic teachings and help institutionalize the moral and halal way of living. Therefore, Let this summit be a venue to promote increased knowledge and awareness of Sharia, not only for the benefit of our Muslim brothers and sisters, but for every Filipino. May this event yield positive results that will further help us realize our shared goal of a more inclusive, productive, and progressive Philippines. Shukran at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Republic of the Philippines, and thank you very much, ASAP Antonio Lagdameo.
Now, let us welcome to the stage, Your Honors, the Chief Minister of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, the Honorable Ahod Balawag Ibrahim Al-Haj.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Alexander Gismondo, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines, His Excellency Miguel Otrey, Ambassador of Spain to the Philippines, Special Assistant to the President, Antonio Lagdameo Jr., National Defense Secretary of the Philippines, Carlito Galvez Jr., Acting Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, Isidro Purisima, Representative Rufus Rodriguez of the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro, Senate Senior Associate Justice Mario Victor Leonen, and former Chief Peace Negotiator of the Republic of the Philippines in peace talks with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. Justice Ramon Paul Hernando, Justice Ami Lazaro Javier, Justice Henry Jane Paul Inting, Justice Rodel Zalameda, Justice Mario Lopez, Justice Samuel Gairilan, Justice Joseph Lopez, Justice Japar Lima Ampao, Justice Jose Miras Marquez, Justice Antonio Co. Jr., Justice Maria Filomena Singh. Our Bangsamoro Minister of Education, Minister Muhajir Iqbal, also the Chairman of the Peace Panel of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, former Ambassador to Saudi Arabia, Adnan Alonto, Head of Cooperation, Christopher Wagner, UNOPS Country Manager, Oscar Marenco, and the Asia Foundation Country Manager, Sam Chitik. Welcome to this first Shari'ah Summit, and thank you very much for attending. To the Honorable, my greetings of peace to everyone and a very pleasant morning. I'm happy to be here today for this first National Shari'ah Summit, which will forge the role of the Sharia in our country to the national legal framework. The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao expresses its utmost respect and honor to the Supreme Court of the Philippines as premiers of justice. We will always value the role of the highest court in upholding the laws of the land. We admire how the Supreme Court of the Philippines has evolved and adapted to the current realities in the country through the years. One of many innovations are the adoption of new mechanisms of digitalization, contactless and seamless court transactions, and the implementation of the first digitalized and regionalized bar examination. The Bangsamoro government considers the most important function of the laws as our guide to deliver our peace-building initiative and development programs in all our communities across the Bangsamoro homeland. Last year, during the visit of our Supreme Court Justice to Marawi City, they pledged to strengthen the Sharia justice system through institutional review of, to name a few. This vision enables us to uphold the highest confidence in our Islamic laws. It is sending us a message of hope and empowering us to deliver justice to every Bangsamoro. This effort of the Supreme Court, its duly constituted authorities, and our development partners is indicative of the gain trust and inclusive framework of our entire legal system. The occasion today reaffirms the expansiveness of the judiciary to the Bangsamoro people and the Muslim Filipinos, as it guarantees to encompass our historical narrative and constitutional rights within the national legal framework. This development is stipulated in the Strategic Judicial Plan for Judicial Innovation of the Supreme Court. The success of this tripartite occasion manifests the unwavering pledge of all branches of the Philippine government to come and work together towards a better justice system in the Philippines. The Court's initiative on strengthening the Sharia justice system are very timely, and they are aligned with our efforts in the Bangsamoro government to map out the intricacies of the Bangsamoro justice system as envisioned in the Bangsamoro Organic Law. I am happy to share with you that last February, with support from the European Union's Subatra program, we conducted the first Bangsamoro Tri-Justice Summit in Cotabato City entitled Honoring Legal Pluralism in the BARM, a Path Forward. It was attended by around 150 participants representing the three strands of justice mechanism existing in the BARM, namely the Sharia, regular courts, and the tribal and traditional systems. The summit was able to surface both the breadth and depth of each system, the challenges each faces, and the areas of complementarity and synergy between and among them. This will enlighten further discussions on how to make justice become more accessible for the Bangsamoro people and to fortify the role of law as part of our efforts to achieve lasting peace. Today, may this summit serve as a fusion of our composite ideas towards strengthening our Sharia system through the illustrious ideas of our public servants who come from the three branches of the government, Islamic leaders, and academic scholars, and with the help of our development partners and other stakeholders. Let me highlight that there are also a number of efforts aimed at enhancing the foundation of Sharia, such as studies and initiatives towards the integration of the Sharia bar, consultations on the proposed revised Sharia rules of procedures, support to Sharia bar examinees, enhancing the Sharia legal education, and among others. We hope that our efforts and those of the Supreme Court will complement each other in order to enhance the Sharia justice system. May we always remember that we have witnessed this national summit, which will enable all of us to deliver justice and development to every Bangsamoro and Muslim Filipinos and to the generations that will follow. Let us remember this day when the Supreme Court acknowledges the role of Sharia in the national legal framework. The Bangsamoro people were heard. We were given the platform to speak. We were empowered, and through this we will be able to uphold a just and right judicial system that speaks the will of its people. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Minister Ahod B. Ibrahim.
At this point, we would just like to remind everyone to please keep quiet and keep silent while the program is ongoing. Again, thank you very much, Chief Minister Ibrahim. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice will be delivering his keynote address. Please help me welcome the 27th Chief Justice of the Philippines, the Honorable Alexander G. Gesmundo.
Please be seated. As usual, every time I speak now, I will open my message with a request and apologies. First, I have to dispense with the salutation because previous speakers have already given acknowledgement with apologies and leave. Second, my concern is the content of my message because some of the previous speakers have mentioned some of the things I will say. So please, with a little indulgence, I will proceed with my message. On February 4, 1977, Presidential Decree Number 1083, or the Code of Muslim Personal Laws of the Philippines, CMPL, was promulgated. And through it, the Sharia court system was established. The CMPL sought to assure Filipino Muslims that government protects their religion and their rights, that they are treated equally with the rest of the population, and that they are an integral part of the Filipino nation. While specifically referring to laws governing family and personal relations of Muslim Filipinos, Sharia generally pertains to an Islamic way of life. And by integrating Sharia into our judicial system, we recognize not only a legal dichotomy, but in essence, a political, religious, and socio-cultural one as well. But recognizing this dichotomy was not meant to separate us. Paradoxically, it was intended to bind us, for by integrating Sharia into our judicial system, we bring to mind our own history. We acknowledge our own diversity, and we come face to face with our identity as a nation of multicultural influences, born from heroic resistance, subdued through assimilations, liberated by democratic values, and now seeking harmony and peace through full integration as one people. It is for that reason that we gather today for the first National Shari'ah Summit, 46 years from the enactment of the CMPL. With our judicial reform program, the Strategic Plan for Judicial Innovations 2022 to 2027, or the SPJI, we aspire for greater access to courts by our people through inclusivity. With an institutional review of the Sharia justice system, we have to strengthen the foundations of Sharia in our national legal framework and achieve full adherence to the rule of law by all. The SPJI aims to establish new frameworks and adopt new approaches, but at the same time build on and repurpose existing ones to achieve the long-time aspiration of delivering responsive and real-time justice. It is based on constitutional mandate of the judiciary to deliver speedy and equal justice for all, and is anchored on 4 guiding principles: timely and fair justice, transparent and accountable justice, equal and inclusive justice, and technologically adaptive management. Through these 4 guiding principles, our hope is to achieve the outcomes of efficiency, innovation, and access. Under the principle of equal and inclusive justice, judicial proceedings and processes, adjudicative and administrative, must not only be free from overt discrimination of any form, but must nurture a culture of respect, sensitivity, and inclusivity across distinct genders, identities, role needs, and vulnerabilities. It is our constitutional duty, if not moral obligation, to promote an inclusive environment free of biases against all genders and social sectors, against any religious belief, and even political persuasion. Significantly here, we believe that mere access to justice will not suffice. Genuine access is the goal. Court services must be accessible to everyone equally. We must provide an effective platform for Filipinos from all walks of life to articulate their rights when injustice has been perpetrated, to attain redress and expect fair resolution through judicial action, and to freely partake in the judicial process undeterred by traditional barriers of inequality such as education, wealth, gender, geography, ethnicity, and even religion. Indeed, it is through this principle leading towards our third and final outcome of access that today we convene this national summit and undertake to strengthen the foundation of the Sharia justice system. While in Marawi in September 2022, 8 of us justices of the Supreme Court expressed our commitment to address the issues of our Muslim brothers and sisters. A little more than a month ago, we held a meeting with the representatives of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, NCMF, to discuss the judicial concerns of the Muslim Filipinos. Among the topics raised by the NCMF were the possibility of creating Sharia courts in areas outside of Mindanao, the appointment of judges to vacant Sharia courts, the creation of an integrated Sharia bar of the Philippines, and the inclusion of Sharia as a course in law schools, requiring mandatory continuing legal education compliance among Sharia counselors in the practice of Sharia law, and the proposed changes to improve the conduct of the Sharia bar examinations. During our meeting in Marawi City and with the MCMF, I assured everyone of the judiciary support because, as I said, one of the objectives of the SPJI is to strengthen the Sharia justice system not only in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao or BARN, but also in other areas where members of the Muslim population reside. But just as what I said before, the complete solution to these problems do not lie solely with us, the judiciary. All three branches of government must work together. In all humility, let me say that the SPJI has already sought to address these concerns affecting the operations of the Sharia justice system. In this regard, we have constituted a committee on Sharia justice led by Senior Associate Justice Marbik F. MBF Leonen as chairperson and Associate Justice Japar Dimam Pau as vice chairperson to pursue an integrated effort to institute reforms and initiatives that would contribute to the facilitation of justice and the rule of law in the bar. So thank you, Senior Associate Justice Marbik Leonen, Justice Japar Dimam Pau, for initiating and conducting this first national summit. Through this national summit, of course with the support of my colleagues, through this national summit, we hope to strengthen the Sharia justice system, anchored on the need to assess its institutional framework, including the internal capacities within the broader historical, cultural, and ideological context, as well as within the context of the current BARM governance framework. I deeper probe into the impact of this on the current Islamic notions of justice and current and informal dispute resolution norms and practices would also be conducted. The objectives of these are: 1. Conduct a review of the overall performance of the Sharia justice system. 2. Identify the strengths and weaknesses in the various aspects of the Sharia justice system that promote or hinder their efficiency or effectiveness. 3. Examine the societal and cultural context and identify the opportunities and threats that affect the functioning of a sound Sharia justice system. 4. Assess the administrative structure and operating systems context in the judiciary in which the Sharia court operate. 5th, define the implications for strengthening the Sharia justice system and identify the appropriate, comprehensive, and long-term reform directions. Excuse me. To actualize these objectives, the expansion of the mandate of the Sharia court will be evidence-based. The policy and decision-making resolutions of the judiciary to solve issues and challenges confronting the Sharia justice system, particularly with respect to Article 10 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law or BOL, will be based on the following studies that will be conducted. 1. Study on the creation of additional Sharia courts outside BARM and the implications on the current Sharia courts within the BARM. 2nd, expanding the jurisdiction of Sharia courts to include both criminal and commercial cases. The committee shall endeavor to assess the applicability of the different punishments under Sharia law for the greater offenses that may be considered inconsistent with the rights enshrined in our Constitution. 3rd, the feasibility study on the formal organization of the Sharia High Court created under Article 10, Section 7 of Republic Act Number 11054. A study on strengthening the Sharia legal system will involve an overall assessment to strengthen the Sharia legal education system, both academic and continuing education, and will include 1. Qualifications for the appointment to Sharia District Court and Circuit Courts, and eligibility to practice before Sharia courts. 2. Strengthening of the Philippine Judicial Academy's training program for Sharia lawyers, judges, and court personnel. And 3. Institution of bar reforms on Sharia. Finally, it is high time that we review and update the Sharia rules of court. There is no better time than now to integrate advances in technology to remain relevant to the changing times. The revision shall make court processes and proceedings more user-friendly, more understandable to ordinary court users, and thereby more transparent. In relation to this, perhaps to assist queries from lawyers and litigants on Sharia court-related information and services, a physical help desk per court station is proposed to be established. We are sure and optimistic that this Sharia Summit will achieve its goal of strengthening the Sharia justice system. Truly, this day will usher a new beginning not just for the Sharia justice system, but also for our judicial system in general. The long and arduous journey towards full inclusivity as we envision it in our SPJI has begun. In Quranic verse, Surah Al-Fil 105, verse 1 to 5, it is revealed that Allah's plan have perfect timings, never too early, never too late, bringing the right things in right amount. When Allah chose Prophet Muhammad to be his messenger to receive the messages or divine laws, to spread to humanity and preach Islam, Prophet Muhammad was already 40 years old. Perhaps nothing could be more perfect than converging the experts, scholars, and stakeholders of the Sharia today for this national summit. Indeed, everything happens in God's perfect time. Thank you very much. Shukran jazilan.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. It was indeed a very inspiring and heartwarming message for all of us. Alhamdulillah for having a very proactive Chief Justice and Senior Associate Justices. Indeed, the Muslims today in the Philippines are very, very lucky for having you with us in this time.
That's very true, Aisha. And it's very inspiring also that we are gathered here today. No? We have the judiciary, but at the same time, all the other branches of government, the executive and of course the legislative, all gathered today. And this is a very good signal to all of us that we are ready to move on.
Yes.
As what was mentioned by many of our messages earlier, the work begins now, and I hope everybody is excited to join and participate in that work. Day one begins now, and we're ready to move.
Okay, moving forward, we are having our photo ops for this time. May we request everybody, we will just like to remind you once again that participants are refrained from taking photos because we have an in-house official photographer. Rest assured that an official photographer is on site, and we're going to send you the copies of the photographs.
Okay, so while the seats and the other arrangements are being prepared, again, we just want to remind everybody, please refrain from using your mobile phones to take the photos. Everybody will have a chance with our official photographers as we go. All right. So to start off, may we invite the members of the NBank, the magistrates, the Chief Justice and the Justices of the Supreme Court to please occupy the chairs to have the first photo taken. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. May we now request the participants occupying the remainder of the participants from Table 4, Table 5, and Table 11 to please come forward now and join the members of the Supreme Court for the photo opportunities. Table 1, Table 4, Table 5, and Table 11.
نسمات هواك لها رجع ضحية وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منا خرجوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا وعلى درج العليا درجوا نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم.
Thank you very much to our honored guest. Now, and the next will be from Table 6, 7, and 10. May we call on the participants from Table 6, 7, and 10.
وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج نسمات هواك الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج مولانا مولانا يا مولانا يا مجيب دعانا يا مولانا مولانا يا مولانا يا مجيب دعانا يا مولانا اغفر خطايانا واحفظنا ورعانا اغفر
Thank you very much, sirs and ma'ams. At this point, can we ask again those occupying tables 1, 4, 5, and 11 to come back and have your photos taken? May we request, we beg your indulgence. For those in tables 1, 4, 5, and 11, can we have one more round of photos with you? Tables 1, table 4, 5, and 11.
اغفر خطايانا واحفظنا ورعانا وزدنا إيمانا يا مولانا
Thank you very much, our honored guests. Now we may have our participants from table 8 and 9. Tables 8 and 9.
نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا وعلى درج العليا درجوا نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم
Thank you very much, sirs and ma'ams. At this point, can we have
يا بدر بذل لن نبرح عن باب الحب فهل نلج يا بدر بذل لن نبرح عن باب الحب فهل نلج فمتى بوصالك يا أملي فمتى بوصالك يا
next batch to have the photo taken with our magistrates are those from tables 16 and 17. Can we now come forward? Tables 16 and 17. Can we now have tables 16 and 17? These participants come from the University of the Philippines Institute of Islamic Studies, the Mindanao State University, the Philippine Council for Islam and Democracy.
أيها المبعوث فينا جئت بالأمر المطاع جئت شرفت المدينة مرحبا يا خير داع أيها المبعوث فينا جئت بالأمر المطاع جئت شرفت المدينة مرحبا يا خير داع طلع البدر
While this group is having their photo, may we ask those from table 18 and 19 to please prepare. It will be your next, it will be your turn after this one. Again, can we ask those from table 18 and 19 to please prepare? It will be your turn after this batch. Thank you very much. Now we will have table 18 and 19. Please come forward now and occupy your place for the photo opportunity. Tables 18 and 19 are guests and participants from the Philippine Association of Law Schools, members of the Shari'ah Technical Working Group, as well as judges from our Sharia courts. So at this point, the photo opportunity with the PALS, Philippine Association of Law Schools, judges of our Sharia court, and the Sharia Technical Working Group. While this group is having their photo, may we ask the next group to be ready. The next group will come from table 20 and 21. Tables 20 and 21, please prepare and stand up already to come forward. Tables 20 and 21, please prepare already. All right, thank you very much, ma'ams and sirs. May we now have the group from tables 20 and 21. Please come forward and have your place for the photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to acknowledge the presence and arrival of the Senate President, the Honorable Juan Miguel Zubin. So the photos of this group are those from judges of the Sharia courts. These are our honorable judges of the Sharia courts in the Philippines.
Mamaya na po magpapapoto. Hindi. Tuloy po, tuloy lang.
Please get ready, members from the tables of 22 and 34. Table 22 and 34.
Sino yun?
Farm government and farm government.
20. May we call on the members from tables 22 and 34 from the BARM government?
أيها المبعوث فينا جئت بالأمر المطاع جئت شرفت المدينة مرحبا يا خيرات
And please prepare our last group from the table 23 and 24. The next group would be table 23 and 24. '23 and 24 from the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos.
أي رسول سنسوس بردك دروب الطمير المايات سنة يسلك يلتزى سن يسلك
Please get ready, tables 25 and 26. Please prepare tables 25 and 26. Okay, thank you so much from our friends from National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. Now we'll have table 25 and 26 from the IBP National and the Legal Education Board and the Institute for Autonomy and Governance and the IBP Regional Office. Get ready, table 27 and 28. The next group would be table 27 and 28. Thank you so much, moms and sirs. Now we have table 27 and 28, please. Table 27 and 28, FGD participants from Marawi and Zamboanga.
May we remind those taking pictures to please refrain from taking selfies. Let's take advantage of the official photographers instead. Taking selfies is prohibited. We will need to brush up and continue with our photo.
Please get ready, tables 29 and 30. Tables 29 and 30. Thank you so much for our FJD participants from Marawi and Zamboanga. We'll have tables 29 and 30. They are the FGD participants also from Zamboanga and Cotabato. Again, we are reminding people not to take selfies with our magistrate. Let's take the official photographer for this endeavor. Please prepare tables 31 and 32. The next would be tables 31 and 32.
Resul sana söz verdik doğruluktan ayrılmayız. Sen de yezellik yıldızı, sen ye sevginle doluyum. Ey Resul sana söz verdik doğruluktan.
Thank you so much, moms and sirs. Now we will have tables 31 and 32. FGD participants from Cotabato and Barm. May we also call on table 33 to join tables 31 and 32? May we call on the next batch, 30. Table 13, 14, and 16. 15. Table 13, 14, and 15. The next would be table 13, 14, and 15. And please get ready, tables 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. Some of you will be occupying the stage this time. Participants from table 37, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40 may take the stairs to the stage at the right side, right by the stair by the flags. Thank you so much, moms and sirs. Now, may we call on back again tables 1, 4, 5, and 11, together with the Honorable Senate President, to take the photo offs.
So for our last photo, can we have again our members from table 1, table 4, 5, and 11 one more time, together this time with our Senate President, the Honorable Senator Zubin. Thank you very much, honored guests, and of course, our Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. Hindi, pa-settle down muna natin sila kasi si S. Alright, so at this point, may we request honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, to please occupy your seats again and settle down, and we will proceed with our program. We would like to acknowledge the arrival of the Honorable Zahur Rahman Zia Alonto Adyong of the House of Representatives, as well as the Honorable Margarita Ignacia B. Rograles, also of the House of Representatives. Welcome, ma'am and sirs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can we now settle down once more? Go back and occupy our seats as we prepare to listen to the next message of our opening preliminaries. Honored guests, Excellencies, can we go back to our seats now and settle down as we continue with our program and prepare to hear the message of our Senate President. Honored guests, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can we occupy our seats once more and settle down as we prepare to continue with our program? We are about to hear the message from our Senate President, so please go back and occupy our seats now.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the Senate President of the Philippines, Honorable Juan Miguel Zubiri, to deliver his message of support.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to greet everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all my brothers in Mindanao and Bangsamoro region, left by no other than our Chief Minister, Chief Minister Alhaj Murad Ibrahim. Good to see you again, Chief Minister. Our last meeting was during our Inter-Parliamentary Relations meeting in Sofitel. Of course, to the Supreme Court, led by no other than Chief Justice Alex Gesmundo, and the justices that are here. Of course, Justice Leonen, good friend of mine. This is in no order, kasi sinulat lang to ng staff ko, baka sabihin bad protocol. This is in no order of age and seniority. Justice Antonio Co, Justice Maria Filomena Singh, Justice Maidas Marquez, Justice Joseph Lopez, Justice Ricardo Rosario, my uncle, Justice Samuel Garlan. If you ask me why he's my uncle, he's actually the cousin of my mother-in-law from San Juan, La Union. Yeah, taga La Union yan si Justice. Justice Mario Lopez, Justice Rodil Zalameda, Justice Henry Jean Inting, Justice Ma'am Amy Lazaro, dear friend as well, Justice Ramon Hernando, Justice Senior, as I mentioned earlier, our Senior Associate Justice Marivic Leonen, and of course our beloved Chief Justice. We have with us also ambassadors, the different ambassadors from different countries, but we have with us Ambassador Delgado, the Spanish ambassador. Buenos dias, Ambassador. I can speak very little Spanish. After that, Bisaya comes out. I don't know, just Bisaya comes out. I wish I knew Chabacano, right? And of course, my dear friend, Anton Lagdameo, who is the Special Assistant to the President. He never sleeps. Let's give him a big round of applause. This guy never sleeps. And I walk around the village every night. We're neighbors. And at midnight when I walk, when there's nobody there, there's no heat of the sun, he's still not home. So I don't know if Don is happy about that. Of course, to Secretary Carlito Galvez, former Secretary of OPAP and now well-deserving as Secretary of National Defense. Good to see you, Paul. Let's give him a big round of applause. without the invaluable assistance of Secretary Carlito Galvez, mahihirapan po ako dun sa pag-author ng the Bangsamoro Organic Law. And we have Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. He is my congressman because I live in his district. Nandiyan pa ba si Kong Rufus? And we have also Congressman Zia Adyong, who's also my neighbor, Kong. And who else are here? We have Congresswoman Migs Nograles. Oh, Migs is there. As well as, sino pa? Napakarami. Justices of the Court of Appeals are here as well. My dear justices, good morning. Yung budget po ninyo ng building, nalagay ko na. I hope it's still there. I gave you, magkano? 250 million ba yan? Or I gave them a budget, malaking budget. About 2 years ago, when I was majority floor leader, syempre dito po yung sa Mindanao, dito po yung ating Court of Appeals, and I think they're still renting. They're still renting as little complex. Sabi ko, pangit naman ito, tulungan natin sila. So justices, I have a budget for them. I hope hindi mawala yun para sa Court of Appeals dito sa Mindanao. Of course, honorable judges of the Shari'ah courts that are here with us, representatives of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, our ministers, we have ministers with us, and of course, Integrated Bar of the Philippines, Mindanao chapter, and of course, the Republic. As author and sponsor of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, it is my honor to join you all in the first National Shari'ah Summit with its milestone event which will help us share the future and justice of the Bangsamoro region. Peace is our ultimate goal for the Bangsamoro people. Peace that will render guns powerless. Peace that will blossom into growth and development. A peace that will allow our people, most especially our children, to pursue their dreams without fear. But as we know, and has been a battle cry across many watershed moments in human history, the Bangsamoro struggle for autonomy included that there is no peace where there is no justice. Am I correct, Chief Minister? When justice is sown deep into our lands, we cannot expect to reap anything but the bitter fruits of injustice itself. And you know, I consider the Bangsamoro Organic Law probably the feather in my cap in my almost 30 years of service as a legislator. It also happens to be the most difficult piece of legislation I've ever passed because it is like creating a constitution for the autonomous region. And I have to give credit where credit is due. During the time we were, of course, deliberating on BICAM, together with our House contingent head was Congressman Rudy Fariñas, was our House contingent head. I had to tap Senator Franklin Drilon, as well as Senator Coco Pimentel, to head the legal group and discussions on the Sharia courts, the creation of the Chief Justice of the Sharia Court for BARM, and other legal positions. I'm not a lawyer. Kung sa Bisaya, murag abogado. Parang abogado lang po ako dahil nag-aaral po tayo. But I'm not a lawyer. Unfortunately, I did not graduate to I did not go into law school, but being an agriculturist and environmentalist, that's my field. So I tapped the best and the brightest at the time of the Senate to help lend their legal minds in the creation of the portion of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, in the creation of this chapter on the Sharia courts. But we endeavored to continue and pass the organic law. We had lots of opponents. Alam po ni Chief Justice yan, alam po ni Charlie Galvez yan, Secretary. We had lots of opponents, politicians, naysayers who thought that it could not happen. And to be honest about it, we thought we would have problems. That's why we thank President Rodrigo Roa Duterte for his political will to make it happen. Palakpakan din po natin si PRRD. And we'd like to also thank the incumbent, current President, President Bongbong Marcos, for following this through. Ladies and gentlemen, palakpakan din po natin siya. You know, it was during the incumbency of President Bongbong Marcos now that we were allowed to be able to extend the Bangsamoro Transition Authority until 2025. For obvious reasons, we had 2 years of pandemic. I stayed here 2 years in Cagayan de Oro. Imagine the Bangsamoro leaders, particularly the BTL, due to the lockdowns, were not able to go to the island provinces, nor were they able to go outside of their premises due to the pandemic. And we were able to extend the law, which actually has given us more time for peace. I'd like to put this special mention on this, ladies and gentlemen. We've had probably the longest period of peace since the Marawi incident, the Marawi siege, until today, where there have been no large-scale conflicts between the rebel forces, or what we call the rebel forces before, and these terrorist groups. Palapakan po natin yan. That's why Mindanao has been growing leaps and bounds. Basta dito sa amin, tahimik, I guarantee you, if we continue this for another 5 years, tatalunin natin yung NCR and Metro Manila and Central Luzon in growth rates. I would be safe to say we can hit double-digit GDP growth rates in Mindanao. Basta walang putukan, walang gera. That is, I am confident in that. So, we endeavored to pass the Bangsamoro Organic Law to break the vicious cycle and to correct the historical injustice that the Bangsamoro people have had to endure throughout many, many years. We are nearing 5 years since the passage of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, and we know that it's not an overnight solution. This is not the silver bullet that will solve all our problems. It will not solve our problems past, present, and future, especially in the injustices done to our people in the Bangsamoro region. We must understand it instead as a tool that will allow us to build a road to peace. It is a road to peace. In recognizing the autonomy of the Bangsamoro region, we are building a path forward and empowering the Bangsamoro people to pursue peace and development completely on your own terms. In terms of justice in particular, that means institutionalization of the Shari'ah system as the basis for dispensing justice in the region. At the heart of any society is its own set of moral codes, from which springs every facet of living, family life, employment, commercial endeavors, property ownership, and so on. These moral codes guide us all and dictate our relationship with one another. Once these moral codes are inked into our laws and upheld in our courts, they gain the power to protect our people and ensure that we are able to cultivate a safe and peaceful environment for all. These moral codes inform our laws and our courts, and not the other way around. Given that we understand that the Bangsamoro region, to know peace, it must have its own means of dispensing justice, informed by Islamic doctrines in fairness and morality, articulated in the Quran, the Sunnah, Ijma, and the Qiyas. The Bangsamoro region is presently at a crucial point of growth. BARM remains in a period of transition, but we have also seen how resilient and capable the region is in exercising its autonomy, faced with such challenges as the pandemic and various natural calamities. So, I am very hopeful, ladies and gentlemen, that with the institutionalization of the Shari'ah system under the Bangsamoro Organic Law and great initiatives such as this first national Shari'ah Summit, thanks to the Supreme Court as well as all those involved in this summit, we will be able to lay down the foundations for a strong justice system that will reflect the morals and beliefs of the Bangsamoro people. I am very thankful and grateful to the BARM government headed by our Chief Minister and the Supreme Court headed by Chief Justice Esmundo for the efforts not just behind this summit, but in building up our justice system here in the Bangsamoro region. I assure you my full support and commitment in working towards the success of BARM and, of course, the outcomes of this summit. And finally, I had a discussion with the Chief Justice earlier and Justice Leonen on the creation of Sharia courts all over the Philippines for our Muslim brothers. I guarantee you I'll be filing that first hour tomorrow morning as my version. I will push our chairman of the Committee on Justice, Chairman Tolentino, to hear this so that I did not realize that they had to fly all the way to Zamboanga to dispense justice Sharia system for our brothers and sisters who live in Baguio, who live in Manila, in Taguig. They have to fly all the way there to Zamboanga. Hindi naman po tama yan. We should bring the government, we should bring our government closer to our people. So you have my support. And finally, before I go, my support to the Supreme Court will never wane. As a matter of fact, in my 7 years or 8 years as majority leader of the Senate in 3 Congresses, we always made sure that we never touch the budget of the Supreme Court. Dinagdagan pa natin. We always add. Historically, dagdag yan. Never bawas. Pero, Chief Justice, yung hiningi mong bill, fiscal autonomy for the judiciary, again, tomorrow morning, I will also file that and be your champion in the Senate. It's about time you had that fiscal autonomy. So with that, mabuhay po kayong lahat. God bless the Philippines. God bless BARM. God bless us all. Thank you.
Wow, that was really very, very inspiring. Senate Al?
Tama po. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat once again, the Honorable Senate President Zubiri. All right. It was very inspiring to have listened to all such wonderful messages of support and commitment from all our guests and excellencies for our opening preliminaries. That concludes the first part of our program, no? And now, we are ready to move to part 1 of our summit proper.
Yes, aptly titled, Looking Back. Let's start reminiscing. Memory down the line. Okay, so we may now call on our esteemed speaker for in sharing the brief history of Muslim Filipinos.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have our first speaker for part 1, Dr. Hamid Aminuddin Bara, who will talk about the brief history of Muslim Filipinos.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الذي بنعمته تتم الصالحات والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I wish to dispense with the usual acknowledgement of the dignitaries who are here to save our time. Let me go directly to our lecture on the brief history of the Muslims in the Philippines, or history of Muslim Filipinos. First, you have to take note that we always talk of the Muslims in the Philippines beginning with the coming of Islam. And the coming of Islam is written to be in 1380, when in the Sulu archipelago, Sarif al-Makhdum came to the area and built the first mosque in Tubig Indanan in Simonol, in now what is present Tawi-Tawi. In Mindanao, the coming of Islam is attributed to Sharif Kabrusuan, who went to Mindanao, and from here, the whole of Mindanao, and then to Lanao and other areas, Islam was brought to. The Muslim communities in the Philippines are divided into several tribes. We are taught in history about this. 13 tribal groups Prominent of them are the Magindanaos, the Tausug, the Maranaos, the Sama, the Yakan, and other minor groups. They are concentrated in what we now have the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, but there are other areas which are not part of the BAM but where we find Muslim communities. The relations of these communities, especially the Sultanate of Maguindanao and the Sultanate of Sulu, is attached to other areas. For example, the Sultanate of Sulu is very close to the Sultanate of Brunei, and the Sultanate of Maguindanao is also having good relations with the Sultanate of Ternate in what is now Indonesia. The Muslims during that time had a very strong political system. We have the Sultanate of Sulu, which were concentrated in the Sulu archipelago and have influence in Palawan, Panay, Mindoro, and Ilocos. We have the Sultanate of Maguindanao. We have the Radiship of Manila. When the Spaniards came to Manila, the Raja of Manila was a Muslim, Raja Sulaiman, that is known in history. And we have also the federated principalities of Branao. As an indication of the early legal mind of the Muslims in the Philippines at that time, we have Islamized legal codes. For example, in the Sultanate of Sulu, they have the Diwan Tausug. In Maguindanao, they have the Luaran of the Sultanate of Maguindanao. And in Ranao, we have the unwritten laws called Taritib Agu Ijma. The Spaniards came in 1521. We are knowledgeable about that. But the real establishment of the Spanish colony was in 1565 until 1898. And we know the objectives of the Spaniards. It is God, glory, and gold, Christianization. They want to bring the glory of the King of Spain, and they want to make use of the natural resources of the country. The first expeditionary force to Mindanao and Sulu in 1578 was instructed, and these are the instructions of the Governor General: force the people to acknowledge Spanish sovereignty, that's political, promote trade with them and discover the natural resources for exploitation, economic, and begin the Hispanization and Christianization of the Moros, that is religious. When the Americans defeated the Spaniards in 1898 in the Spanish-American War, the United States took over the Philippines and began a policy, according to President McKinley, not to exploit, but to develop, to civilize, to educate, to train in the science of self-government. This was the purpose of the Americans. But as to the Muslims, there is the specific American idea of integrating or incorporating the Muslim Filipinos into, or the Muslims into the fabric of national life. So the American approach from 1898 to 1946, where first they have diplomatic approach, especially so during the beginning, when they were still fighting the Filipinos in the north. So while fighting north, they befriended the Muslims in the south through the Beach Agreement, recognizing the Sultanate of Sulu. However, after they defeated the Filipinos in the north, they changed their approach in Mindanao into military approach. And so we have several administrative structures made by the Americans. First, from 1903 to 1913, they called the area as Moro Province. And the Moro Province during that time included the Sulu Archipelago, including Palawan, Zamboanga, Lanao, Cotabato, the empire province of Cotabato at that time, and Davao. These are what we call the Moro Province. The Moro Province was administered by an American Governor General. It was a military officer governing the Moro Province. From 1914 to 1920, they changed the system by making the administrator of the area, and which is now made as the Department of Mindanao and Sulu, by an American civilian Governor General. But in 1920, this began the Philippinization policy in Mindanao, by creating the Bureau of Non-Christian Tribes. And now, from 1920 to 1935, the head of the government was a Christian Filipino. And this was met with resistance by the Muslims. They are still open to accepting American rule because they have been tired of fighting the Spaniards. The Americans were having sophisticated weapons. And so they submitted on condition that they're also asking the American government to treat them as a separate people. But when the Filipinization policy began in 1920, through the institution of Christian administrators in the Moro area, then they questioned this. In 1921, 1924, in 1935, they had petitioned the Manila government and the Washington government that they should be treated as a separate people. The American impression of the Muslims was the same as the Spaniards. In a report by an American Governor General, Samuel S. Sumner, he wrote this to the American government. The Bangsamoro, according to him, are essentially different people from us in thought, word, and action, and the religion will be a serious bar to any efforts towards Christian civilization. So long as Mohammedanism, which is again a wrong usage of the term Muslims, prevails, Anglo-Saxon civilization will make slow headway. This is the American thought of what the Muslims are. During the American Filipinization policy, the Muslims resisted, and indications of the resistance of the Muslims is indicated in these three. First, the Muslims or the Moros referred to the government as Goberno Asarwangataw, an alien government. This is both among the Maranaos and the Maguindanao. This is a very common term, Goberno Asarwangataw. There is non-acceptance of the term Filipino to the people of Mindanao. During that time, they did not accept the name Filipino. To them, it's something alien. In fact, to the old folks, Filipino is synonymous with Christian. And then there was the quota fights, which began in 1935 after the establishment of the Commonwealth and approval of the 1935 Constitution. The injustices done to the Muslims, there is one, we have the Archbishop of Cotabato, Cardinal Quibido, who in his writings and in our discussions, because we made for many years because of the Ulama Bishop Conference of the Philippines, and this was his assertion. He is a Christian, but he asserted that injustices were done to the Muslims, to the Bangsamoro. Injustice to the Bangsamoro identity, injustice to the Bangsamoro political sovereignty, injustice to the Bangsamoro integral development. This is written by a non-Muslim Christian leader, Cardinal Quibido. Among the Muslim leaders at that time was the leader of the Dansalan Declaration, a group of more than 200 leaders in Ranao gathered in Dansalan and petitioned the government during the 1935 Constitution. And this is the fears and resentment of Haji Abdul Hamid Bugabong, the leader of that group. He said that Islam should not be curtailed. This was the petition that he submitted to the American government. Islam should not be curtailed, customs and traditions should not be prohibited, decisions based on the Kitab should not be set aside by Christian officials. And in fact, in the Dansalan Declaration, in the final paragraph of the declaration, they said, we prefer that Lanao should be submerged into a calamity rather than submit to a government that is not ruled by us, because our Kitab, our Quran is no longer the reason for judging our cases. Then in 1973, after the declaration of martial law, there is one Muslim leader, the Senator Mamintal Taman, who in his writings, Solving the Mineral Problem Without Bullets, he wrote these fears of the Bangsamoro. Fear of being alienated from their religion, fear of being displaced from their ancestral home, fear of having no future in this country because they do not really participate in its government nor share fully in its economy, fear of losing cherished values, customs, and practices. These are the things that the present dispensation should solve. And we are very happy with leaders that we have now, not only in the Supreme Court, but also in the executive and the legislative, like Senator Subiri, who are very willing to help us solve these problems. What are the government approaches to the Moro problem? There was peace and order campaign, integration into the national body politic through the creation of the Mindanao State University and the Commission on National Integration, providing appropriations for development through the MEDA and the SPDA. And then, how about the approaches as to the Moro struggle? First, military campaign. We have the martial law period from 1972 onward, the all-out war against the Imailep. In 2000, the siege of the Bulyo complex. Then passages of special laws. We have PD 1083, the Code of Muslim Personal Laws during time of President Marcos, PD 1302, the Philippine Pilgrimage Authority, Republic Act 997 in CMF, authored by our Honorable Senator, PD 1618, the creation of the regional autonomous governments. We have two regional autonomy in Region 10 and Region 9 and Region 12. Then we have RA 6734, the first organic law. Then RA 9054, the expanded organic law. And now we have Republic Act 11054, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region Muslim Mindanao law. Then appointment of Muslims in national positions. To the Moro struggle also, there is the approach of negotiations. You have the Tripoli Agreement, the 1996 GRP MNL Peace Agreement. You have the Framework Agreement. When Senior Justice Leonin was head of the government panel, I was among his members of the panel. We were on the side of the government, and our brother Minister Iqbal was on the other side. And then the Framework Agreement plus the annexes became the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro. Then we have the Grant of Autonomy, we have the RAGS, the ARM, expanded ARM, and then we have now the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Alhamdulillah. Now, what are the trends that needs to be rectified? And we are in the process of rectifying this. We are very happy with the present dispensation from the previous president until the present administration. These are the trends that are now being rectified through the efforts of the national government and the Bangsamoro government. The failure or refusal of the Filipinos to understand the Moro narrative. Alhamdulillah, while there are still some sectors of Filipino society who fail to understand the Moro narrative, there is still the continuing struggle to understand the narrative. And we are very happy with what the Supreme Court is doing, because this is part of understanding that Moro narrative. Treatment of the Bangsamoro as the other in Philippine historical accounts. Hopefully this will be checked in our history books, that the Muslims are part and parcel of the Philippine historical account. Yes, we have our identity as Bangsamoro, but we are still part of the Philippines. We have our Filipino passport. We can get out of the country. We do not have a separate Bangsamoro passport. We use Filipino passport. Third, we have a highly centralized government setup. Alhamdulillah, with the establishment of the BAM, there are leeways given to the Bangsamoro government in giving them a more meaningful autonomy. Failure to recognize the customary political setup of the Moro royalty. This is something that has yet to be worked on. If you look at the 1935 Constitution, 1973 Constitution, 1987 Constitution, there is always there the non-recognition of nobility as part of our political system. Could there be some new ways in trying to understand the presence of the Sultanate that we have in the different Muslim regions? Inadequate representations of Muslims in running the government or in shaping national policy. Alhamdulillah, this is now being answered by the present government. We have now the Bangsamoro government run by our own parliament, and then even in the cabinet, we have now Muslims with the election of Brother Senator Robin Padilla, we have now a Muslim in the Senate. Yeah, for many years, after the times of Senator Alonto, Senator Pindaton, Senator Rasul, mother of Ma'am Amina, Senator Mamintal Tamano, there was a vacuum for some years. But Alhamdulillah, with Senator Robin Padilla, we have now a voice in the Senate with the help of our brothers from Mindanao, like our Senate President. Enforcement of alien laws to the Muslims without due regard to their Islamic faith and moral culture. There is still something to be checked about this. For example, this Early Marriage Act that had been passed by the Senate. When I was member of Parliament, I passed Ibang Samoro Code of Muslim Personal Laws in the Parliament. But unfortunately, I am no longer member of the Parliament. So I hope there will be some people in the Parliament who can work out on that. I have filed that bill when I was member of Parliament. And the hope here is, how do we make exemptions for the Muslims regarding this anti-marriage, this law on marriage of young Muslims, which is even treated criminally if you marry a girl below 18 years old. Economic and development disequilibrium between Muslims and Christian areas, alhamdulillah, this being answered with the president of the Bangsamoro government. Biased government land and resettlement policies, hopefully this will be also settled through the continuing IGR. We have Minister Iqbal, who heads the intergovernmental relation body on the part of the Bangsamoro, and Secretary of Budget Amina Pangandaman on the other side. Hopefully this will be part of those that will be sold. Persistence of the negative moral image in the national psyche, as shown by attitudinal surveys conducted by social scientists and researchers. We hope that this will be changed. For example, if you are applying for a job in Manila and you say you are a Muslim, it's very hard to find that job. There are experiences of Muslims who had to lie on the forms that they are filling up, telling them that he is not a Muslim because he cannot land on the job. Apparent mistrust in the capability of the Bangsamoro to govern themselves. For many years, if the Bangsamoro were not given the chance to govern themselves, it's because of the mistrust that they may not do it. And so this is a challenge to the Bangsamoro government. And with the leadership of our Chief Minister, alhamdulillah, we are trying to our best to show that indeed the Bangsamoro can also govern. As a final statement, there is a verse in the Holy Quran. I'm happy when the Chief Justice quoted a verse in the Holy Quran. So I was telling my citizens that alhamdulillah, with the Malaki case and the statements of the Chief Justice, it is not strange that we have in the whole of the Supreme Court verses of the Quran being quoted. And so let me quote this verse in the Quran. الذين آمنوا ولم يلبسوا إيمانهم بظلم أولئك لهم الأمن وهم مهتدون. It is those who believe and confuse not their belief with zulm or wrongdoing. For them only there is security and they are guided. For us Muslims, in order to attain that security, that peace that we are aspiring for, let us not confuse or mix our faith with zulm in wrongdoing. If we do that, inshallah, we have two rewards from Allah. First, there is security, and second, we will be guided. With this, thank you so much for this opportunity. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Mashallah, tabarakallah. May Allah preserve you and protect you at all times, Dr. Bara. You gave us a very comprehensive crash course in Philippine Muslim history and the Moro narrative. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Bara is really one of the most perfect individuals to discuss this with us, being one of the most esteemed academic and religious leaders, and one of the experts that are recognized widely when it comes to Bangsamoro history and Muslim Filipino history. Thank you very much again, Dr. Bara. Dr. Bara used to be with the Government Peace Panel, formerly a Member of Parliament of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, and also the Minister of the Bangsamoro Ministry for Human Settlement and Development.
Now moving on, our next speaker needs no introduction at all. When we talk about peace process, we have nobody in mind but our Honorable Mohager Iqbal, sorry po.
So ladies and gentlemen, help us welcome our next lecturer presenter, the Minister of the Bangsamoro Ministry for Basic, Higher, and Technical Education, MP Mohager Iqbal.
Thank you, sir and madam, for the kind introduction. I used to be described time and again as hard to negotiate. And this was repeated this morning by my good friend, Honorable Senior Associate Justice Marvic Leonen. And sometimes I am also referred to as an ideologue of the MILF. It's good to hear that. But I think I am not hard to negotiate with. In fact, I am one of the moderating voices in the leadership of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. Of course, on top of everything is the Chief Minister, the Chairman of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. We had a very hard negotiating position, and everybody knows, especially after the presentation of the Honorable Minister Hamid Bara about the history of Mindanao. Mindanao used to be a foreign country and never part of the Republic of the Philippines. It's a fact of history. I repeat, I'm not hard to negotiate. I'm one of the moderating voices in the MILF. Otherwise, we could not have signed the agreements, over 200 agreements that culminated in the signing of the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro. The most important part of it is the agreement, triple agreement on peace signed by the Chief Minister, and of course the framework agreement on the Bangsamoro, the 4 annexes, and the addendum on Bangsamoro waters and zones of cooperation. Negotiation is essentially compromises. Of course, we stand on very strong position, principled position, and we know that we never negotiate principles. Otherwise, if you negotiate principles, then I don't understand what kind of principle is that if you don't decide that. But we can negotiate on the ways and means, the methodologies, how to achieve that. So I repeat, I was one of the moderating voices in the MILF. Otherwise, I repeat, we would not have signed all those agreements. But when the agreement was already signed, such as the comprehensive agreement to the Bangsamoro, I have to defend that. I have to defend that because we need to be very consistent. Although without blurring the much needed flexibility and creativity in the implementation. Because there is no such thing in the implementation like a straitjacket approach. It's not always a straight line approach. So, that is it. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My courtesies and high respect, of course, to His Excellency President Bongbong Marcos, who joined us by Zoom this morning. To the Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, one of the champions of the BOL in the Senate. Chief Justice Alexander Yesmondo, Senior Associate Justice Marvic Leonen. When we signed the framework agreement on Bangsamoro, we are up to 3 o'clock in the morning. He was directly engaging the President, then the late President Aquino, and I was directly engaging the Chairman of the MLF, Chairman Alhaj Murad Ibrahim. And I have to confess, of all the many agreements that I signed, it was only the framework agreement on Bangsamoro that my tears fall. That's how emotional I was. Not in the sense that I am not reasonable, but I feel the importance. I feel the emotional impact of that agreement. Of course, the Chief Minister of the BARM, Chief Minister Ahud Balaw Ibrahim, my lawyer in the Senate, Honorable Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., he used to be my lawyer in the Senate when the Mama Sapuna incident was under investigation. Honorable Antonio Lagdameo Jr., Special Assistant to the President, the new UPAPRO Secretary, Isidro Porissima, members of Congress who are with us this morning, pardon me if I cannot name all of you. I have 2 names. Honorable Congressman Ropos Rodriguez is my friend, and he remembered 3 times I asked a favor during the deliberation of the BOL in Congress. And thank you, sir, for acceding to our request. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, especially His Excellency Ambassador Miguel Oray, other important guests and members of the media, if they are around today. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I have a prepared presentation, but I think I will deliver my assigned tasks in a more casual way. I have in my notes before I discuss the updates of the GRP or GPHMIL peace process, allow me to provide a brief background of that engagement. Immediately after the signing of the GRP MNL final agreement in 1996, there was initial contacts between the government, then under the late President Fidel Ramos with the MILF, and this culminated in the signing of the agreement on the generalization of hostilities on July 18, 1997 at Cagayan de Oro City. Then exploratory talks followed, and we only have one agenda, and that is how to solve the Bangsamoro problem. That is how to solve the Bangsamoro problem. So what is this Bangsamoro problem? What is this Bangsamoro problem? We need to understand that. This is the only agenda of the GPH-MILF peace talks since 1997, up to the signing of the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro on March 27, 2014. The Bangsamoro problem is made up of three important issues or elements. We have the historical injustices committed against the Moro people. What is this historical injustices committed against the Moro people? It's about the annexation of Mindanao Insulu into the government of the Republic of the Philippines without the plebiscitary consent of the Moro people. When the Spaniards left Mindanao in 1898, Mindanao Insulu was still a foreign territory. Much of the areas in Mindanao Insulu were under the control of the Moro people. So without plebiscitary consent, we were sold to the Americans by the Spaniards without owning us, because we were never being conquered by the Spain. For more than 300 years, we fought the Spaniards, and we were not fully conquered, although Spain has managed to occupy some areas in Cotabato, in Sulu, in Lanao, etc., etc. So that's the first element of Bangsamoro problem, the historical injustices, which has been repeatedly stated by the late President Noynoy Aquino and emphasized more by President Rodrigo Rua Duterte. The second aspect of Bangsamoro problem is the legitimate grievances of our people against the American government in Mindanao and against the Commonwealth government, and even during the Republic period. I can cite you one very legitimate grievance of our people. For instance, in passing the laws, there has been so many laws passed by the legislative body of this country. One such law is that on land laws, a people or a person coming from Luzon and Visayas can own 24 hectares of land in Mindanao, whereas a Moro, an indigenous person, can only own 10 hectares. So this is one of our legitimate grievances. Thirdly, if we sum up all of those things, we are essentially talking about right to self-determination. And right to self-determination, as known by everyone, is the collective right of people to freely determine their political status and to pursue their social economic development. So right to self-determination, borrowing the words of the late Salamat Hashim, it can be a meaningful autonomy or it can be independence. Initially, both the MNLF and the MILF had independence as their position. But in the course of negotiation, with the help and proddings of both local and international friends of the peace process, then we mellowed down to autonomy. We were practical and we know the situation on the ground. So, with that agenda of the GPH-MILF, then for 17 long years, hard, protracted, harsh negotiation. From 1997 up to 2014, that's the only agenda, I repeat, that we discuss. It lasted for 17 years, 6 presidents, from President Ramos to Estrada to Aquino, from Ramos to Aquino to Estrada, and then Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Duterte, and now President Bongbong Marcos. And there are 15 government negotiators versus 4 negotiators from the MILF. The first was Ghazali Jafar, the late Ghazali Jafar, then the late Ali Abdul Jismin Bantas, and then the third is our current Chief Minister Al-Haj Murad Ibrahim. I am the last. I am the longest serving negotiator of the MILF from 2003 up to today. And 3 all-out wars, 2000, 2003, and 2008. Okay, so let's proceed to the proper update. There are 3 tracks of implementations, at least on the side of the MILF. The first is the political track. The first is the political track, and this is essentially the implementation of the comprehensive agreement on Bangsamoro. In terms of elements, what are we going to implement under the political track? The ceasefire agreement, the war on kidnapping, the war on terrorism, and then the normalization process. So we have 8 elements or deliverables. Before I go to that, that's the political track. Then the other track is the legal track, and this is the implementation of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. And then the third track is the constitutional track. I will explain later each of these track. The ceasefire agreement has been holding very effectively, practically since 2017. There has been no engagement militarily between government and the MILF. There are isolated cases, but they are really isolated engagement between the 2 forces. We have the creation of transitional, can you show that? Transitional mechanism. We have the Joint Normalization Committee, we have the Joint Peace Security Committee, and the Joint Peace Security Team. It's functioning very, very well. And the cooperation, partnership between government and the MILF are very excellent. The second is the confidence building measures. And this is about amnesty and pardon. Amnesty is moving forward right now with the taking of the chairman and 2 members of the National Amnesty Commission, Artonio Lea Armamento, who is from Cotabato, Nasir Marhum Salik, I saw him this morning, and Jamar Kulayan, all from the farm. So, and then on the part of the MILF, we have submitted more than 700 names, initial names, to be processed by the National Amnesty Commission, and more names are forthcoming. The third one, on pardon, is about court process. There are members of the MILF who are behind bars, and both government and MILF are cooperating very much on how to proceed with this issue. And many were already freed from prison. And then the third one is the commissioning of MILF weapons and combatants. It's something very, very popular na issue. It's a very popular issue. Very recently, 4 governors signed a letter addressed to the President requesting the President to fast-track the decommissioning of MILF weapons and combatants. Let us remember that decommissioning is just one part of the 8 elements of normalization. And it is interlinked with the other elements. The Annex on Normalization says that the decommissioning of MILF weapons and combatants shall be parallel and commensurate to the implementation of all other agreements of the parties. Take note of the word all agreements of the parties. I think that's impossible to do. But for me personally, well, maybe we can qualify that substantial implementation of all agreements of the parties. So I repeat, the commissioning of MILF weapons and combatants shall be parallel and commensurate to the implementation of all agreements of the parties. Commensurate, they are interlinked. It is interlinked with the other deliverables. So you cannot just proceed with the commissioning without the other aspects moving also. Because that is the agreement, but that is what the agreement says. And so far, if you look at the numbers, the commissioning is far ahead of the other deliverables or elements. So far, we have already decommissioned 28,845 and 4,625 weapons. But the problem here, and I know that both the government and MILF are trying their level best to address this, is about the socio-economic package to be given to each combatant. This has to be settled. We cannot leave it that way. We need to settle that. Once and for all, we need to settle that. Otherwise, when time comes for assessment of how far the obligations of the two parties or each party comes into place, then we don't have the benchmark. So how can we assess without a benchmark? So we need really to settle the issue of how much the socio-economic package for each decommissioned combatants of the MILF. Otherwise, if we leave them to the tyranny and to the tyranny of circumstances, we'll have a problem later on. So this has to be settled. Number 4, policing in the Bangsamoro. The FAB says that policing in the Bangsamoro shall be professional, civilian in character, free from partisan political control, responsible both to the GPS and the Bangsamoro government. So what is being implemented right now is what the Bangsamoro Organic Law provides. It's not what was drafted by the Bangsamoro Transition Commission 1 and 2. Because when the Bangsamoro Basic Law was introduced to Congress, then Congress, of course, passed that Bangsamoro Organic Law, and the policing, as indicated in the proposal from the Bangsamoro Transition Commission number 2, was not fully captured in the Bangsamoro Organic Law. So far, polishing in the Bangsamoro Organic Law has already been started. We have a qualifying examination and more than 7,000 passed, but we still have to provide more and more requirements. And what happened was that last year, there was a special fund for it, but we are not able really to move forward and start the process of the entry of MILF and MNLF into the Philippine National Police because of shortness of time. Actually, our engagement with the government is not about blaming, it's about problem solving. We are already partners, so whatever problems that we encounter along the way, we see to it that we look at the problem and then try to address that as partners. So the third one is transitional justice and reconciliation. So what's transitional justice and reconciliation? It's about dealing with the past. What happened before? Can we just let it on the basis of forgive and forget? Maybe I can forgive. But the rest of our people who suffered so much in the past, for instance, the massive land grabbing in Mindanao, the massive violations of human rights, massacres, etc., etc. I think there has to be some ways really to address that, and that is what transitional justice and reconciliation is all about. We have to address what happened in the past. On the basis of the recommendation of the independent, on the basis of the recommendation of Transitional and Reconciliation Commission, which was created by government and MILF, headed by the former Swiss Ambassador Mo Blicker, the most important recommendation was the creation of a National Transitional Justice and Reconciliation Commission for the Bangsamoro. This will be done through legislation. And I understand that there are 3 bills filed in the lower, I will not use the word lower house, in Congress. But it's not moving very fast. And the last bill introduced in the House of Representatives was authored by Congressman Jia Adyong. I think he's here right now. For the MILF, it's very important to have one dedicated agency that would handle the issues of transitional justice and reconciliation. Because if we just load that into the various agencies of government, I think in the implementation, it will be lost along the way. So to us, this is the most important way forward for transitional justice, addressing transitional justice and reconciliation by passing a law, creating, as recommended by that Transitional Justice and Reconciliation Commission, the creation or the passing of a law creating the National Transitional Justice and Reconciliation Commission for the Bangsamoro. So that is transitional justice and reconciliation. The 6th one is about disbandment of private armed groups. Private armed groups. There are groups that are fully armed in Mindanao, aside from the MILF and from the MNLF. No doubt, we assure everybody that the MILF will undergo the commissioning of its weapons and combatants. But what happens if the MILF has no weapons, and yet there are many armed groups in Mindanao, and probably including some politicians who are armed to the teeth. So it's very important that while we undergo the commissioning, same efforts, of course I know that the government has been exerting so much support, but much efforts have to be done because it's very clear that on the ground there are so many weapons owned by, not just by the Abu Sayyaf, by the BIFF, the so-called Jamaah Islamiyah, etc., but even by politicians. I will not name names because it's unfair, but it's common knowledge that they also own weapons. And number 7, redeployment of AFP troops. Well, there has been redeployment of government troops, but what is stipulated here is that there are areas that are already very peaceful, and then it's not the function of soldiers to maintain peace and order. It's the function of the police. So when a certain area is already peaceful, then our view is that the soldiers will redeploy to other areas and let the police do the peace and order. Okay. So a socioeconomic component. This is very important. Very important. I repeat, I hope that the two parties, the government and MLF, would be able really to settle how much is the socioeconomic package for its decommissioned combatants of the MLF. Okay, the legal track, because I've been warned already. Legal track is about the implementation of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. So how do we implement that? One way is really through the Intergovernmental Relations Body, and it is functioning very well. But there are challenges. Policing in the Bangsamoro Organic Law, conduct of by BARM, nationally funded projects and programs, and then BARM properties outside of the BARM area, especially Kabatangan Complex, and then other IGR bodies are not yet fully functioning. So these are the challenges. On the part of the BARM, the 6 codes, 3 already passed. Administrative Code, Civil Service Code, Education Code, already passed. Then there are 3 remaining codes. We have the Electoral Code, we have the Local Government Code, and then the Revenue Code. Inshallah, Electoral Code and Bangsamoro Local Government Code will pass this month, especially the Electoral Code. Then we have the institution building. We need to have institution building in preparation for the legal government in 2025 after the election. And then the other challenge to this is that the Chief Minister, me, and the rest of the members of the MILF are revolutionaries. For almost 50 years, we have been fighting government. We are not used to be government managers. So this is another challenge for us, especially me. Okay? So this is about the legal track. The last track is the constitutional track. I think I'll read the portion of my prepared presentation. We have the constitutional track. Perhaps most people are unfamiliar with this track compared to the other two. This track refers to those portions of the agreement that cannot be implemented under the present Constitution and which therefore requires constitutional amendments. Most importantly, this track guarantees that the agreements attains constitutional status and therefore cannot be taken away by mere legislation. Constitutional entrenchment of the agreement is a major guarantee, a confidence builder until the necessary. The FAB Annex on Transitional Arrangement and Modalities highlights the creation of the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, which was responsible for drafting the then Bangsamoro Basic Law. One of the critical functions of the BTC is introducing amendments to the Philippine Constitution. Section 1, letter D states, the Bangsamoro Transition Commission shall work on the proposal to amend the Philippine Constitution for the purpose of accommodating and entrenching in the Constitution the parties' agreement whenever necessary without derogating from any prior peace agreement. This function was also included in 2 government directives of the BTC, Executive Order Number 120 signed by the late President Benigno S. Aquino III on December 17, 2012, and Executive Order Number 8, signed on November 7, 2016, by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Section 3, letter B of both EOs states that the BTC shall recommend proposed amendments to the 1987 Philippine Constitution when necessary to Congress or the people. Before the second Bangsamoro Transition Commission exited, the body submitted its proposed amendments to the Constitution on the Shari'ah Court, and this is very timely because we have a summit conference on Shari'ah, on national economy and patrimony, new article on regional autonomy and general provisions on the Bangsamoro Police. So, my time is up. So finally, I would like to express my thanks and gratitude for giving me the chance to provide you an update on the peace process. I hope that as far as I know, my presentation is quite objective. Maraming salamat po. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Minister Iqbal. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes part 1 of our summit for today, which is titled Looking Back. And aptly, we've been given a crash course, historical context, and at the same time, a background on the peace process, which are two essential groundings for all of us as we forge along in our summit, talking about the national Sharia legal strategy, for this summit.
Okay, so we would like to remind our Muslim brothers and sisters that we have a prayer area here on our left side. This is the area designated for our Salah, congregational prayer for the Duhur. And then for the ladies, we have amethyst room for our prayer. And we would like to remind everyone, all Muslim brothers and sisters, to do their ablution in their respective rooms, since we do not have a common ablution area. And then we advise you to go back around after 10 minutes immediately so that we can have our congregational Duhur prayer. And for our guests, the lunch will be served. We can start having our lunch now while waiting for the congregational prayer. You have something?
Yeah. So the call to prayer will be at 11:53. In the meantime, for 11:54. In the meantime, for those who are intending to join the congregational prayer, please do your wudu, your ablution in your rooms, and just return to join the congregational prayer. So ladies and gentlemen, at this point we are at our lunch and prayer break. So lunch will be served as well for those who will be eating their lunch. It will be a buffet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Have a good lunch. We'd also like to remind everyone to bring your sajada here, respective sajada. And we'd like to thank the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos for providing us our sajada for our prayer.
We will resume at 1 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Experience a faster and more convenient way of paying court fees using the Judiciary Electronic Payment Solution, or JEPS. In partnership with Union Bank, the Supreme Court of the Philippines has developed the Judiciary Electronic Payment Solution, which serves as an online assessment and payment facility to make judicial services closer to you. Court fees may now be assessed and paid online using their devices anytime, anywhere, at their convenience. JEPS is one of the many initiatives of the Supreme Court under the Strategic Plan for Judicial Innovations 2022 to 2027, which aims to utilize technology to augment and enhance court processes, bolster efficiency, improve access to justice, promote transparency, and increase accountability. To use JEPS, simply go to epayment.judiciary.gov.ph. You will immediately see the assessment calculator that will allow you to input the necessary information. JEPS will automatically assess the court fees and will offer you several online payment channels for you to choose from. You can also track the status of payments made by clicking the Track Case or Request button and inputting your assessment number. Through the Judiciary Electronic Payment Solution, the Supreme Court and all the over 2,000 courts in the country shall now have the option to receive fees and payments digitally in a safe, secure, and real-time manner through a platform that is available 24/7.
Leadership should be able to provide direction. Leadership should be able to provide political will. A Chief Justice as a leader should be able to show that one, he is participative, at the same time consultative. That's the essence of a leader in judiciary.
The Strategic Plan for Judicial Innovations of the Supreme Court of the Philippines for 2022 to 2027.
Justice is the cornerstone of the rule of law in our democracy. The delivery of justice, in turn, is the mandate entrusted to the courts under the Philippine Constitution.
Ano ang strategic plan at para saan ito?
We drafted the Strategic Plan for Judicial Innovations, or SPJI, for 2022 to 2027 to serve as the Supreme Court's work plan for judicial reform in the next 5 years. Here we have laid down the framework for upgrading and streamlining judicial services, both adjudicative and administrative, to make court systems and processes more efficient and effective, pursuant to the four guiding principles. First, by being timely and fair. Second, by being transparent and accountable. Third, by being equal and inclusive. And fourth, through technology adaptive management. Justice delayed is justice denied has become a resounding criticism of the quality of judicial service rendered by our courts. Although the great majority of our judges diligently attend to their duties, there are inherent weaknesses in our systems and procedures that have become roadblocks to the effective delivery of justice to the public.
Bakit nga ba mabagal ang usad ng mga kaso sa hukuman?
Bakit nga ba napakamahal ng gastusin para maghain ng kaso?
Kanino at saan pwedeng humingi ng tulong tungkol sa usaping legal?
Ilan lamang ito sa mga katanungan tungkol sa proseso sa mga hukuman. Sa mga nagdaang taon, iba't ibang solusyon na ang ipinatupad upang mabigyang lunas ang suliranin ng clogged dockets at delay sa pag-usad ng mga kaso. Ngunit, hindi pa rin sapat ang mga naunang interim or stopgap measures. Ito ang dahilan kung kaya't minabuti ng Supreme Court na gumawa ng mas matibay na plano bilang lunas sa mga nabanggit na problema. Heeding this call, I, together with the Justices of the Supreme Court, have authored the SPJI. The SPJI covers programs and activities to be implemented across a 5-year period, targeted to achieve 3 outcomes: efficiency, innovation, and access.
How do you plan to address delay and congestion in the courts brought by inefficient adjudicative and administrative processes?
Under the outcome of efficiency, the entire judiciary will undergo an organizational review with a goal of streamlining both its adjudicative and administrative systems and processes. The constitutional qualities of competence, integrity, probity, and independence shall be emphasized and operationalized through quality performance standards, monitoring and assessment, and by fostering a culture and environment of ethical behavior and well-being in the workplace.
How do you intend to overcome the lingering public perception of inefficiency and even corruption in the judiciary and ultimately improve overall court operations?
Under the outcome of innovation, the Supreme Court will finally transition to automated and paperless courts and offices. There is no greater guarantee of efficiency, transparency, and accountability than running our court system electronically. The development of an information technology framework is a priority. The Supreme Court aims to advance ways of work by modernizing court processes and operations. We shall capitalize artificial intelligence for legal research and other court operations to improve processes in the judiciary. 2 AI applications already being used in other countries could clearly benefit the Philippine judiciary. AI-enabled legal research tools and AI-enabled voice-to-text transcription application to support the work of court stenographers. We have already started the deployment of the Philippine Judiciary Online Learning Platform in order to fully accommodate and optimize distance learning, which has proven to be effective and accessible alternative to conducting in-person classes. This platform shall provide users interactive online services, including information tools, videos, and other resource materials. Currently, the e-court system version 2.0 is being developed, which we also plan to deploy at the soonest possible time. We envision this platform to be a unified, comprehensive, and intelligent case management system for the entire judiciary. A component of the e-court system is the Judiciary e-payment solution, which has already been deployed to 20 pilot courts all over the Philippines. The e-payment solution allows litigants to pay court fees online in a secure, real-time, 24/7 basis from any location. We shall also utilize data for court management purposes through data analytics and evidence-based research in order to
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمد رسول الله. أشهد أن محمد رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
The prayer will begin at 12:15 p.m. May we request everyone to bring their prayer mats and proceed to the proper prayer area. For the male, the prayer area will be in front of the stage, while for the females, the prayer area will be in the amethyst function room. Thank you. Again, the prayer will begin at 12:15 p.m. Please bring your prayer mats and proceed to the proper prayer area. For the male, the prayer area will be in front of the stage, while for the females, the prayer area will be in the amethyst function room. Thank you. announcement. The prayer time will be adjusted to 12:25 p.m. Again, the prayer time will be adjusted to 12:25 p.m. Please bring your prayer mats and proceed to the proper prayer area. For the male, the proper area will be in front of the stage, and for the female, the prayer area will be in the Amethyst Function Hall. Thank you.
الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
So, we will pray combined and shortened for those who are travelers, and for those who are staying here in Cagayan de Oro, shall continue with the 4 rakat. استو استقيموا سووا صفوفكم فإن تسوية الصف من تمام الصلاة. الله أكبر.
This.
Allah. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده.
نسمات هواك لها رجع تحيا وتعيش بها الموج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج نسمات هواك لها رجع تحيا وتعيش بها الموج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا وعلى درج العليا درجوا نسمات هواك لها رجع تحيا وتعيش بها الموج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج نسمات هواك لها رج تحيا وتعيش بها الموج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا قوم فعلوا سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج نسمات هواك لها رج تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج دخلوا فوق نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا قوم فعلوا نسمات هواك لها عرج تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج نسمات هواك لها عرج تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا وعلى درج العليا درجوا نسمات هواك لها عرج تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج نسمات هواك لها عرج تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج يا بدر بذل لن نبرح عن باب الحب فهل نلجوا يا بدر بذل لن نبرح عن باب الحب فهل نلجوا فمتى بوصالك يا أملي فمتى بوصالك يا أملي ألحان الحب لها هزج نسمات هواك لها عرج تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج نسمات هواك لها عرج تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج همج مولانا مولانا يا مولانا يا مجيب دعانا يا مولانا 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 يا مولانا يا مجيب دعانا يا مولانا اغفر خطايانا نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا وعلى درج العليا درجوا نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج يا بدر بذل لن نبرح عن باب الحب فهل نلجو يا بدر بذل لن نبرح عن باب الحب فهل نلجو فمتى بوصال نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا وعلى درج العليا درجوا نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج يا بدر بذل لن نبرح عن باب الحب فهل نلج يا بدر بذل لن نبرح عن باب الحب فهل نلج فمتى بوصالك يا أملي فمتى بوصالك يا أملي ألحان الحب لها هزج نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج مولانا مولانا يا مولانا يا مجيب دعانا يا مولانا مولانا نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا دخلوا فقراء إلى الدنيا وكما دخلوا منها خرجوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا قوم فعلوا خيرا فعلوا وعلى درج العليا درجوا نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج نسمات هواك لها رجو تحيا وتعيش بها المهج ما الناس سوى قوم عرفوك وغيرهم همج سوى قوم
Assalamualaikum, magandang hapon po. This is just to inform everyone that we will start at 1:30. We'll just wait for the arrival of some of our guests. We will resume the program at 1:30. In the meantime, I'd like to invite everyone and to give information about the trade fair that we have right outside. Sa foot po ng spiral staircase, there are some textile and products that are being displayed and and sold. So you can look around at the trade fair in the meantime as well. Nandito lang siya. It's right at this floor, on the second floor, near the foot of the spiral staircase. I think when you exit the hall, it's to your right. So once again, you can check out our trade fair outside of this hall at the right side. In the meantime, please be advised, program once again will resume at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. We will be starting in 5 minutes. Please settle down.
Once more, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, kindly occupy your assigned seats now. Go back to your tables and seats. We will be starting with the program soon. Reminder lang to occupy your seats. Because for those outside, please come in. Remind mo na ulit.
Teka, sandali eh.
Hindi, reminder lang na mag-upo. Ha?
Ikaw yung nandito.
Kaya nga. So, yan na yun. After ko, basta... One more time, for those still outside or those still standing, please go back and occupy your seats and your tables. We will be resuming with our program momentarily. So, ito na. Energize. So, ikaw na ba to or gusto mo bang basahin ko lang ito? Ikaw yung sa last without further ado. Basahin ko lang yun.
Tapos ito yung sa...
So, ito muna, sundan lang natin to. Welcome back.
So, okay na yun. So,
Take ko lang yung cue niya. So, yun lang. Okay, nasabihan na si Justin. Alert niya lang kami kung game na. Or game time. Si Justin. Kung may iba pa. So, basta pumasok na si Justin Matao. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Magandang hapon, good afternoon, everyone. May we ask everyone to please settle down now and return to your seats. Once again, good afternoon to everyone. We are now resuming with our summit on forging the role of Sharia in the national legal framework. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, we will now proceed to part 2 in our program entitled Special Topics and Emerging Issues. But before that, I wish everyone had a filling lunch and now refreshed, all energized, as we dive into these various and very interesting topics surrounding Sharia. For this afternoon, we consider these special topics and emerging issues, especially in the context of the infancy or the relative underdevelopment of Sharia, especially within the Philippine legal system. And as such, we deemed it necessary that we allot this afternoon session to talk about these particular topics as part of part 2 of our summit. At this point, let me now introduce to you our first lecturer or discussant, Justice Anisa Amanuddin Umpa of the Court of Appeals. Justice Anisa Amanuddin Umpa is a Filipino judge who is currently serving as Associate Justice of the Court of Appeals of the Philippines. She succeeded Justice Henry John Paul Inting, who was promoted to the Supreme Court on May 27, 2019. Justice Amanuddin Umpa, who hails from Balindong, Lanao del Sur, was appointed to the Court of Appeals on April 13, 2020, but took the oath as an Associate Justice on December 22. She became the first Moro woman appointed as Associate Justice in the court. She earned her degrees in Accountancy and Law at the Mindanao State University in Marawi.
Without further ado, let us all welcome Court of Appeals Justice Anisa Amanuddin Umpa.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين أما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. We praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and send blessings and salutations upon Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his household, his companions. May Allah bless them and may Allah bless every one of us. Your honors and other distinguished guests, please allow me to do away with the acknowledgements and salutations for lack of material time. I am tasked to discuss with you today the topic Sharia in the Philippine legal framework. Before anything else, let me ask you, what is Sharia? How do we understand Sharia? Sharia is an Arabic term which literally means the road to a watering place or a clear path to be followed. Commonly used to refer to Muslim law in general, it is the totality of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's divine revelations relating to the activities of man. Defined as that which could not be known had there not been divine revelations, Sharia refers to the divine commandments as revealed in the Holy Quran and based on the Sunnah or the tradition of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and embodies all aspects of Islam, including Islamic beliefs, practices, rules, and principles. The term Shari'ah, in its most comprehensive and broader meaning, covers not only the law relating to worship or religious practices, but to Muslims, it is also the law that regulates the relations of men among themselves. It is comprehensive in such a way that it covers technically all aspects of a Muslim's life, such as personal behaviors, morals, family relationship, religious rituals, social and economic affairs, administration and governance, the rights and duties of citizens, judicial system, the law of war and peace, international relations, among others. Now, there are two primary sources of Sharia, and these are the Quran and the Hadith. The Quran, which is the holy book of the Muslims, contains the infallible words of God, Allah the Almighty. Quran is the manuscript of the divine revelations. It deals with faith as well as general ethical prescriptions. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Suratul Ma'idah, chapter 5, verse 3 said, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Al-yawma akmaltu lakum dinakum wa atmamtu alaykum ni'mati wa raditu lakumul Islam dinan. Meaning, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, I have completed your religion for you, perfected my blessings upon you, and I'm pleased with Islam as your religion. This Quranic verse is a testimony from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that the religion of Islam is complete, that it covers everything of benefit to men, and that it contains a solution of all the issues and problems in this world until the establishment of the hour. The secondary source of Sharia is the Hadith, or sayings, and Sunnah, or traditions of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the last messenger of Allah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in Surah An-Nisa, chapter 4, verse 59, فَإِن تَنَزَّعْتُمْ فِي شَيْءٍ فَرُدُّهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ, which means, if you disagree about anything, refer back to Allah and the Messenger. Referring back to Allah means to refer to His words in the Holy Quran, while referring back to the Messenger means to refer to the Hadith or the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. There are also secondary sources of Sharia, which are Ijma and Qiyas. Ijma, or the consensus among Muslim jurists on a particular legal issue, It represents the unanimous agreement of Muslim jurists on a certain point of law or regulation at any given time. Qiyas, or analogy, is the process of analogical deduction in which a Muslim jurist, when confronted with an unprecedented case, hinges his ruling on the logic used or found in the Quran and Hadith. A legally sound analogy must not be based on an arbitrary judgment, but rather on the primary sources of Sharia. The general principle behind this is the understanding that every legal injunction in the Quran and Hadith guarantees a beneficial objective. Thus, if the cause of an injunction can be deduced from the primary sources of Sharia, then analogical deduction can be applied to cases with similar causes. For example, alcoholic drinks are prohibited in the Quran because of their intoxicating property. Now, using qiyas, this leads to the conclusion that all intoxicants, including narcotics and illegal drugs, are forbidden. As mentioned earlier, Sharia encompasses not only the law regulating the religion of Islam in relation to worship, but also the law regulating the relations of men. These laws are very intertwined in such a manner that it is hard to separate one from the other. The primary sources of Sharia being no less than the Quran itself and the Hadith, or sayings of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The relation between Islam and Sharia is so interwoven that it is not possible to distinguish one from the other. And just like other Muslim nations in Southeast Asia, the national identity of Filipino Muslims, also politically referred to as the Bangsamoro people, is shaped by Islam. Islam, as the basis for Islamic law or Sharia, is not only a religion to Muslims, but a way of life. The Holy Quran, being the Word of God, although it is essentially a code of religion, is the source of law for Muslims in every aspect of their lives. Thus, it is in this context that Sharia is important to all Muslim Filipinos or the Bangsamoro people. The term Muslim refers to a universal religious identity, while the term Moro or Bangsamoro denotes a political identity distinct to Filipino Muslims. The Bangsamoro people comprise at least 13 ethno-linguistic groups in Mindanao. The three largest Muslim groups are the Magindanaon, or the people of the flooded plains of the Cotabato provinces, the Maranao, or people of the lake of the Lanao provinces, and the Tausug, or people of the current of the Sulu archipelago. There are also other Muslim tribes such as the Yakan, Samal, Badjao, Cagayan, and other Muslim tribes. According to the latest population census conducted by the Philippine Statistics Authority as of May 1, 2020, Islam is the second largest religion in the Philippines, with the Muslim population comprising 6.4% of the total population. It also found that the fastest growing region in the Philippines is the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or the BARM, with an annual population growth rate of 3.26% from 2015 to 2020. In an attempt to process the integration of the Muslims in Mindanao, then President Ferdinand Marcos initiated the codification of Muslim personal laws in August 1973. He created a research staff to draft the proposed Code of Philippine Muslim Laws and a presidential commission to review the draft of the research staff. On August 29, 1975, the Presidential Commission submitted the final version of the proposed code to then President Marcos, who on February 4, 1977, promulgated it as Presidential Decree number 1083, or otherwise known as the Code of Muslim Personal Laws. The Muslim Code contains 5 books and 6 legal areas as follows. Number 1, marriage, divorce, and parental authority. Number 2, wills and estate. Number 3, transfer of real and personal property. Number 4, establishment and structure of Sharia courts. Number 5, conversion to Islam. And number 6, Muslim holidays. As stated in Article 2 of the Muslim Code, it aims to recognize the legal system of the Muslims in the Philippines as part of the law of the land, make Islamic institutions more effective, codify Muslim personal laws, and provide for an effective administration and enforcement of Muslim personal laws among Muslim Filipinos. The Muslim Code also stipulated the institutionalization of a Sharia court system and an office of jurisconsult in Islamic law. It created Sharia district courts and Sharia circuit courts, which are courts of limited jurisdiction. They are exercise powers and functions in accordance with the Muslim Code and are subject to the administrative supervision of the Supreme Court. 51 Sharia circuit courts are created and distributed as follows. 6 such courts in the province of Sulu, 8 in the province of Tawi-Tawi, 10 in and for the provinces of Basilan, Zamboanga del Norte, and Zamboanga del Sur, and the cities of Dipolog, Pagadian, and Zamboanga, 12 in and for the provinces of Lanao del Norte and Lanao del Sur, and the cities of Iligan and Marawi, and 15 in and for the province of Maguindanao, North Cotabato, and Sultan Kudarat, and the city of Cotabato. At present, out of 51 Sharia circuit courts created by the Muslim Code, only 36 Sharia circuit courts are organized. 15 courts remain unorganized. As of 2019, only 26 Sharia circuit courts have presiding judges, while 10 courts remain vacant. As regards Sharia district courts, The Muslim Code constituted 5 Sharia judicial districts, each with one Sharia district court in the province of Sulu, with permanent station in Hulo, Sulu, province of Tawi-Tawi with permanent station in Bungao, Tawi-Tawi, provinces of Basilan, Zamboanga del Norte, and Zamboanga del Sur, and cities of Dipolog, Pagadian, and Zamboanga with permanent station in Zamboanga City, provinces of Lanao del Norte and Lanao del Sur, and cities of Iligan and Marawi with permanent station in Marawi City, and provinces of Maguindanao, North Cotabato, and Sultan Kudarat, and city of Cotabato with permanent station in Cotabato City. At present, all 5 Sharia district courts created by the Muslim Code are organized, but as of 2019, only one court, the Sharia District Court, 4th Judicial District of Marawi City, has a presiding judge in the person of Judge Rasad Lagindab. The remaining 4 are still vacant. And the Sharia district courts now have the same prerogatives, benefits, and privileges as judges of the regional trial courts. In order to effectively implement the Muslim Code, the Commission on Muslim Filipinos, in coordination with the Supreme Court of the Philippines, conducts Sharia trainings for qualified Muslims, and the Supreme Court administers the special Sharia bar examinations for admission of applicants to the Philippine bar as special members thereof to practice law in Sharia courts. Upon the advent of the 1987 Constitution, it mandated the enactment of an organic act for the creation of an autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, which shall provide for special courts with personal, family, and property law jurisdiction consistent with the provisions of the Constitution and national laws. Pursuant thereto, Republic Act Number 6734, or otherwise known as the Organic Act for the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or ARMM, was enacted into law. And under this Organic Act, the Sharia District Courts and Sharia Circuit Courts created under the Muslim Code are mandated to continue to function as provided therein. The Organic Act also created a Sharia Appellate Court with limited jurisdiction. On February 7, 2001, the Congress of the Philippines passed Republic Act Number 9054, which expanded the Organic Act of the ARMM and increased the jurisdiction of Sharia courts. On July 27, 2018, the Congress of the Philippines passed Republic Act Number 11054, providing for the organic law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or BARM, which replaces ARMM, repealing for the purpose the Organic Act of the ARMM. Under the Bangsamoro Organic Law, the Bangsamoro justice system shall be administered in accordance with the unique cultural and historical heritage of the Bangsamoro. It further dictates that the dispensation of justice in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region shall be in consonance with the Constitution, the Sharia traditional or tribal laws, and other relevant laws. Pursuant thereto, the organic law created, among others, a Shari'ah High Court, which replaces the Shari'ah Appellate Court. It further increased the jurisdiction of Shari'ah courts, authorized the Supreme Court to adopt rules for the integration of the Shari'ah bar and promulgate a new Shari'ah rules of court. It authorized the Congress of the Philippines to create additional Shari'ah courts. And thank you to Senate President Miguel Zubiri for his commitment to file the bill tomorrow, right? Under Republic Act number 11054, the Shari'ah High Court shall exercise exclusive original jurisdiction over all petitions for mandamus, prohibition, injunction, certiorari, habeas corpus, and all other auxiliary writs and processes in aid of its appellate jurisdiction, and all actions for annulment of judgments of Sharia district courts within and outside the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. The decisions of the Sharia High Court shall be final and executory except on questions of law which may be raised before the Supreme Court following the procedure for appeals from the Court of Appeals to the Supreme Court, and without prejudice to the original and appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court as provided in the Constitution. The law further states that pending the complete organization of the Sharia High Court, the decisions of the Sharia district courts shall be appealable to the Court of Appeals. At this point, let me emphasize one important change made by Republic Act number 11054. Under RA 11054, Sharia law may apply to a non-Muslim, and Sharia courts now have jurisdiction over cases where either or both parties are Muslims, provided that non-Muslim party voluntarily submits to the jurisdiction of the Sharia court. No similar provision is found in the Muslim Code. RA 11 number 054 also acknowledges the existence of a tri-court system in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region consisting of the existing regular courts, the Sharia courts, and the traditional or tribal courts, also referred to in the organic law as the traditional justice system. The organic law further mandates that the Bangsamoro government shall adopt the principles of conciliation and mediation in settling disputes, with the Parliament enacting the necessary legislation to institute the mechanism for alternative dispute resolution, and the Sharia courts and traditional or tribal tribunals may utilize this mode of settlement and resolution of cases. The organic law further empowered the Bangsamoro government to accredit halal certifying bodies in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and promote awareness through the development and implementation of a halal campaign program. Finally, the organic law also authorizes the Bangsamoro government, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, the Department of Finance, and the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos to jointly promote the development of an Islamic banking and finance system to include, among others, the establishment of a Sharia Supervisory Board. Thank you and wassalam.
Thank you very much, Justice Aminuddin Umpa.
And now let's get deeper into understanding Islam and Sharia by listening to our lecture on Shia, Sunni, and the four Sunni madhab, or the schools of thought, from our esteemed lecturer, none other than Honorable Dr. Hamid Aminuddin Bara. Let's all welcome back Dr. Bara. Sir, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الذي بنعمته تتم الصالحات والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. If the lecture of Justice Anissa is long, this is longer because it contains two important subjects. Shia Sunni differences and the four madahib. So I'll try to make fast my presentation. I have 40 slides. I don't know how it can fit the time. I hope I'll be giving part of the time for health and Asr prayer because anyway, most of those participants prayed their Dhuhr and Asr combined. Let us look at the differences between the Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, which is simply called as Sunni, and the Shia. First, we have to look at the limitation of the presentation, because our presentation will only be limited to the Shia group known as Ithna Shari'ah. There are different types of Shia, but the most prominent among them is the Ithna Shari'ah. This is the Shia that believes in 12 impeccable imams. There are also the Seveners, there are the Alawiyats, there are many, the Zaydis, the Obadis, there are many, but let us focus on the Ithna Shari'ah, the prominent Shia group in Iran. The presentation will only deal with the differences of the Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah and the Shia on the Shia 12ers, because it is the group that has a well-developed jurisprudence. The Ithna Shari'ah, this group of Shia, has a well-developed system of fiqh. The sect ordains belief in the 12 impeccable imams or infallible imams who succeeded the Holy Prophet ﷺ one after the other, beginning with Ali ibn Abi Talib, the cousin and son-in-law of the Prophet, and ending with the 12th Imam, Muhammad Mahdi al-Muntazar, the awaited Imam. Al-Muntazar means the awaited Imam, who is on occultation. He is in hiding. These are the names of the 12 Imams. Father to son, Ali ibn Abi Talib, then his two sons, Hassan and then Hussein, then the son of Hussein, Ali Zain al-Abidin, the son of Ali Zain al-Abidin, Muhammad Bakr, Ja'far al-Sadiq, Musa al-Kazim, Ali al-Rida, Muhammad al-Taqi, Ali al-Hadi, Hassan al-Ashkari, and Muhammad Mahdi al-Muntadar, the awaited Imam, who is now on occultation according to Shia doctrines. The rift between the Sunni and the Shia was basically political in the beginning. It revolved on the question of succession after the death of the Holy Prophet. There was a group among the companions called Shia to Ali, the partisans of Ali, and that was the beginning. It was a political group. The difference evolved into theological and juristic controversy after the massacre of Hussein ibn Ali, the son of Ali, the second son Hussein, and his family in Karbala on the 10th of Muharram, 41 AH or 661. If you want to know the details, possibly you can approach me later. I can give you the details of the story about the differences between the two and how Hassan admitted the rule of Muawiyah and how he asked Muawiyah that after Muawiyah, it should be Hussein, his younger brother. But Muawiyah named his son Yazid to take the place. That's the beginning of the controversy. Ahlus Sunnah al-Jama'ah account on the question of succession is that the Holy Prophet died without leaving any explicit instruction on who was to succeed him. According to this view, the choice was left to the Ummah Islamiyah. The community will choose who will succeed the Prophet. But according to Shia account, they believe that Ali ibn Abi Talib was explicitly appointed by the Holy Prophet to succeed him. They are quoting a hadith called Gather Kum, where accordingly the Prophet appointed Ali. Now, the mode of succession in the Sunni doctrines or in the Sunni version is that after the Prophet, there was a nomination. Abu Bakr nominated Umar or Abu Ubaidah. But Umar said, no, this cannot be done. Before the Prophet died, he asked you to lead the prayers. So he told the community, can you be satisfied that we choose a leader who leads us into prayer after the Prophet, and he can also take the place of the Prophet to be our leader in the community. So that's how Abu Bakr was chosen. Everybody took their oath of allegiance to Abu Bakr, including Ali. Although the Shia would not agree to that, but Ali accepted the rule of Abu Bakr. Then before Abu Bakr died, after 2 years of rule, before he died, he named Umar to be his successor, and he was not related to Umar. So Umar became the caliph. When Umar became the caliph, he married the daughter of Ali. If Ali did not accept the rule of Umar, he should not have accepted Umar to be his son-in-law. Then after the death of Umar, he was killed, he was stabbed, and his wound was fatal. He selected 6 of the living companions known as Mubasharuna bil Jannah. The Prophet selected 10 of his companions as Mubasharuna bil Jannah, giving the good news of heaven. And there were 7 of them who were still alive. The 7 are Uthman ibn Affan, Ali ibn Abi Talib, Abdurrahman ibn Auf, Zubair ibn al-Awwam, Said ibn Abi Waqqas, Talha ibn Ubaidullah, and there's the last one, Zaid ibn Zaid, cousin of Umar. Umar did not include his cousin to be among the committee. Only the 6. Now, when the 6 met, the choice was a tag between Uthman and Ali. So one of them, the oldest of them, Abdurrahman ibn Auf, suggested that one of us will withdraw, but the one who will withdraw, he will be given the prerogative of choosing from among the 5 who will be the next caliph. So it was Abdurrahman who get out of the committee, but he was given the chance to choose. And in his talks with people, it centered on Uthman. Now, you have to take note that Uthman is a second cousin of the Prophet. Ali was his first cousin. Ali was married to the daughter of the Prophet, Fatima. But Uthman was married first to the daughter of the Prophet, Ruqayya. When Ruqayya died, he married again another daughter of the Prophet, Kulthum. So in the eyes of the Prophet, you can see that they are almost the same in the eyes. So Uthman was chosen. Uthman ruled for 12 years, and it was during these last 6 years of the rule of Uthman that the fitna came. And in this fitna, there were rioters who tried to kill Uthman during the last year of his rule, and they took over Medina. These people, known as the rioters, when they feel that the people are against them, they asked the companions to select from among themselves who will be the next caliph, and so they forced Ali to take over. That was how Ali became caliph. That's why installation of a revolutionary group is included as among the modes of succession according to the Sunni school. According to the Shia, Ali was explicitly appointed by the Holy Prophet. According to the Shia doctrine, the Nur an-Nubuwah, the divine light of prophethood, did not die with the Prophet, but was transferred to Ali, and from Ali, who was the first Imam, it was transferred to his descendants, one after the other. So, according to the Shia doctrine, Abu Bakr, who ruled from 632 to 634, 2 years, Omar, 14 years, Uthman, for 12 years, were usurpers in the same manner that the Umayyads, the dynasty that followed Ali, led by Muawiyah, and later the Abbasid, were illegitimate rulers. This is the view of the Shia. Now, the differences between the Shia and the Sunni, basically we limit on the sources of law. According to the Sunni sources of law, this was mentioned by Justice Ani, the glorious Quran, Sunnah, Ijma, and Qiyas. In the case of the Shia, they also say glorious Quran, the Sunnah of the Holy Prophet, and the infallible Imams. So it's not limited to the Sunnah of the Prophet, but also including the 12 Imams. Ijma, but not Ijma of the Mujtahidin of the Muslim Ummah, Ijma of the Shi'i jurists. And then fourth is not Qiyas, but Aql, or reason, or intelligence. Let us look at how they accept the sources of law. Regarding the Holy Quran, we all know that the Quran was, the first stage of compilation of the Quran was during the time of the Holy Prophet. He had scribes who write revelations of the Quran, and during the last 2 years of the life of the Prophet, every Ramadan, Jibril would review to him the Quran and would arrange the Quran according to the arrangement that we have now. And he has a set of scribes who write the Quran in different forms, in stones, in parchments. It was not one single book. And he died arranging the Quran according to this order, and many of his companions memorized the Quran by heart. Thereafter, during the time of Abu Bakr, in one battle fought by Abu Bakr against the Murtadin, those who rebelled against his rule because they would not pay the zakat, 70 who fought, 70 people who memorized the Quran were martyred in the battle. And so Omar suggested to Abu Bakr, we have to write a mushaf, a one copy of the Quran as the standard copy. And Abu Bakr was reluctant, but Omar convinced him, and a committee composed of the scribes of the Prophet, headed by Zayd ibn Thabit, worked on the compilation. They wrote one book. And this book was written during the 12th year after the Hijrah, that is 2 years after the death of the Prophet, and it is kept in the Darul Khilafah, meaning the office of the Khalifa. Now, during the time of Osman, when Umar died, Osman took over. During the time of Osman, the Islamic Empire was expanding. It reached many places, to Asia, to Europe, and other places. So, because of the different people adopting Islam, there was now becoming differences in the reading of the Quran. And so, the companions agreed that the Quran that was written during the time of Abu Bakr should be recopied in several copies so that it can be distributed to Islamic centers. And these same people who wrote the Quran during the time of Abu Bakr made copies. 7 copies were prepared. This is the Osmani version of the Quran, copied from that written during Abu Bakr's time and distributed to the different Muslim centers. One of them survived time. It was found in Tashkent in Uzbekistan, and it is now deposited in the Topkapi Palace in Turkey, in Istanbul. If you have a time visiting Istanbul, you can go to Topkapi Palace, you can see the original Quran. The Quran is the same copy of the Quran that we have now. The Quran that you have in your house is the same with that copy of the Quran in Topkapi Palace. While accepting the compilation of the glorious Quran during the time of Osman, the early Shi'i did not accept the text. They have some reservations on the text. Because to them, it is contended that part of the Quran expressing the succession of Ali to the leadership of the Ummah and his imamate has been intentionally omitted. This is the Shi'i assertion. In fact, they believe that there is a surah known as Surah Al-Wilayah, which is believed to be missing in the chapters of the Quran. Although later Shi'i did not agree with this view. They still accept the Quran as as it is. In fact, you have heard about Quranic contest held in Iran, and they're reading the same Quran as we have now. The glorious Quran has both outward and inward aspects. This is the Shi'i contentions. It has inner and outward meanings. And according to them, only the Shi'i Imams can understand the inner meaning of the Quran. We are only up to understanding the outward aspect of the Quran, the inner aspect that is limited to the Imams. The glorious Quran contains only general principles. To understand them, reference must be made on the traditions of the Holy Prophet and infallible Imams. They are the only ones who understand the Quran according to Shi'i doctrines. To the Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, the Sunnah, let's go to the Sunnah as the source of law. The Sunnah is defined as the utterances of the Holy Prophet, other than the glorious Quran. They are known as ahadith, and utterances, personal acts, or deeds of the Prophet, and the sayings of others successively approved by the Prophet. This is Sunnah Taqrir. We have Sunnah Qawliya, Sunnah Fi'liya, and a Sunnah Taqririya. Among the Ahlul Sunnah, the Sunnah is divided into two. Sunnah Tashri'i, Sunnah that gives a legal injunction, and Sunnah Ghair Tashri'i, that does not give any legal injunction. And the Sunnah Tashri'i are limited to statements of the Prophet as Prophet of Allah, his pronouncements as head of state, and his judgment as judge of the Muslim Ummah. The others, they are acts of the Prophet as a human being. He is a human being like us. There are 6 authentic collections of hadith among the Sunni. All of us are familiar with this. We have collection of Imam Bukhari, or Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, Sunan Ibn Majah, Sunan Abu Dawud, Jami' al-Tirmidhi, and Sunan An-Nasai. 6 authentic books of hadith among the Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Now, according to the Shi'i, Sunnah refers to the statements, deeds, such approval or consent of the Holy Prophet and the infallible Imams, and must be handed down by reliable narrators. In the Shi'i view, the reliability of the Sunnah, the doctrinal views of the transmitters, are considered irrelevant. Anybody can narrate a Sunnah. That is not relevant. What is important is that the tradition by a non-Shi'i is reliable and accepted as sound if it is supporting the Shi'i doctrine. So that is why they are also quoting from Bukhari, from Muslim, and other sources of Sunni books. She also quote a hadith from Sunni sources which tend to support their theological and juristic views. If a hadith is transmitted by a companion of the Prophet, such is treated with esteem and respect among the Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Of course, we always look at the companions of the Prophet. According to the Prophet, they are like stars. You can follow any of them. Kan nujum. To the Shi'i, if a hadith reported by a companion does not contradict the hadith of the household of the Prophet, such is accepted. But if it contradicts the hadith of the household of the Prophet, the venerable or infallible Imams, they will not accept that. There are also 4 authentic books of hadith among the Shia: Al-Kafi fi al-Midin by Kulaini, Kitab Man La Yadurhul Faqih by Al-Qumi, Tahdhibul Ahkam, and Al-Istibsar by Muhammad ibn Hasan al-Tusi. These are the 4 books of hadith among the Shi'i. Now, Ijtihad. Let us look at the Qiyas, Ijma, Qiyas, and Ijtihad. Ijtihad, among the Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, this is the human interpretation of the law through the use of the human mind. Ijtihad is very important in jurisprudence, in Islamic jurisprudence. Literally, ijtihad means intellectual striving or self-exertion, which entails a measure of hardship. The intellectual exertion of a jurist in order to infer with a degree of probability the rules of Shari'ah from their detailed evidence from the sources. This is the meaning of ijtihad. The person who exercises ijtihad is a mujtahid. These are the jurists who exercise interpreting the law. There are 3 types: mujtahid fi din, meaning he covers the whole of the religion. The 4 imams are mujtahidin fi din. Mujtahid fil madhab are mujtahidin who are only limited to one madhab, one school of thought. And then mujtahid fil mas'ala, these are specialized mujtahidin on questions of law. So there are Sunni ulama who asserted that ijtihad has been closed, but the ulama of our times say that ijtihad is still open. There are other ulama, according to the Shia, ijtihad is the prerogative of the infallible imams. Only the imams can do ijtihad. If there is one mujtahid in the present time from the Shia, he is only interpreting, he is only representing the hidden imam. That is why a Shia must die with a marja'u taqlid. You must follow someone who is a jurist. But this marja'u taqlid, like Imam Khomeini, now we have Imam Khamenei, they are following them. But they represent the hidden imam. They are not imam, but they represent the hidden imam. You can see the, and you know, Shia, basically in their doctrine of theology and Shari'ah, they have this tuqya or taqya. They can hide their being Shia. They talk to you, I am the same as you, but they are hiding something. This is very common among them. Now, on ijma, as I have said, in the case of the Ahlul Sunnah, ijma is for all jurists of the Ummah. There must be agreement. There are some Sunni ulama who say that it can be a majority. But most of the ulama, they say it must be unanimous among the ulama. Then in the case of the Shia, only the ijma is limited only to the Shia jurists. They would not allow a non-Shia to render any legal opinion which they will follow. The Shia ulama, according to them, are treated as naibul am, general representative of the hidden imam. That's why they also follow the ijma of their Shia ulama. Requisites of ijma, we need not say that. Unanimous, but there are some mujtahidin who say it can be by the majority. Now, qiyas. Qiyas is the extension of one rule in an old case to a new case because of the commonality of the illah, of the effective cause. The ruling in an old case is used in a new case because of the commonality of the effective cause. Like the example of Justice Ani a while ago, intoxication, alcohols are haram because of the intoxicating effect. So it is extended to drugs because of the commonality of the effective cause. In the case of the Shia, they did not agree with qiyas as a source of law, but they have special. They want to use the aql as a source of law, and aql means reasoning or intelligence. As a source of law, the Shia defines aql as the categorical judgment drawn from both pure and practical reason. It is opined that what the reason of man dictates is essentially good and just. This is based on what they call qaida al-mulazama, rule of correlation. According to them, kullu ma hakama bihi al-aql hakama bihi shara. Whatever is ruled by the aql is ruled by the Shari'ah. That's how they look at it. So they also have ways of employing these procedural principles: al-usul al-amaliyah, al-bara, exemption from which allows freedom of action; ihtiyat, prudence, which means caution in case of doubt; takhayyur, or option, which gives freedom to select opinion; and istishab, continuance, which is continuance of the state of affairs or legal decision. These are Shia doctrines on aql. Now, I have the second part on the development of Islam, because if you want to look at the madahib, you have to study madhab in relation to the development of Islamic jurisprudence, beginning with the prophetic period, that is the foundation, then the stage of the establishment, this is the Khulafa ar-Rashidun, the rule of the four Khulafa, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, and then the period of the establishment, this is the second period. And then after that, we have the Umayyad dynasty, building. They began building the jurisprudence. And then the fourth stage is very, very vital. This is called the flowering, the Abbasid period, which is divided into two. First, the period from 750, the downfall of the Abbasid, to 960, the golden age of Islam. And then 960 to 1258, the decline of Islam. That is 1258, the fall of Baghdad. Now, during this period, this was the time that the madahib developed. And there are four madahib that survived. There are many madahib, let me remind you. Not only limited to the four, but it is only the four that survived. We have the madhab of Imam Abu Hanifa, which is characterized as Ahlul Rai. They depend much on opinion because it is centered in Kufa. They do not have much hadith, so Abu Hanifa used his reasoning. So he tried to ask for hypothetical questions and then give the answers, and that's how he developed the school. There are other sources of this madhab aside from the four sources. They use istihsan or juristic equity for the purpose of arriving at something that is good, even if you can get out of a seat legal basis for as long as your end is for the betterment of society. Then he has two important students, Imam Abu Yusuf, who became the first Chief Justice of the Muslim Empire during the Abbasid period, and Imam Muhammad ibn Hassan al-Shaybani, who was also a student of Imam Malik and also a teacher of Imam Shafi'i. The next school is the school of Imam Malik, centered in Medina, and this is called Ahlul Hadith. He depended much on the tradition of Medina. In fact, one of the sources of law during the time of Imam Malik, and on which he worked out, is Amal Ahlul Medina, the practice of the people of Medina. Because to him, the practice of the people of Medina is an indication of what the Prophet practiced. One time, Abu Yusuf, the Hanafi jurist Abu Yusuf, went to Medina, and he was popularizing his book, Kitabul Kharaj. This is a book on zakat. And he was measuring how much zakat is to be paid. But Imam Malik said, I disagree with you. He said, well, how can you disagree? This is a measurement that is based on the book and in the Sunnah. Imam Malik called one of his students, you go home, you take your measurement from home. When the student arrived, he said, this is the measurement that we are using here in Medina. Where did you get this? From my father. From your father, get it? From his father. Who was his father? One of the companions of the Prophet. That's why Amal Ahlul Medina is very important to Imam Malik, the practice of the people of Medina. To Imam Malik, if you want to know what Islam is, go to Medina, because the people there had lived with the Prophet. So that's how important Amal al-Madina to the Maliki madhab. Then, one time, Imam Malik had written a book, Al-Muwatta, collection of hadith. The Abbasid Caliph approached him. We will make this book required to be learned by all Muslims of the world. Imam Malik refused. He said, no, this is only my opinion. There are other opinions. That is why the discussions now about this difference of opinion, you do not find that during that time. He said, no, this is only my opinion. I am not imposing this to other people. They may accept or they may not accept. Then next to Imam Malik was his student, Imam Shafi'i. Imam Shafi'i, what Imam Shafi'i did was he tried to join the Ahlul Rai doctrine of the doctrine of opinion of Imam Abu Hanifa and the doctrine of tradition of Imam Malik. He put it together, and then he was the one who first organized Usulul Fiqh, the science of jurisprudence, with the four sources of law: the Quran, the Sunnah, Ijma, and Qiyas. It was Imam Shafi'i. He has a book, Ar-Risala, which is a standard book in Islamic jurisprudence, and he has another book, Kitabul 12 volumes. And in one lecture that I attended by one professor of the Shafi'i school, Dr. Abdul Wahab Abu Sulaiman, he said, I need 12 students to finish their PhD on this book of Imam Shafi'i, Kitabul So imagine, 12 PhDs now, equivalent to only one book of Imam Shafi'i. You can imagine the extent of the knowledge of those people. Then after Imam Shafi'i, his student, Imam Abu Ahmad, Imam Ahmad, Ahmad ibn Hanbal. Imam Ahmad is a student of Imam Shafi'i, and among the students of Imam Ahmad are the compilers of hadith, Imam Bukhari and Imam Muslim. And he deduced from the glorious Quran the Sunnah Ijma of the Sahaba, and he considered individual opinion of Sahaba. Even weak hadith he also considered. And most of the followers of the madhab of Ibn Hanbal is in Palestine and in Saudi Arabia. In the case of the Hanafi school, Turkey, Pakistan, India. In the case of the Safi school, Southeast Asia, South Yemen. In the case of the Maliki school, North Africa. So there are other schools. We have the Auza'i Madhab, Zaidi Madhab, Laiti Madhab, Thawri Madhab. Now, these other schools of thought did not survive. For what reason? Two reasons. One is for lack of political support, and second, lack of followers. When a madhab is supported by an establishment, it becomes a prevalent madhab. For example, the Hanafi school, why very strong? It was supported by the Ottoman Empire. And you can just imagine how long the Ottoman Empire ruled from 1299 to 1924. The time span of the rule of the Ottoman. So all of the places conquered by the Ottoman, they follow the Hanafi school. In the case of the other schools, Southeast Asia, we belong to the Safi school. Then in the case of the madhab of Ahmad ibn Hanbal, it was supported by the Saudi government. It is the madhab of Saudi Arabia. Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahab and Ibn Taymiyyah are ulama of the Hanbali school. Now, from the decline from the decline of the Abbasid, only four madhab survived, and this survived, as I have told you, because of political support of the political leadership. Now, there is the trend now is that there is this doctrine of talfiq wa takhayyur. We study the four madhab, and then after studying them, we find out which of them is relevant to our situation. That is why in the case of the madhab, it's not very strict now that you follow one madhab and you follow all through and through. Oftentimes, you have to look at the difference of the madhab. Now, I'll give you one example. The case of this is very important, just to give you an example of the differences. The case of a woman who married and the husband went on a journey and his whereabouts are not known. What will happen to you? How will you consider the woman? Will she be considered as divorced, or what happened to the husband? Now, you have to establish first the death of the husband. But if it cannot be established, one school of thought is the idea of Imam Shafi. And Imam Shafi says, the woman cannot remarry using the principle of istishab because she is known to be married. The status of a thing must remain. She is still married, unless it is proven otherwise. So she has to stay married unless all of the generation of the husband had died. So if the husband is 15 years old, you have to look at who are the friends of this husband. Have they all died so that the woman can remarry? So if the woman is 15 years old, plus or after 90 years, she will be married only after 105 years. So Imam Malik said, I have my own view. My view is, when a husband, he used the principle of qiyas. He said, when a husband is accused of a crime and found guilty and imprisoned for 4 years, the woman can go to court and say, I want to be divorced from my husband because I'll be put in double jeopardy. He will be in jail, but he'll be living, so I want a divorce. So, in that case, after 4 years, the wife, according to the Maliki school, can file a case declaring the husband to be presumptively dead. Presumed dead after 4 years. After he gets that decree of presumption of death, then she can file the second case of divorce by reason of that presumption of death. And so she can remarry after that. Supposing the husband arrived after me, I have survived the earthquake in Turkey. Why should I not be? No, he can no longer take any, because it is declared already by the court that the husband is dead. So this is an example of how the madahib may differ, but we have to use a modern thing called talfiq wa takhayyur. So I have found is I was signaled to stop. So thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Once more, thank you very much, Dr. Bara. For the second time, we've been privileged to hear and learn from much of his wisdom and his expertise on the subject matter. Thank you again, Dr. Bara. Aisha, since this morning and then again this afternoon in our lectures, we've been hearing this word halal.
Yes, Al. And with that, we would like to call on our next speaker. But before that, let me introduce to you his a little about his achievements on the field of halal. Our next speaker was born on December 2, 1983 in Marawi City. He earned his PhD in Human Science at the International Islamic University of Malaysia. In 2013, Master of Arts in Islamic Studies at UP Diliman in 2007, and AB Islamic Studies in MSU Marawi in 2005. He currently holds the rank Professor 6 at the MSU King Faisal Center for Islamic, Arabic, and Asian Studies. He also taught at the UP Institute of Islamic Studies from 2014 to 2019, and at the Kuliah of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences at the International Islamic University, Malaysia from 2013 to 2014. He passed the Shari'ah Special Bar in examinations in 2006 and became a Special Shari'ah Bar examiner in 2016 and 2020. He has given a significant number of halal-related lectures in various organizations and is one of the members of the Technical Working Group in framing the Philippine national standards on the Code of Halal Goat Farming from the Department of Agriculture. He is also the author of the book Islamic Law of Succession, Salient Rules and Doctrines, published by the Rex Bookstore in 2021. For his lecture on concept of halal, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Jamel Kayamuddin. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Ma'am MC. That was a very, very interesting lecture, actually. If only the organizers allows, I would have given my time to my professor. Because you know what, he's not only my professor, he's my uncle. Yeah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, wassalatu wassalamu ala nabina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Honorable officials of the three branches of the government who are now with us, members of the diplomatic corps, esteemed guests and participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good afternoon. The concept of halal is one of the very broad concepts in Islam, both by theory and practice. In fact, halal encompasses the entire lifestyle of human beings. It is not only designed for Muslims alone, but for the whole humanity, regardless of religious, cultural orientations, for them to live a moral and ethical life across time and space. Thus, the focus of this presentation are only the fundamental principles governing the concept of halal. Next slide, please. Now, to have a glimpse, next slide, please, of the etymology of the concept halal. Halal originates from a derived Arabic word that comes from the root word halla yahillu hillan, which means to free, to let go, or to dissolve or to exit from something that is illegal or unlawful. Now, in recent years, it has become a symbol in determining quality assurance and lifestyle choice. It is no longer limited to religious issues. Next. Now, by definition, as advanced by one of the renowned Muslim scholars of our time who recently passed away, Allahu yarham, Dr. Yusuf Qaradawi, in his book Al-Halal wal-Haram fil Islam. Halal literally means lawful or permitted, but in a broad sense, it refers to any act or object sanctioned by Islamic law, with respect to which no restriction exists, and the commission, consumption, or use of which the lawgiver, Allahu Azza wa Jal, is allowed. Now, contrary to how is halal commonly perceived by people, especially in the industrial world, this definition indicates the wider range or scope of the halal concept, which is not only limited to food and beverages, or pharmaceuticals and medicines, or hospitality and tourism, but it has a wider dimensions, from a simple act of seeking omens to the commission of crimes. The halal and haram are part of the total legal system of Sharia, of Islam, a system whose primary objective is the good of the people. Now, Islamic Sharia removes from the human beings harmful, burdensome, and superstitions, aiming to simplify and ease the business and affairs of the day-to-day life. Next slide, please. In the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كلوا من طيبات ما رزقناكم واشكروا لله إن كنتم إياه تعبدون, which means that we who have believed, eat from the good things which we have provided for you, and be grateful to Allah if it is indeed Him that you worship. Now, this verse shows us the imperative to consume only what is halal. In the Sunnah, next slide, of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Next slide, please. In the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said that al-halalu bayyinun wal-haramu bayyinun wa baynahuma mushabbahat la ya'lamha kathirun min an-nas faman ittaqa al-mushabbahat istara li dinihi wa 'irdihi wa man waqa'a fi shubuhat waqa'a fi al-haram, which means that what is halal is clear or certain, and what is haram is also clear. And in between those two are dubious area in which many people do not know about. So whoever distances himself from it, he has cleared himself from blame. And those who fall into it, he has fallen into a state of haram. Now, this prophetic tradition reminds us that there is a clear demarcation between halal and haram. And there is also a thick line in between the two, which many people don't know about. Thus, the principles governing the two should be explicitly known to the people, which is actually the focus of this presentation. Next slide, please. There are at least 11 principles governing halal and haram in Islam, according to Yusuf Qaradawi. And these principles are meant to protect man from evil and for him to benefit all aspects of life. And they are meant to benefit everyone in the community, rich or poor, ruler or ruled, man or woman, as well as to benefit the whole humanity in the world. Next slide, please. Now, the first principle or asal is the permissibility of things established in Islam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created everything. And essentially, these creations are actually for man's use, and hence permissible. We call this principle as the principle of natural utility, or principle of natural permissibility. In other words, nothing is haram except what is prohibited by a sound and explicit nas, or explicit dalil from the Holy Quran and Sunnah, which is the two primary sources of Islamic law, as explained earlier. And if the nas, if the dalil is not sound, let's say, for example, the weak hadith, weak prophetic tradition, or if it is not explained or explicitly stated, then the original principle of permissibility applies. Next slide, please. The number two principle is to make lawful and to prohibit is the right of Allah alone. Now, the second principle implies that Islam has restricted the authority to legislate the haram and the halal, taking out of the hands of human beings, regardless of their religious or worldly position, and reserving it for the Lord of human beings alone. neither rabbis or priests nor imam, kings or sultans have the right to prohibit something permanently to Allah's servant. Now, if someone does this, then he has certainly exceeded his limits, and we are actually warned not to exceed the limits. Usurping the sovereignty which, with respect to legislating for the people, belongs to Allah alone. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا آتَاكُمُ الرَّسُولُ فَخُذُوا وَمَا نَهَاكُمْ عَنْهُ فَانْتَهُوا, which means that whatever the prophet brought to you, take it, and whatever he forbids from you, leave it. Next, please. The number 3 principle is prohibiting the halal and permitting the haram is similar to committing shirk or deification. While Allah Azza wa Jalla reprimands all those who, on their own authority, declare what is lawful and what is prohibited, it is more strict actually with respect to those who voice prohibitions. And that is due to the tendency to make prohibitions that results in hardship for human beings, unjustifiably narrowing what Allah has made spacious for his creatures. The Prophet ﷺ once said that I have been sent with what is straight and easy. We need to remember that the straightness of his message, the Prophet's message, is the belief in the oneness of Allah, meaning Tawheed, and its ease in practice and legislation. Next slide, please. Another principle is the prohibition of things is due to their impurity and harmfulness, and in fact it is used in the industrial world. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala neither permitted anything except what is pure, nor has he prohibited anything except what is impure. It is the right of Allah, the one who created human beings and bestowed innumerable gifts on them, to legitimize or to prohibit as he deems proper, and to place obligations and responsibilities upon them as he sees fit. He said in the Holy Quran, "La yukallifullahu nafsan illa wus'aha." Allah does not burden a soul beyond that it can bear. And these principles actually applies to various subjects of the world halal market. Next slide, please. Number 5 principle is what is halal is sufficient and what is haram is superfluous. One of the beauties of Islam is that it has prohibited only such things which are actually unnecessary and dispensable, while providing alternatives which are better and which give greater ease and comfort to human beings. Ibn al-Qayyim, a very prominent scholar of Islam, who lived up to the middle of the 14th century, once said that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has prohibited unclean food but provided alternatives, alternative wholesome food. He has prohibited intoxicating drinks in order for people to enjoy other delicious drinks which are wholesome for the body and mind. Or he has prohibited usury but has encouraged profitable trade. And he said in the Holy Quran, "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, wa halallahu al-bay'a wa harrama al-riba," which means that, and he allows trade but prohibited usury. Next slide, please. Another principle is whatever is conducive to the haram is itself haram. Now, Muslim jurists have established this principle, indicating that if something is prohibited, anything which leads to it is likewise prohibited. By this means, Islam intends to block all avenues leading to what is haram. And this is similar to the principle that the sin of the haram is not limited to the person engaged in it, but extends to others who have supported him materially or morally, which held accountable according to his share. Example, in a matter of usury, the Prophet ﷺ cursed 4 people who were involved in usury. The one who pays the usurious transaction, and the one to whom it is paid, and the one who writes the contract of the usurious business transaction. And the last one is the one who acts as a witness thereto. And he said, hum sawa, which means that they're the same in guilt and sin. And this applies to intoxicants and others. Next slide, please. Number 7 principle is falsely representing the haram as halal is prohibited. Since Islam has prohibited whatever leads towards the haram, it has also prohibited resorting to technical legalities, meaning circumvention of the law, in order to do what is haram by devious means and excuses inspired by Satan. Calling a haram thing by a name other than its own or changing its form while retaining its essence is devious tactic. When some people invent new terms in order to deal in usury, for example, in the modern economics or the modernist, or to consume alcohol, the sin of dealing in usury and drinking remains. And the Prophet ﷺ once said that a group of my nation will make intoxicants halal by giving them other names. Or a time will come, zaman min ummati, when people will devour the riba or the usury, calling it trade. And that leads to the rise of the modernists and the neo-revivalists of Islamic economics. Next slide, please. Another principle is good intentions do not make the haram acceptable. In all Islamic legislations and moral injunctions, Islam lays great stress on nobility of feelings, loftiness of aims, and purity of intentions. The Prophet ﷺ once said that إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّةِ وَإِنَّمَا لِكُلِّ امْرِئٍ مَّا نَوَى, which means that actions will be judged by intentions, and everyone will be recompensed according to his intentions. Indeed, in Islam, the routine matters of life and its mundane affairs are transformed into acts of worship and devotion to Allah by good intention. Next slide, please. Number 9 principle is doubtful things are to be avoided. It is Allah's mercy to human beings that He did not leave them in ignorance of what is lawful and what is prohibited. Indeed, He has made explicit what is halal and explained what is haram. Accordingly, one may do what is lawful and must avoid what is prohibited insofar as he has choice. However, there is a gray area between the halal and the haram. And this area is called doubtful. Now, in relation to such matters, Islam considers it an act of piety for the Muslim to avoid doing what is doubtful in order to stay clear of doing something haram. Next slide, please. The 10th principle is that the haram is prohibited to everyone alike. In Islamic law, the haram has a universal applicability. Here, there is no such thing as prohibited to the non-Arab but permitted to an Arab, nor anything which is restricted to a black but allowed to a white. In Islam, there is no privileged classes or individuals who, in the name of religion, can do whatever they please according to their whims. Muslims do not have any privilege of making something haram for others while it is lawful for themselves. This cannot be, actually. This cannot be done. For truly Allah is the Lord of all, and the Shari'ah of Islam is the guide of all. The last principle, but not the least, is necessity dictates exception. الضرورات تبيح المحظورات. Islam is not oblivious of exigencies of life, to their magnitude, nor to human weakness and capacity to face them. It permits the Muslims actually, under the compulsion of necessity, to eat prohibited food in quantities sufficient to remove the necessity and save himself from death. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that, but if one is compelled by necessity, neither craving nor transgressing. There is no sin on him. Indeed, Allah is ever forgiving, ever merciful. With that note, I thank you for listening. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kayamuddin. At this point, we will have a health break and we will resume at 3:35 p.m. While on break, we will also take the opportunity, especially for our Muslim brothers and sisters, for the Salah or prayer of Asr. We would like to announce that the call to prayer for Asr will be at 3:11 this afternoon. Thank you very much. We will have the break now and resume the program at 3:35 p.m.
يا فؤادي دع عن سوى الله
Okay. Yan okay. Yan mo sa sayo. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله اللهم رب العزة والجلال صلاة القائم وقاتم وواصل المقام الحمد لله رب العالمين
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the last part of our program for this afternoon. May we request everyone to settle down. Yes, come on.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and magandang hapon po. We are now into the second half of part 2 of our summit on special topics and emerging issues. And at this point, we will now talk about the topic of Islamic banking in the Philippines. The lecture will be delivered by Attorney Arifa Masakal Alauya Ala. Allow me first to read the brief bio of Attorney Ala. Attorney Arifa A. Ala is the Assistant Governor for Financial Supervision Subsector 3 of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Attorney Ala, a CPA lawyer, is a career central banker who has an extensive experience and wide technical expertise in banking supervision and regulation. She was assigned in different departments in the financial supervision sector and tasked to supervise different types of financial institutions, banks, and non-banks alike. She played a vital role in the development of programs aimed at strengthening rural and cooperative banks, such as Strengthening Program for Cooperative Banks, Strengthening Program for Rural Banks, and the Consolidation Program for Rural Banks. Attorney Ala is also the BSP's point person for Islamic Banking and Finance. She chairs, in that capacity, the Islamic Finance Coordination Forum, which aims for the establishment of an Islamic banking system in the Philippines which can operate alongside the conventional banking system. She also sits in the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Board as the alternative representative of the governor of the BSP. Recently, Attorney Ala was recognized by the Cambridge IFA as one of the most influential women in Islamic business and finance and received the 2022 Woman Eye Professional Award during a ceremony held in Jakarta, Indonesia in December 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests and excellencies, join me welcoming our next lecturer, Attorney Arifa Ala.
Thank you very much for that introduction. The Honorable Senior Associate Justice Marvic Leonen, the Honorable Associate Justice Japar Dimampao, colleagues in the government and the private sector, guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank the Supreme Court of the Philippines for inviting the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas to this event and speak about Islamic banking in the Philippines. We always take this opportunity to increase awareness and understanding of Islamic banking and finance, and of course, convey the approach adopted by the Bangko Sentral and the other government agencies involved in promoting and developing Islamic banking in the Philippines. Before we proceed to the pertinent laws and regulations on Islamic banking, let me give you first an introduction to Islamic finance, and then I'll talk about the overview on global Islamic finance industry before we move on to the pertinent laws and the approach of the government in promoting Islamic banking and finance. I'll briefly discuss about some milestone and initiatives on Islamic banking, and of course, the very important question on why promote Islamic banking. What is there for the Philippines if we allow or accommodate Islamic banking and finance in our financial system? Now, as an introduction on Islamic finance, it is actually the conduct of banking and finance in consonance with Shari'ah principles. In the previous presentations, we have heard a lot about what is Shari'ah all about. But I'd like to highlight that while we talk about Shari'ah principles, Islamic banking and finance is not exclusive to Muslims. It's equally available to non-Muslims, particularly to those investors who would like to diversify their investment portfolios. It's actually just an alternative form of financing that is available to all. And the basic business model of Islamic banking and finance is based on that principle of sharing of risks and reward. Because under the Sharia principles, money is not a commodity. Money cannot earn profits if it is not invested in underlying transactions. And that is actually the basic principle that push Islamic financial institutions to structure their financial products. If you look at common Islamic banking products, they are actually series of transactions. And so we also need to address the issue on tax neutrality, because in the Philippines, if you structure a product using one or two series of transactions and each of those transactions are being taxed, the tax implications would be higher. And so if the tax neutrality provision has not been included in the Islamic banking law, even if we accommodate Islamic banking players, they cannot compete with conventional banking system because their products would be more expensive. And so we've also heard that in Islamic finance, riba, or predetermination of return, is not allowed, but trade is very much allowed. And as you can see in my succeeding slide, there's a key difference between Islamic and conventional banking. Like, if you place your funds in a conventional bank, in a deposit account, a creditor-debtor relationship is created, wherein the depositor becomes the creditor and the conventional bank becomes the debtor. And so as a debtor, the conventional bank would pay fixed interest rate. Well, that is not the case for Islamic financial institutions, because if you place your funds in an Islamic bank, you actually become an investor or a partner of the Islamic banking institution. Your funds will be invested in certain projects, and based on the performance of the projects, the risk and rewards out of those projects will be shared reasonably between the Islamic bank financial institution and the investor. And so the relationship involves the sharing of profits. There's no guaranteed rate of return. But if you look at the other jurisdictions, for example, in Malaysia, where there is an advanced Islamic financial system, many of their customers are actually non-Muslims. And I think one of the reasons is they like the business model of Islamic finance, wherein the risk and rewards are being shared reasonably between the Islamic bank and the customers. And because of this business model, the assets and liabilities in an Islamic financial institution is better matched, because of course the returns that will be provided to the investors or the customers of the Islamic bank will depend on the performance of the funds, where the funds was used. And so unlike in a conventional bank, wherein the conventional bank would guarantee a rate of return, and potentially, of course, those funds will be used for lending activities, if the loans are defaulted, since the conventional bank has promised a fixed return to the depositor, then it cannot say that the lending or the borrower has defaulted. The conventional bank has to pay that guaranteed return to the depositor. So that's one basic difference between Islamic and conventional bank. Now we move on to the global Islamic finance industry, because I'd like to show to you that Islamic finance is growing in many jurisdictions around the world. Despite the pandemic, the Islamic finance industry has managed to grow 11.3%, and it now stands at around 3.06 trillion US dollars. Of course, expectedly, bulk of the Islamic finance assets are in the Gulf region. But if you look at in the next slide, you'll see that the Southeast Asian region is also closely growing. In fact, year on year, the Southeast Asian region Islamic banking assets has grown by 10.3%. And majority of these assets are actually concentrated in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei. But now that we have the Islamic banking law in place, it is about time that the Islamic banking and finance industry in the Philippines would soon also grow. Unfortunately, we have only one Islamic bank here, and hopefully with the passage of the law, we can accommodate additional players in the Islamic finance system. Now, the next slide would show you the Islamic capital market. When I say Islamic capital market, this is about bonds and equities, and the sukuk, or what we call the Islamic bonds. If you look at the slide, many jurisdictions have issued sukuk or Islamic bonds. And if you notice, countries like Luxembourg, Hong Kong, Japan. These are non-Muslim countries, but they're able to successfully issue sukuk or Islamic bonds. And these jurisdictions have benefited from the issuances of the sukuk because the funds generated from those issuances have in turn been used for their needs and other infrastructure projects. Now that we have the Islamic banking law in place, the Bureau of Treasury is also seriously considering issuing its first sovereign sukuk. And hopefully, inshallah, if that happens, then of course the Filipino people will also have the benefit of investing in these types of securities. Now moving on to the background on Islamic banking in the Philippines. I mentioned a while ago that the Al-Amana Islamic Investment of the Philippines has been here. It's created way back in 1973. It's actually one of the oldest Islamic banks in the world. But unfortunately, due to a number of constraints, it was not able to take off as a full-fledged Islamic bank. Of course, no man is an island. It needs counterparts in order to, operate viably. And for the longest time, that's one of the main constraints of the growth of Al-Amana Bank. It needs other counterparts in the Philippine financial system where it can place excess funds, for example. And in 2019, when Republic Act 11439 was passed into law, these major constraints or challenges have been addressed. First, we have allowed, the system, the law has allowed other Islamic bank players to get into the system. Before the passage of the law, no other Islamic banking player can get into the Philippine financial system. Second, we have established a clear legal and regulatory framework. The BSP was clothed with clear authority to issue a set of regulations for Islamic banking and finance in the Philippines. There's also a provision on tax disparities, because as I mentioned a while ago, if the issue on tax neutrality is not addressed, Islamic banking institutions cannot compete with conventional banking system. And of course, the law has also included provision that mandated government institutions to conduct capacity to increase awareness and understanding of Islamic banking and finance, because you cannot actually grow a particular industry if the public is not aware of that type of financial services. Now the next slide would show you that the objectives of the law, which is actually the creation or the establishment of an Islamic banking system. An Islamic banking system is not just about a banking player. You need deposit insurance system. You need capital market, because these are necessary elements to allow an Islamic banking player to operate successfully in any system. The next slide would show you the salient features of the law. First, it has established a legal framework. It has clothed the BSP. It has mentioned that BSP has authority to issue a broader set of rules and regulations that govern Islamic banking and finance in the Philippines. Before, we have actually issued a circular on Islamic banking, but it only applies to Al-Amana Bank because that's what the law is. When it defines Islamic bank in the general banking law, it mentions specifically Islamic banks to refer to the Al-Amana Islamic Investment Bank of the Philippines. And so with the issuance, with the passage of the law, the BSP has now clear authority to issue implementing rules and regulations. It has also set the bank capital requirements, which is set now at equivalent to the capital requirement of a universal bank. It has also provisions on Shari'ah Advisory Council, because we understand that the main difference between conventional and Islamic bank is the requirement for Islamic banks to comply with Shari'ah principles. And so the law states that the Islamic banking institutions should have their own Shari'ah Advisory Council with the main responsibility of ensuring that its products and services are Shari'ah compliant. There are also provisions for the Bangko Sentral to pass upon the qualifications of the directors and officers of such Islamic banks. We have also included provisions wherein the BSP can design financial facilities intended for Islamic banks. I mentioned about tax neutrality and, of course, the capacity building. The law is quite short, but it has focused on addressing the many constraints that we have identified when the bill was being drafted. Now, let me also talk about other pertinent laws that support Islamic banking and finance in the Philippines. Of course, first and foremost, the Bangsamoro Organic Law. And this was already mentioned a while ago. There's a provision on the creation of the Shari'ah Supervisory Board in the bar. The Shari'ah Supervisory Board is now in place. I have a slide later on that would tell you that the Bangko Sentral, the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, the Department of Finance, and the Bangsamoro government has issued a joint circular to create the Shari'ah Supervisory Board. We're now in the process of populating the scholars who will sit in the Shari'ah Supervisory Board. Now, even in the charter of the Bangko Sentral, when it was recently amended, we have included a provision that provided the Bangko Sentral with authority to design facilities for Islamic banking institutions, taking into consideration their peculiar characteristics. Right now, the facilities in the Bangko Sentral are interest-based, and so they are not Sharia compliant. And so the different departments in the Bangko Sentral are studying on how we can create facilities that can address the requirements of Islamic financial institutions. And then recently, when the Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation Charter was amended, there is a provision that allowed or clearly authorized PDIC to design and establish a Sharia-compliant deposit insurance system. That's also very important because, of course, the public would be more willing to bank with Islamic banks if their funds are also covered by deposit insurance system. And so the PDIC is currently in the studying on how to implement this provision of law. Now we have seen that promoting Islamic banking is much, much beyond the BSP because it is not just about banking. It is about insurance. It's also about capital market. And so we have created a whole of government approach. This is chaired by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. We call it the Interagency Working Group, Coordination Forum. Other agencies like the Securities and Exchange Commission, Insurance Commission, and even private institutions like the Financial Reporting Standards Council and the Auditing and Assurance Standards Council, because we also need to have regulations that will address the accounting and auditing side of Islamic financial institutions, particularly in the area of Sharia compliance. So the next slide would tell us the deliverables of each of these government agencies. I actually chair this interagency coordination forum. So for example, of course, the Bangko Sentral is taking charge of the implementation of the provisions on banking, Islamic banking. Later on, I'll discuss briefly about the implementing regulations that have been issued so far. The Securities and Exchange Commission is taking charge of the guidelines on sukuk, or Islamic bonds. The Bureau of Internal Revenue and the Department of Finance took charge of tax neutrality. In fact, they have issued already the revenue regulation, which provides essentially that Islamic banking products should not be taxed more heavily nor more lightly than their conventional counterparts. The DTI is also involved, but its focus is on the halal, promotion of halal, and the BSP also sits in the halal board because the governor, by virtue of the law, is a member of the halal board. And the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos is taking charge of the promotion of Islamic finance and, of course, the Sharia scholars. There was a time when we held a capacity building for Sharia scholars through the facilitation of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. And I mentioned about the accounting and auditing. PDIC is taking charge of the deposit insurance system. For the Insurance Commission, they have actually issued guidelines on takaful, or the Sharia-compliant insurance products. So all of these initiatives, the Bureau of Treasury is seriously considering the issuance of sukuk. So all of these initiatives are taken. We coordinate regularly to ensure that all angles in promoting Islamic banking and finance are being covered. Now, let me talk briefly about the Bangko Central's regulatory approach for Islamic banking. Given that we only have one Islamic bank here in the Philippines, we have adopted a single regulatory approach. In other words, the existing regulations in the conventional banking would apply also to Islamic banking institutions, but we are adjusting it, taking into consideration the requirements of Islamic banking and finance. So that's the approach that we have initially adopted. Of course, this is something that is not cast in stone. As we move and have critical mass of Islamic banking players, the Bangko Central can revisit this approach. And these are the regulations that we have issued so far. We've issued shortly, the law was signed by President Duterte in August 2019. In December 2019, the Bangko Central issued two key implementing regulations. The first one is on Circular Number 1069, which contains the licensing requirements, informing the public about the requirements and expectations of the BSP in terms of capital and other requirements for establishing Islamic banks here in the Philippines. The approach is very flexible because it can either be a full-fledged Islamic bank or just an Islamic banking window. Actually, the conventional banks are allowed to operate Islamic banking units or Islamic banking windows. It can also be a domestic bank or a foreign bank. So it's flexible to ensure that the Islamic finance industry can grow viably. And then we have issued also Circular Number 1070, which is about the Shari'ah governance framework. Essentially, we have conveyed that the main responsibility of ensuring Shari'ah compliance falls within the authority of the Islamic banking institution or Islamic banking window. And then we have issued a regulation on liquidity risk management because we know that the liquidity risk management tools here in the Philippines are actually mostly conventional. If you look at the Securities and Exchange Commission and even those in the Philippine Stock Exchange, there are actually Sharia compliant equities, but very, very limited. And so we have provided guidance on what types of securities they can invest in. Essentially, it has to be Sharia compliant and declared as Sharia compliant by their Sharia Council. We have also issued guidelines on reportorial requirements because this is very important. When we have more Islamic banking players, they would ask questions on how they can map their transactions, Islamic transactions, into the financial reporting package being submitted to the BSP. So, and then, of course, I mentioned about the Sharia Supervisory Board, which is very important. The main mandate of the Sharia Supervisory Board is to issue opinion on the Sharia compliance of Islamic banking products. So for example, if in the future we have more players and there will be, let's say, questions or complaints about the Sharia compliance of certain products being offered in the Philippines, it is the Sharia Supervisory Board which will issue an opinion. But of course, BSP is very much involved in the process. I've already mentioned about the issuance of the BIR, on the revenue regulation and the insurance commission on the takaful or the Sharia compliant insurance products. Now let us move on to Circular 1069. I mentioned about these regulations containing the structure of Islamic bank which can be allowed to operate in the Philippines, the limits that they need to observe, the minimum capital requirement, and of course the requirement on Sharia governance. The next one is on 1070, which contains the expectations of the BSP when it comes to Sharia governance. The approach is, it is mainly residing with the Islamic banking institution because right now we don't have national Sharia board. If you look at Malaysia, the central bank has their own Sharia board, but that's not the case here in the Philippines. But of course, moving forward, the Islamic banking law also includes a provision that provides flexibility to the national government to create a national Sharia board in the future. So once the BSP sees the need to create a national Sharia supervisory board, then we have already that legal authority to do so in coordination with other government agencies. Now, on the liquidity risk, this is about the policies that needs to be adopted by the Islamic banking institutions on liquidity risk management framework. This is very much related to the facilities that is being also designed at the Banco Central. Because, you know, these banking institutions, if they have excess liquidity, they can park them in the Banco Central with our Treasury Department. But right now, all of the facilities are interest-based. So maybe we have targeted to also design facilities that are Shari'ah compliant so that when we have more players in the system, they can also place their excess funds and transact with the Banco Central. On the reportorial requirements, it's basically requiring the bank and providing the guidance on how to map their transactions into the financial reporting package is the document that they submit to the BSP. So it's just the guidelines for them on how to map, for example, their Islamic banking products into the accounts indicated in the financial reporting package. Now, let's talk about other milestones and developments. In the BSP, we have also institutionalized our initiatives on Islamic banking by creating an Islamic Banking Supervision Group. This Islamic Banking Supervision Group is under my subsector, and it is basically tasked in preparing the implementing regulations and policies on Islamic banks. They also regulate Al-Amana Bank and future Islamic banking players in the system. And then I mentioned about the reconstitution of the working group to also include the Bangsamoro government. Because initially when we created that forum, the Bangsamoro government was not part of it. And so we saw the need to also include the Bangsamoro government since we have been discussing with them also for the establishment of the Shari'ah Supervisory Board. Now, we're also using whole of government approach, and so we have seen also the importance of linking with other agencies like the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, because they're constantly discussing with external potential investors, and it's a very good venue for them to also include Islamic banking and finance in their coverage when they invite potential investors in the Philippines. We've also partnered with AUFI. This is a standard setting body based in Bahrain, so that we can be guided in designing the auditing and accounting standards for Islamic banks here in the Philippines, and to ensure that the regulations here are also aligned with international best practices. I mentioned about Takaful IRR, which was issued by the Insurance Commission, and then the SSB, or the Shari'ah Supervisory Board, it's now working. We're just awaiting also the nominees from the Bangsamoro government because they're actually required to nominate 5 members of the Shari'ah Supervisory Board who will be subject to confirmation of the Bangko Sentral. And then on the Sukuk, I mentioned about the plans of the government to issue Islamic bonds or Sukuk. Now, these are the other ongoing initiatives because we've seen that, you know, in the law, the minimum capital requirement of an Islamic bank is equivalent to the capital requirement of a universal bank, which is quite high. But if a bank would just set up a window or a unit, it doesn't need to have that high capitalization. And so we have designed also a proposal to provide some flexibility to allow conventional banks to establish Islamic banking windows without the necessity to raise their capital to that very high level. And then the other, I mentioned about the other departments in the BSP, like our Treasury Department, Department of Loans and Credit, designing facilities that are Sharia compliant. And these are all supported by capacity building initiatives. We're just thankful that the Asian Development Bank, actually tomorrow you will have a speaker, Farouk Reza, who's been also working with the Bangko Sentral, particularly in capacity building initiatives. We have held a number of workshops and capacity building initiatives within and outside of the Bangko Sentral. We have invited bankers and other stakeholders as a means to increase awareness and understanding of Islamic banking. We are also planning to conduct a survey to gauge demand on Islamic banking, and probably that information can help conventional banks and other potential players to, to study and decide to operate Islamic windows in our country. Now, on the question on why promote Islamic banking, and this is a very good question. Why do we need to take all of these initiatives to accommodate Islamic banking when we have conventional banking? Well, it can actually increase the number of investors in the Philippines. You know, if you look at other jurisdictions like United Kingdom, Luxembourg, these are non-Muslim jurisdictions. Why are they issuing sukuk? Because they want to capture a portion of the investments coming from the Gulf region. And you know that the investors from this region are Muslims. They do not want to invest in something that is not Sharia compliant. And if the Philippines is able to issue sukuk, we can get a share of those investments and use them for infrastructure projects, which is very much aligned with the objectives of Islamic banking. And this is also very much aligned with the ASEAN integration. Our neighboring countries like Malaysia, Indonesia have advanced their Islamic banking industry. In fact, Malaysia had its first Islamic bank only in 1983. We had our first Islamic bank in 1973. And look at the stage. They have advanced because they have taken initiatives to accommodate better Islamic banking and finance. And hopefully, now that we have a law, there is clear mandate for all government agencies to support the development and promotion of Islamic banking. Other than those, of course, we are more than 100 Filipinos. About 10% are Muslims residing in the southern part. Actually, based on the data of the BSP, the most unbanked area is the BARM, meaning there are, the lowest number of banks operating here. And this is also aligned with the financial inclusion agenda of the Bangko Sentral. I know that some of my Muslim brothers and sisters do not want to transact with conventional banks because of the prohibition of riba. And this is one way for the BSP and the other government agencies to address this constraint by providing our Muslim brothers and sisters facilities that are aligned with their faiths. And of course, I mentioned a while ago that it is not just exclusive to Muslims. Even all Filipinos, even non-Muslims, can actually invest and transact with Islamic banking institutions. It's just a different business model. If you're an investor and you want other types of investment, then you can also take advantage of Islamic banking products. So there's much more for the Philippines in promoting Islamic banking and finance, and that is why the BSP is very much committed to support the growth of Islamic finance industry. And we would like to transform this industry from faith-based to something that is driven for all communities, whether Muslims and non-Muslims. Thank you very much.
MashaAllah, tabarakallah. That was a very informative discussion on one of the relevant issues, emerging issues that would serve the best interests of the Muslim Filipino Ummah. We are looking forward to the day where the full implementation of the Islamic banking and financial system in the Philippines is already in place, especially in BARM, that would complete the halal value chain as the entire halal ecosystem and as a way of life for Muslims and non-Muslims also. Once again, a round of applause for Assistant Governor Attorney Arifa Ala of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Okay, moving forward, because we are celebrating the International Women's Month, we have come to the portion where we are in the discussion of the women agenda for this summit. And we have provided you not only one, but two discussants to discuss about women in Islam. Let me read to you the bio notes first of our first discussant for this afternoon. I am very pleased and honored to read the bio notes of my BFF, my travel buddy, my mentor, my professor, way back in my days at the Institute of Islamic Studies. Macrina Angerol Morados is an associate professor and former dean of the Institute of Islamic Studies of the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She was a faculty affiliate of the UP Center for International Studies from 2015 to 2019. She was also a convener of the UP Center for Integrative and Development Studies program from 2016 to 2019. In 2008, she was recipient of a cultural exchange program, an interfaith program, granted by the U.S. Department of State and Purdue University. She was a Shari'ah bar examiner in 2008 and 2013 for the subjects in Islamic inheritance, law, and persons and family relations, respectively. In 2021, she was appointed chairperson of the Shari'ah Bar 2022 by the Honorable Supreme Court. Her recent publications include Islamic Law in International Humanitarian Law, a Philippine ulama perspective on their convergence and divergences, a research on public Islam in the Philippines with the IAG and UPIIS, Philippine Muslim history, challenges and prospects, and Muslim personal laws in the Philippines, a policy review using the gender perspective as lead author, commissioned by the International Development Law Organization in 2020. She is also a co-author of the book entitled CRC and Islamic Law Divergences and Convergences, the Philippine Case, commissioned by the UNICEF and NCMF in 2007. Ladies and gentlemen, Juris Doctor, Associate Professor Macrina A. Morados.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to everyone. I will also do away with the introduction in the interest of time. First slide. My topic this afternoon is about women in Islam. No? But in the panel, I have another lecturer, Ms. Huma Chagtal, who will also discuss the part on the lived reality of women. To start with the discussion, no, let me just share to you a common perspective shared between Judeo and Christian regarding women. No? Women is usually attached with the concept of original sin. For instance, the prominent Catholic theologian, Saint Augustine, suggested that women were not actually created in the image of God, but rather in the imperfect likeness of man. And because of that, Saint Augustine further stressed that celibacy is actually a holier state than marriage. And to contract a marriage with a woman is actually making a covenant with death. No? So that's a very sad perspective about women. If we go to the pre-Islamic era, before the advent of Islam, the Arabs used to practice female infanticide. No? Women were regarded as a low-class citizen. So as an infant, no, they will bury the infant alive. And there's also a practice that upon the death of the husband, the wife will be inherited by either the father-in-law or the brother as additional slave or as one of the concubines. Then women were also considered slaves, and prostitution was rampant. Hence, women before Islam had limited rights, especially on the aspect on inheritance. Women were not considered as rightful heirs. When Islam came, it elevated the status of women, no? And the sources of these rights, we usually refer to the Holy Quran, to the prophetic tradition. But part of the sources of Islamic law, we cannot do away with the urf or the customs. Some cultural traditions, sad to say, considered male child as a good luck. No? That's why we celebrate when we have a first, the first son, okay? We prefer to have a son over a daughter. And female child is trained to do household chores, the ascribed gender roles, no? Women is considered worker in the house, no? And male siblings are responsible for the female siblings. And there are some practices, that limit women's participation in the family, especially when it comes to decision making. Women were relegated at the back, Parents also delegate responsibilities to the eldest son, and female siblings are considered weak and always need protection. As I have mentioned earlier, because male is perceived to be strong, hence decides family affairs. But what does Islam say? Let me just quote to you a very beautiful verse, that we can consider as a framework for equality. It says, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhan nasu inna khalaqnakum min dhakari wa untha wa ja'alnakum syu'uban wa qabaila lita'arafu. Akramakum indallahi atqakum innallaha alimun khabir. The English translation, O mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female and made you peoples and tribes that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous. Indeed, Allah is knowing and well acquainted. Another verse in the Holy Quran, I will go directly to the English translation. It says in Surah An-Nisa, verse Ayah 1, O mankind, fear your Lord who created you from one soul and created from its mate and dispersed from both of them many men and women, and fear Allah through whom you ask one another, and the wombs Allah indeed is ever over you an observer. And the last verse that I want to quote as a framework for equality, for Muslim men and women, for believing men and women, for devout men and women, for true men and women, for men and women who are patient and constant, for men and women who humble themselves, for men and women who give in charity, for men and women who fast, for men and women who guard their chastity, and for men and women who engage much in Allah's praise, for them has Allah prepared forgiveness and great reward. So those were important Quranic verses that we can use as a framework for equality. It negates the idea that men are created superior over women. It debunks the idea that women are inferior in terms of intelligence. That is why if you look at the Holy Quran, you will see that Allah has given women the importance. One chapter that is called Surah An-Nisa is written for women. The word An-Nisa means women. There's no Surah Al-Rijal. And another chapter, Surah 19, is Surah Al-Maryam. This is the surah about Virgin Mary. And another chapter in the Holy Quran that is worth mentioning is Surah 58. We call that as Surah Al-Mujadila. The English translation is pleading or arguing women. This was the time when women asked the Prophet about an important issue regarding divorce by zihar. And no less than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed an entire surah responding to the questions of women. And if we look at the prophetic tradition, we will see these prophetic traditions exhorting men to be good to women. One popular prophetic tradition, it says, "The best among you are those who are best to their wives. I enjoin you to treat women well and be kind to them." And during the lifetime of Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, there were several accounts that will tell us that women played an important role in the early Islamic state. And it debunks the idea that women should be confined at home. Okay? For example, the first Muslim convert is a woman, and that is Khadija. The first martyr was a woman, that was Sumaya. And there's a woman fighter who struggled in defense of Prophet Muhammad, Imara. And there's also a woman that were given the task as an inspector in the market, that was Samra bin Nuhayb. So it debunks the misconceptions that Islam is oppressive to women. And in the last sermon of Prophet Muhammad emphasized the principles of mutual love, trust, and respect, where he said, "O people, it is true that you have certain rights concerning your women, but they also have rights over you. Remember that you have taken them as your wives only under Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's trust and with His permission." So if we want to come up with a framework to locate gender's rights in Islam, I propose we should use the framework of Tawhid. And along with this framework of Tawhid, we have to look at the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad, because the Quran specifies general rules, but the specific is given by the Prophet Muhammad, and it's through his Sunnah. And finally, we have also to remember another important core principle, the principle of Khilafah, the vicegerency. Everything is given to us as a trust. My life, your family, the community. Okay? So with this understanding, let me just jump to the schematic diagram part of my presentation, because I was warned my time is almost over. Okay. Go to the last second, slide, which says Shari'ah framework for women's rights. Okay. Okay. So the slides that I skipped, no, because I don't have any more time. Okay. If you want to come up, if you want to draw a schematic diagram, this would appear like this. No? So if you want to locate gender rights, we will use the Shari'ah as a framework. Okay? And of course, when we say Shari'ah, we have to refer back to the Quran and to the Sunnah. And part of this process, we should not forget the Shura, the principle of consultation. The first level of consultation should happen in the family level. And then we have also to define or to acknowledge, the sources of the rights between a husband and wife or the entire family and with the community. The basis of these rights emanate from hukuk Allah and hukuk al-ibad. And the overarching framework for this is we have to understand the maqasid al-sharia. Every ruling, like for example, why is divorce is allowed? Although in the prophetic tradition, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said it is the most hated thing before the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But Islam is a practical religion. Islam does not allow a couple to live a life in misery. And the way out is to grant divorce. Okay? And if we want to summarize women's rights, we will be able to understand the domain of women's world. Then we will be able to see that you have a domain within the family, a domain within the community, and then in the national and in the international level. So in the family, you have right as a wife, as a mother, as a daughter, and in the community, as an advocate, as an educator, as a community worker, and in the national level, you have Islam allows participation, okay? Political participation. Okay? So it debunks all the myths that says Islam is oppressive to women because Islam allows so much room for women's participation. With that, thank you. Wassalam.
Thank you very much, Professor Morados. As mentioned, we will have a second presenter or discussant on women and Islam. And this time, our presenter is Ms. Huma Chugtai. Allow me to read the bio of Ms. Chugtai. Ms. Chugtai is a member of the UNODC's the Global Action to Prevent and Address Trafficking in Persons and the Smuggling of Migrant Women's Network Advisory Board. Ms. Chugtai is the Governance, Human Rights, and Gender Specialist with over 30 years of professional experience, served in various key positions within government as well as in the development sector. She has worked as a lawyer, internationally trained legislative researcher in the Parliament of Pakistan, focusing on Sharia law, constitutional, legal, and judicial issues, women's rights, and parliamentary practices, and as a governance, human rights, and gender specialist, worked in various capacities with international organizations. She has been Senior Program Manager, National Lead of the UN Women, and key expert of the MOWD project of GIZ. Ms. Chugtai has unique and rich experience in working in the arena of governance, including parliamentary, judicial, electoral, and gender reform, women, peace and security, gender and energy, and human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our next discussant, Ms. Huma Chugtai.
Assalamu alaikum and thank you very much. It's a great privilege and honor for me to be part of this very important, very significant, and very unusual summit that has been convened by the Supreme Court of Philippines, and I am honored to be here. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, justices, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I will be presenting my perspective from Pakistan, the experience. I was supposed to talk on women in Islam, but since we are two speakers over here, we decided that she talks more on Islamic perspective and I talk about Pakistan experience. Again, when I heard her, and also given the time that we have, I'll be flying through some of the, I had redone my presentation and I'll have to fly through some of the slides that are here. I belong to Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I am one of the first batch of International Islamic University in Islamabad that you must have heard of. And I did manage to find one of my junior fellow students from that university also, which was such a delight. So Pakistan is an Islamic country, obviously. It came into being in 1947. We took independence as Muslims, wanted to have a separate homeland because of the Hindu domination which was there, and we were finding it difficult to find a space for ourselves. We were meat eaters, they were not, and there was much more and beyond that. Before that, the Muslims had ruled India, which was a sort of princely states put together, not one country at all. And we needed a place for our own selves where we could pray, we could, function in our own Islamic setup. So it came into being in 1947 as a result of a struggle of independent homeland for Muslims. Women were integral part of the movement. Muslim women of South Asia have always been very vibrant and dynamic in terms of their education, their qualification, and their viewpoints. So they have been there. Culturally, ethnically, linguistically, and religiously, it's a diverse country. Muslims constitute about 96% of the country's population. Muslims minority sects include Shias, Ismailis, Bohris. Shias make up a sizable proportion of the Muslim population, roughly 15 to 20%. Non-Muslims include Christians, Hindus, Ahmadiyya, Parsis, Sikhs, Baha'is, and Jains, and a little more. Constitution guarantees their protection and fundamental rights. The Constitution is very, very sensitive. If you go through our Constitution, you would be quite appreciative of that, with whatever situation we have, the geographical setup we have. Because if you see, Pakistan is geographically set up in a situation where towards its western side, we are bordered with Afghanistan and Iran. And on its southern side and eastern side, we are bordered with India and China on the northern side. So we have a lot of cultural diversity which is also there in Pakistan. And the influences are also that you can see. Can I have next slide, please? The father of the nation was a lawyer, he was a barrister, and he was very much mindful about women power. And he was mindful about that because he was a lover of the Prophet, peace be upon him, Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wasallam. And he made sure that the message that Islam brought to Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wasallam that he conveyed through Hazrat Jibreel was, number one, he was considered as Sadiq and Amin. And suddenly when the message came, all those kuffar Makkah who were non-believers, who had a lot of respect for him and he enjoyed great respect from them, they turned against him. Why? Because he brought the message of dignity, respect, and integrity for everyone. That included each other, that included women. Respect for each other, mutual respect. And they all turned against him. They said, this is something we cannot practice. We will not do this. And you are telling, this was called Tabarruj Jahiliyyah, which meant that we cannot do this. We will follow what our ancestors have been doing, especially when you talk about women. So this was the situation. Now that father of the nation, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, he was very much into women power. He thought, you know, you can see no nation can rise to the height by glory unless your women are side by side with you. We are victims of evil customs. It is a crime against humanity that our women are shut up within the four walls of the houses as prisoners. There is no sanction anywhere for the deplorable condition in which our women have to live. Now, this is the situation that Pakistan was at the time, was also on account of the fact that we were under the colonialship of the British. And at that point in time, many women, the Muslim women, had sort of regressed into their houses. They did not want to go out and feel free and liberated, whereas the Hindu women were more progressive in that sense. They did not bother because they had flexibility in their character, whereas Muslim women did not find flexibility in their beliefs and customs to go out and be feel as liberated as they wanted to. Can I have the next slide? Now, the preamble of the Constitution unequivocally states that supremacy lies with Allah, and hence no laws and policies can be made that are repugnant to the injunctions of Islam. This is upfront clear. So whatever laws that are to be made or the policies that are to be made in line with the Islamic injunctions. Out of a population of 23 million, the women in Pakistan make up 48.76%. Their participation in all spheres of life has been guaranteed in the Constitution as envisioned by the father of the nation who believed in woman power, as I just mentioned. Next one, please. All citizens are equal before the law and are entitled to equal protection before the law. There will be no discrimination on the basis of sex alone. Nothing in this article shall prevent the state from making any special provisions for the protection of the women and children. Steps shall be taken to ensure the full participation of women in all spheres of the national life. And the Constitution also guarantees the following relations to the minorities: freedom to profess any religion and manage religious institutions, protection of minorities, and safeguard their legitimate interests and rights. So much for the gist of our Constitution. Next one, please. Based on the principles of divine justice, Islam is based on divine justice and equity. Islam equally extends rights and responsibilities on both Muslim men and women. The Holy Quran addresses both men and women in the same manner as al-insan, al-bashar, al-mu'minin. So where it uses male and female terminology, it also uses one for both. So it reveals origin of humankind, and dignity and respect is the underpinning thing for everyone, as I'd mentioned. It acknowledges independent personality of women and men, which cannot be subjugated. One nas that my honorable speaker had missed was, it said that antum libas hunna, and they are your dress, and I'm sorry, let me reread it because hunna libas lakum wa antum libas se hunna la hunna. That means that you are to cover like a dress to them, and they are dressed to you. That means you cover each other. Together you stand, apart you fall. You are to complement each other. This is the spirit of Islam for women and men. Next one, please. Status of woman was radically emancipated to acknowledge, and the society was ordained to acknowledge and respect their rights. It extended universal fundamental rights to the humanity. I will not go into it more, because right to life, right to education, right to honor, dignity, inheritance, property, everything was given to women and men together. Next one, please. Status of women in Pakistan. So women historically, you know, the forefathers had seen that they brought reforms in education and tried to empower women through education. Next one. Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah had a positive attitude, and after independence of Muhtarama Fatima Jinnah, who was the sister of the father of the nation, she tried to eliminate socio-economic disparities against the women in the country, because it is very deep-rooted. The socio-cultural setup is very deep-rooted,
And as I just said, if you look at the geographical setup, we have more conservative areas which are bordered with Afghanistan, Iran, and we have another sort of cultural influences that are sided by India. So we have a very mixed and very complicated sort of culture in that sense. Next one, please. Pakistani women were granted the suffrage in 1947 under the Pakistan Creation of Pakistan Ordinance. They were reaffirmed the right to vote in the national elections in 1956 under the interim constitution. The provision of reservations of seats for women in the parliament existed throughout the constitutional history of Pakistan from 1956 to 1973. Article 34 mandates the state to ensure full participation of women in all spheres of life. All government services are open to women. Article 52 to 59 of the Constitution provides 17% to 16% reserved quota for women's seats in the National Assembly and the Senate. Gender equality is specifically guaranteed in the Constitution. Constitution also guarantees that there shall be no discrimination. 10% of quota for women in the Central Superior Services is there. Women police stations have been set up. Special women counters in the other police stations exist. Protection against harassment of workplace law has been passed. Criminal law amendment, I'll talk about that. That is very interesting. Asset Control, Asset and Crime Act has been passed. National Commission on Human Rights has been established. Women in Distress and Detention Funds and Shahid Benazir Bhutto Centers for Relief and Female Victims of Violence have also been set up. Next, please. First International Islamic University was established in 1980. Federal Shari'ah Court established in 1980 as well under the constitutional power to examine and prevent enactment of un-Islamic laws by the parliament. The court also exercises revisional jurisdiction over the criminal courts, deciding hudud cases. The decisions of the courts are binding on the high courts as well as subordinate judiciary. Sharia Academy trains judges periodically as a mandatory career progression course. Council of Islamic Ideology comprises ulama from diverse schools of thought, established to advise the legislature whether or not certain law is repugnant to Islam, namely in the Quran or Sunnah. Next one, please. Now, please, I'll just go through that and then I would like to talk about the criminal amendments that have been made. Next one. Women have come a long way in Pakistan. From governorship to prime ministership, cabinet members to parliamentary secretaries, from commercial pilots to aviators to fighter pilots to flight engineers, security forces, army combats and aviators, pilots, doctors, engineers, architects, judges, lawyers, heads of constitutional bodies, agricultural economists, environmental mountaineers. We have them all, yet subordinate and dependent position in the society continues. Lower literacy rate, emerging self-perceived religiosity within the society under the name of Islam, lack of awareness of their rights and information on how to access justice, mobility issues still exist, parallel judicial systems operate, insensitivity of the law enforcers, legal and judicial fraternity, mindsets prevail in all of them. Whether they are law enforcers, lawyers, judiciary, everywhere. The law, because they are mirror image of us, the society. So, lesser number of women in the police, many reasons, including the stigmatization of police services, inadequate facilities at the police stations, legal fraternity, legal insensitivity, and holds profoundly negative gender and class stereotypical ideas about women's ability, especially women prisoners, to understand their own cases, inadequate number of women jails, inadequate legal aid for women, lack of facilities for women prisoners, inadequate response mechanisms in place and implementation. We are one of the heaviest legislated countries in the world. But implementation is, like most countries, Pakistan is no exception, is a big issue for various reasons. However, the good news is, I would like to share the landmark judgments that had taken place recently, because we took care of honor killings, which is very, very rampant
That has been very rampant. We've tried to control that. Rape cases, they have been also there. They still exist. But then we have tried to, make them stringent. After intensive deliberations and consultations with the parliament, three legal and relevant legal societies, we introduced amendments in the Pakistan Penal Code and Criminal Procedure Code and Qanun-e-Shahadat, which is Evidence Act order in 1984. The main objective of the amendment is to effectively address lacunas in the existing laws to improve their effectiveness by optimally bringing culprits within the ambit of the law and increasing their conviction. The two landmark bills addressing the issues of honor killing and rape were passed in August 2016. These are criminal law amendment offenses in the name on the pretext of honor, Act 2016, and the criminal laws amendment offenses relating to the rape, 2016 Act. Now, it says, despite legal frameworks in place, cases of honor killings had increasingly been reported. They still do. As a result, the government intensively reviewed, amended, and relevant laws to address loopholes and stiffen penalties to prevent crimes in the name, pretext of honor from being committed. For the purpose, amendments have been made in the Pakistan Penal Code and the Code of Criminal Procedure. Salient features of these are stated below. Amendments have been made to several sections. The intent was to broaden the legal ambit of honor crimes and take adequate measures to prevent all sorts of criminal actions from being committed in the name of honor. According to the new amendments, crimes committed in the name of honor now also include hurt and determine stringent punishments for such offenses. Crime of honor killing has been in the definition of now fasad fil ard, which means that it is fasad in Sharia. It means you create chaos on earth around yourselves. So, and sentence is life imprisonment, 25 years, and cannot be waived or compounded. So fasad fil ard is a legal term in Sharia law that means creating chaos, social disorder, or mischief in disobedience to Allah. The offense of fasad fil ard in Sharia includes at least several criminal acts, including highway robbery, terrorism, and genocide, etc. The punishment for these offenses is severe. The Pakistan Penal Code, section 299 EE, defines fasad fil ard as the past conduct of the offender, or whether he or she has any previous conviction, or the brutal or shocking manner in which the offense has been committed, which is outrageous to the public conscience, or if the offenser is considered a potential danger to the community, or if the offense has been committed in the name or in the pretext of honor. According to the existing law at that time, the legal heirs of a deceased have the right to make compromise with the offender under the section 309 and 310, which meant that if somebody does something, the heirs forgive them, as qasas. In the first provision, legal heirs can forgive the murderer in the name of Allah without getting any monetary compensation in the form of diyat, while section 310, the legal heirs can compromise after receiving diyat in their respective shares. Now with new amendments, waiver of qisas or compounding, the offense under section 309 and 310 will be subject to the provision of section 311, where the principle of fasad fil ard has been attracted. The fasad fil ard exception has, with the new law, now been used in most sections that relate to honor crimes. As a result, a second major principle has been attracted: the discretion of the judge court. By invoking this principle, the law ensures that there is no chance of a murderer committing the offense in the name of pretext of honor to escape penalty. The dealing judge has been empowered to determine beyond doubt if the offense, including murder or hurt inflicted, has been committed in the name of honor. The court has been granted the discretion to award a penalty in case where the right of qasas retribution has been waived or compounded by the family's involvement. Now, this is a very clever thing that the families have been doing. The purpose has thus been served as much as even if the right of qasas is waived or compounded, the offender in such case shall be punished with imprisonment of 25 years. This is expected to serve as a strong deterrent for committing a crime in the name of honor. Now, the second one is Criminal Laws Amendment, offenses related to rape. The main objective of the amendment is to take stringent measures to protect right of access to justice of a rape victim. One of the most striking provisions added through the amendment includes DNA test, which was not there before. It was being resisted earlier on, in the form of evidence and the provision of free legal aid for a rape victim. Earlier on, they were not taking it any. Even before that, we had Hudud ordinances in which there was no even distinction between rape and adultery, whereas there is. And even for the evidence, they ask for 4 witnesses, whereas for adultery, you need to have 4 witnesses, not for the rape. For the rape, it has always been circumstantial evidence, as we draw from the Surah Yusuf. Some of the significant provisions included in the PPC through Criminal Laws Amendment include Section 55 that deals with communication of the sentence of death has been made by inserting a provision that prohibits commutation of sentence in any of the crimes as defined in the following sections. The principle of fasad fil earth is attracted. Convicted of assault or use of criminal force on a woman and stripping her of her clothes. A person has been convicted of rape. If a person discloses the identity of the rape victim, a new section has been introduced. Convicted of unnatural offenses, they are against, order of the nature, and where rape is committed by 2 or more persons in furtherance of common intention of all. To strengthen those loose ends, another section has been added, which is subsection 1662 has been added to make defective investigation also punishable. So, the investigation officer has to be very diligent. And then also to further reinforce that, another section, 186, has been inserted, which says that deals with obstructing a public servant in the discharge of his public functions. So these are some of the things. Some significant measures have further been taken to effectively address the issue of rape and sexual abuse according to the new amendments. Anyone found guilty of rape, sexual abuse, unnatural offenses, or while committing these offenses causes the following shall be punished with death or imprisonment for the life and a fine, hurt that may dismember or sever a limb or organ of the victim, destroys or permanently impairs the functions of an organ of the victim, causing injury to the head or face of the victim by causing fracture of the bone of the victim and dislocates the bone, causes fracture of the skull of the victim so that the wound touches the membrane of the brain, causes injury by a fracture of the skull of the victim and the wound ruptures the membrane of the brain, causes injury which extends to the body cavity of the trunk and a person who is liable to daman. 3 specific incidents of rape have been made punishable with death also, or imprisonment for life, that is 25 years. Now this is again very interesting. That is section 376 has been amended to include the following 3 subsections that mandate the set punishments for the culprits who rape of a minor, rape of a person with mental or physical disability, rape by any public servant while taking advantage of his or her official position, including a police official, medical officer, or a jailer. So adding rape minors as well as persons with disabilities is a significant step to protect vulnerable and disadvantaged groups. For this purpose, a specific provision has been introduced with penalty up to 3 years and fine to anyone who discloses the identity. Now, identity also has to be not revealed. It has to be kept secret. Disclosure of identity of rape victim is also taken very seriously. A landmark amendment has been DNA, as I said, testing as evidence by adding this 53A in the CRPC, examination of an accused arrested on charges of committing rape, unnatural offense, sexual abuse, and then by a medico-legal doctor. So the whole system has been put in place. The new law further facilitates women who approaches the police station to register information. So, all right, some of it is the legal representatives of the victim of rape further seeks the police officer to provide the list of lawyers maintained. So we have a referral mechanism given to it as well. There's so much that has been happening, but with this, one thing that towards the end I would like to say is within our societies, whether convicted or not, it's the man who lives and a woman who dies once she approaches the courts and seeks justice. Where a man has to apologize for his weakness, in our society, the woman still has to apologize for her strengths. That is the story of our lives. We have come a long way. The International Women's Day is just around the corner. It calls for digital, talking about digitalization, using IT, using new technologies to protect women. But the basic behavioral changes, they need to be set. They need to be put together. Otherwise, no matter what we do, no matter how many amendments we bring, life will still be difficult for us. People need to understand it's not I and you, us and you. It's we. Together we stand, apart we fall. We are meant to complement each other, and that's how we need to be, respecting each other together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Huma. At this point, may we request Ms. Huma to please remain on stage. May we also invite the other former speakers for this afternoon session to come forward, come back on stage to join us, starting with Dr. Hamid Aminuddin Bara, Dr. Jamil Kayamuddin, and Attorney Arifa Ala. May we request that you join us back at the stage.
At this point, we are opening the floor for questions to be addressed to the speakers. The participants are encouraged to limit your questions on the topics that are presented this whole day. There are three microphones on the floor. Please just approach the microphone as we recognize you, and then please kindly state your name and the organization you represent, and to whom do you address the question.
But I think to kick us off, in our Q&A portion, we have first the national president, the president of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, National, Attorney Bert Estrada, to give us the first question. You now have the microphone, sir.
Thank you very much. Actually, I am not here to pose a question, but rather a statement from the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. So first and foremost, I would like to thank the Honorable Supreme Court through the leadership of our Honorable Chief Justice Alexander G. Mundo and the Committee on Access to Justice for the Underserved Sector, chaired by the Honorable Senior Associate Justice Marvic M.F. Leonen and Associate Justice Japar B. Dimaampao, for inviting the Integrated Bar of the Philippines to this momentous event. acting on the clarion call of the Honorable Supreme Court and in support of the strategic plan for judicial innovation to strengthen the foundations of Sharia justice, the Integrated Bar of the Philippines undertook unprecedented steps to bring about more public awareness and better understanding of the Sharia justice system to members of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. During our chapter visit to Zamboanga Basilan Sulu-Tawi-Tawi chapter, where we were able to conduct a free legal aid clinic in Lamitan, Basilan, we met with several members of the Sharia Bar Associations and discussed steps how we could work together towards supporting the aforementioned goal of the SPJI. In order to contribute towards educating the public and especially the lawyers of the land of the importance of Sharia law as part of the Philippines judicial and justice system, the Integrated Bar of the Philippines and the different Sharia Bar Associations has conducted 3 webinars on understanding the nuances of Sharia, divorce and succession in Sharia, and the practice of Sharia in the Philippines. We still hope to be able to conduct at least 2 more webinars before the end of our term this coming June 2023. The IBP also participated in various consultations conducted by the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, including the consultation on proposed Bangsamoro Electoral Code. Although Bar Matter 681 series of 1993 has referred to Sharia lawyers as special members of the Philippine Bar, as fellow officers of the court, we see the importance of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines being able to work closely with our brothers and sisters in the Sharia Bar Association to perform our shared mandate to assist in the administration of justice in the Philippines. The Integrated Bar of the Philippines looks forward to continuing to work with the Sharia Bar Associations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Bert Estrada, and to the IBP, Integrated Bar of the Philippines. Okay, so we are entertaining our first question. I guess the gentleman is ready there. Please state your name and your organization, and to whom do you address your question, sir?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I am Soharto Ibay, representing Philippine Sharia lawyers. May we know from the Supreme Court what is the plan on the unorganized and vacancies on the Sharia District Court and Sharia Circuit Court? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, sir. But I think that question may be addressed in our sessions tomorrow, but I'm also looking at our panelists if there's anyone who would like to respond. But since that's addressed to the Supreme Court, then maybe we could reserve the response tomorrow, sir. No? So we'll give you a chance to give that question once again.
Hello, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Okay, so we have Senior Associate Justice Leonen who will have a response to the question.
Thank you for the question. And part of the role of the Committee on Access to Justice as well as the Technical Working Group is to find out why there are vacancies, why it's taking so long, and also to find a way to facilitate it. Yeah, you might have observed that part of the objectives of the summit and the post-summit procedures is to check the institutional, as I call the institutional deficits of addressing the efficiencies of our Sharia courts. But thank you for that question. By the way, the JBC will open soon some of the positions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Associate Justice Leonen. We recognize the gentleman at the floor.
Again, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. I am Alberto Romoros, presiding judge of Hulu Sulu. I address my question to Attorney Alawi Ala. Ma'am, I am quite unsure if you mentioned the necessary amount for us in order that the Bangko Sentral of the Philippines allow us to operate one unit of Islamic Bank. In line with this, I'm very much interested with regards to legal system of the Philippines, and I am also very much interested when we talk about finance and banking, because when we talk about finance and banking, we talk about money. When money talks, everybody will listen. So I'm listening attentively to your lectures. So in line with this, is the Bangko Sentral or the Islamic bank law allow us to have a partner, a foreign partner, to help us in building to operate Islamic bank? And the third one, the last question is, what kind of loan would you offer to the public, so that my co-judges will avail of that loan para ma-for-loan na lahat. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. On the first question on the capital requirement, it's actually a range. It depends on the number of branches. So the law states that the capital requirement for an Islamic bank is equivalent to the capital requirement for a universal bank, which is a range starting from 3 billion pesos up to a high of 20 billion pesos. Yun yung range ng ano. But I mentioned also that if a conventional bank would like to establish just an Islamic banking window, we're working on a regulation towards modified capital requirement, because if it's just an Islamic banking window and it's a small bank, they don't need to put up a high amount of capital if it's just a small operation within the existing conventional bank. So, but that one is not yet approved by the Monetary Board. Right now, the range is from 3 billion to 20 billion pesos, depending on the number of branches. Now, so the second question on whether we can allow a partner or a third-party investor, of course, subject to meeting the requirements of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. For example, if any of the banking institution that we regulate would like to accommodate a new investor, the BSP would pass upon the qualifications of the investor, be it a natural person or a corporate personality, because that's also provided in the chart of the BSP to ensure the fitness and propriety of that investor. So provided that the qualifications on fitness and propriety of the Bangko Sentral can be met by the partner or the investor, then that's allowable. On the last question on whether or not the Bangko Sentral extend loans, unfortunately, the Bangko Sentral is the bank of all banks. We deal with the banking institutions. We do not deal with the public, meaning the Bangko Sentral does not extend directly loans to Filipinos. We deal with the banking institutions, so they can, for example, we have a Department of Loans and Credit that offers rediscounting of loans from the banking institutions. The banking institutions have different kinds of loans, be it personal loans or commercial loans. In fact, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the BSP has issued a number of regulatory reliefs to incentivize these banking institutions to continue lending to the public, particularly the small and medium enterprises. I hope that answers the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Governor, Attorney Ala. The next question, the next inquiry will be from this side. Yes, sir, please have the floor.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Yasser Etsapion from the NCMF. MashaAllah, from morning to afternoon, there had been amazing and enlightening lectures on the history of Muslim Filipinos, the history of the codification of the Shari'ah in the Philippines, as well as the Shari'ah legal framework in the Philippines. Perhaps to complete the picture and maybe to do justice to those who constitute the backbone of the Shari'ah in the Philippines, without whom maybe perhaps we will not be here to speak about, in this event, to speak about this Shari'ah, i.e. the Shari'ah counselors. So maybe there are among us who want to know how one become a Sharia counselor, or about the conduct of training. Okay, so to complete the picture, maybe we ask that what is the history of the Sharia counselors, the conduct of training, Sharia training seminars, as well as the administration of bar examinations for these counselors. Thank you very much.
Anyone from the panel would like to share your experiences, as most of you have been members of the Sharia bar examinations? They are requesting that the floor be given to NCMF. Yeah, they're the best party to answer the query, with the kind indulgence of this body. May we call on former Bureau of Muslim Cultural Affairs of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, former Director Louis Piang, please help us answer the question. Pasensya na po kayo. Tinanong po ng NCMF, sasagutin po rin ng NCMF. Thank you po.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Ano yata ako dito, ma'am. Pero I have to do my part. Thank you for the opportunity. For the information of everybody, I have just retired from my office as Director of the Bureau of Muslim Cultural Affairs, which is in charge of the Shariah program. And of course, with the approval of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. The Shariah training started in 1982. It was then handled under the then Ministry of Muslim Affairs. And from there, by 1983, the first Sharia bar examinations was given by the Supreme Court, of which I was one of those lucky enough to pass these special Sharia bar examinations. We were 14. Since then, from 1983 until now, the Supreme Court had produced 1,048 parsers or Sharia lawyers, 544 male and 504 female, and out of these, 88 of them are members of the Philippine Bar. So gusto ko lang i-emphasize ito kasi nakita ko doon sa provisions ng BOL which changed the qualifications of being a judge of the Shari'ah Circuit Court from Circuit Court pataas na kailangan magiging member ka ng Philippine Bar. So I think, sir, in addition to the query of my colleague, it is not in the near future na magkaroon ng panibagong appointment dahil nga sa ang nakikita ko doon, unang requirement, he must be a lawyer, naiilan lang lawyer. Then, yung 2 years as graduate of the Shari'ah jurisprudence. So yung dalawang combination na yun, I think hindi madalian yun. I just hope na magagawan din ng paraan ng Supreme Court kung paano mapadali. Kasi kung hintayin pa natin yung provisions na magkaroon ng Philippine Shari'ah Academy through BOL, that would take long. So ganun ho katagal, almost 40 years ang pagkakaroon ng Shari'ah training handled by from the start, handled by the then Ministry of Muslim Affairs hanggang ngayon, the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. And we trained thousands of participants, and out of them, nagkaroon tayo ng 1,044 Shari'ah lawyers. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Director Louis Piang of the NCMF. Maraming salamat po.
Yes, sir, you are recognized. Go again, please state your question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Jamaluddin Dalumimbang, Shari'ah Counselor by profession, representing the Philippine Shari'ah Lawyers League Incorporated. My first question be addressed to my former professor, Attorney Hamid Bara. First, which of the two terms has been mentioned on the Holy Quran, Shia or Sunni? Then, second question, which of the two principles supported by prophetic traditions, 12 imams or 4 caliphs? Then the third one, which of the two is
I did not get the second question.
the second question, which of the two principles supported by by prophetic traditions, the 12 imams or the 4 caliphs? Then the third one, which of the two statements of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is authentic? I am leaving you 2 things after my death, the Quran and my Sunnah, or the Quran or my entrati or members of my household. Then this you have to wait because I have another another question to be addressed to another speaker.
Okay, maybe we can give Dr. Bara first the chance to respond to your 3 questions, sir.
It seems that the one who asked the question is a partisan. He belongs to the partisan of Ali. Now, the use of the term Sunnah and Shia in the Quran, even if you find them there, you have to look at the context of the usage. Because Shia, literally Shia means sect. It is a group. As used in the differences between the Ahlus Sunnah and the Shia, it is Shia to Ali. That's how it was originally used. Shia to Ali. Partisans of Ali. People who support Ali. Now the question is, yes, there is mention of the household of the Prophet in the Quran, Ahlul Bayt. And this is one of the reasons why the Shia is saying, this is the reason why the infallible Imams is mentioned in the Quran. That is why to them, the light of prophethood did not die with the Prophet. But you have to look at the Prophet as Khatamun Nabiyyin, the seal of the prophets. Meaning after him, there will be no prophets. But the belief of the Shia is that the nur of prophethood, the light of prophethood, did not die with the Prophet, but continued with Ali. That means you are believing that there are prophets that come after Ali, after the Prophet. So this is what the question is now. Question. Which would you believe? The infallible Imams or the four caliphs? Now, we have the Muslim community that time. How many of them believe in or belong to the partisans of Ali? Until now, they're not even, they've not even reached that kind of percentage to be even 1/2 of the total Muslim population of the world. Because more than 90% are belonging to the Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. There is a hadith of the Prophet which says that the Ummah will not agree on error. So if the majority of the Ummah agreed that the leadership should go to Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, the four caliphs, it means that that agreement is accepted because لا تجتمع أمتي على الخطأ لا تجتمع أمتي على الضلالة. These are hadith of the Prophet, authentic hadith. So which means that the agreement of majority of the Muslims should be accepted. In this room, for example, can we raise our hands? Who would support the four Khalif as the real successor of the Prophet? Please, Muslims, please raise your hand. Muslims, please. So just in this room. So I'm sorry to be too frank, because you have to take note that these are questions that are basically political in the beginning, which evolved into theological and juristic questions later. But basically it was political in the beginning. The Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah respect the family of the Prophet. We know that. But the problem with the Shia is that they despise the successors of the Prophet. Part of their belief is that they disclaim Abu Bakr, they disclaim Umar, they disclaim Uthman. If these are to be disclaimed, why should Ali allow Umar to marry his daughter? So just the family of the Prophet themselves accepted the rule of the Khulafa ar-Rashidun. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we turn to the center mic. Yes, sir, you are recognized. You have the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Jamel Mamtuk, acting presiding judge of RTC 192 of Marikina City. I would like to take this opportunity to ask this question. This is addressed to Dr. Bara, Dean Mac, and Ms. I can't find it. Yeah, our good friend from Pakistan. All right. Earlier, Dr. Bara mentioned that one of the grievances of the Bangsamoro, or the Filipino Muslims, is that the enforcement of alien laws to the Muslim without regard to their Islamic faith and moral culture. If I remember it correctly, you mentioned and you cited RA 11596, or the anti-child marriage law. I want to pick the mind of the women who spoke about the women. Your stand on this particular law, because there is a debate on this one. First, if Dr. Bara can expound on that one, why you cited the law, the anti-child marriage, RA 11596, as an example of an alien laws. And perhaps our panelists for the women, if they can respond to that, the perspective of the women. Wassalam.
Thank you so much, Judge.
you know, the qualification for marriage under Islamic law, condition for marriage is not a specific age. What is mentioned in the Quran is al-bulugh war rushd, meaning reaching the age of puberty and age of discernment. Meaning, to define the age of maturity, the formula is puberty plus mental maturity, which means that you can reach that age of puberty not at a particular age. It can be at 12, it can be at 15, or whatever. But what controls is the second requirement of ar-rushd, which means mental maturity. This is why in other countries, they've reached the age to 18. But it does not mean that reaching that age of 18 is the absolute rule. Because there may be people who are below the age of 18 that may enter into a marriage contract. Because she has reached the age of puberty and she has reached the age of maturity because of mental maturity. Now, what we are questioning about this law is that there are instances in the Philippines, and the Muslims in the Philippines, beyond our control, where marriage should be done earlier than the age of 18. For example, instances where a girl had advanced relations with a man, and she has reached the age of 15, and she's mentally matured. This is an exceptional instance where you cannot accuse the father or the solemnization of the marriage and put him in jail because of that requirement of the law, which is very absolute. So this is what we are trying to say. Raise the age to a higher age, 18 years, just like in Malaysia, in Pakistan, 18, yeah, in Indonesia, yeah. But do not make it absolute in a sense that it cannot be lowered down because of certain circumstances. Even the law, it was mentioned by Dr. Jamil a while ago, about a principle in Islamic law which says, ad-darura tubihul mahdurat. Necessity makes nothing prohibited permissible. It may be prohibited, but there are instances when that non-permissible thing can be done. For example, eating the flesh of swine is haram. It's haram, absolute haram. But if you are in the jungle, the only food available is the flesh of a swine, you are allowed to eat to survive. This is darura. Now, just like in the case of marriage, if you make it absolute that the girl must reach the age of 18, and if she is below 18 and you let her enter into a marriage contract, the father, the one who negotiated the marriage, the one who solemnized the marriage will all be put into jail because of this. This is the question that we are asking about. That is why, when it comes to laws about the Muslims, let us let the Muslims decide about it. If it is decided by the Senate, for example, and when it was passed, there was no Muslim in the Senate, this is something that we question. That is why I tried to pass a bill in the BTA. It was passed, and it has been questioned by some members of the BTA. Sister Mai was also there. But it never reached a second reading, only first reading. I hope somebody from the BTA can work it out. Our sister will answer.
Yeah. I would like to share the Pakistan experience on early marriages. We have 4 provinces in Pakistan, and they are independent, you know. There was devolution in 18th Amendment to the Constitution, and they have their own laws. Now, for instance, the province of Sindh, which has made it mandatory 18 years for marriage for both boy and a girl. Whereas in Punjab, they have said 18 years for boys and 16 years, you know, minimum for a girl. And there is now a huge movement for making it 18 across the board, across Pakistan. because we are having some very different issues as well. Because I just said we have other religions as well and diverse religions, and somehow or the other, our religious minorities are feeling threatened in that sense that their young girls are being converted at an early age and getting married also. And as soon as they get married, after a few years, as they are, dumped somewhere. So this is an issue that is coming up. And that is why the religious minorities, they say that this is a threat to them. Always, it's a minority that suffers at the hand of majority. They develop understanding and all that. And they get into, cross-religious marriages. But why is it that, and conversion is also something that, happens at any age. But how come it is a younger girl especially, who does not understand her own religion very well, converts into a religion that is there. So these are the issues that are coming up, and for that there is a movement in Pakistan right now that it should be of a mature age, 18 years for marriage, and that is how they are trying to deter any forced marriages in this sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Huma. How about Professor Macrina? Do you want to respond also?
My opinion on the issue is that I think we have to follow Saudi, Malaysia, Jordan, and other Islamic countries where they set the marriageable age at 18. However, in case of necessity, applying the principle of darura, then early marriage would be allowed, and it should not be penalized. Because as Muslims, we fear Allah. The implications of prohibiting early marriage would be, the consequence would be, we will allow our children or women, okay, to commit zina. And there is no really intimate relationship outside marriage. And that is really, one of the most hated thing, teenage pregnancy. So I think we will allow 18, but we have to come up with a mechanism to ensure that if we allow early marriage, that would redound to the best interest of the couple. And that is where we ask, the participation in CMF, for example, the participation of the DSWD and our Shari'ah judges to determine whether or not that marriage, we can invoke the principle of darura. Okay? So that's an opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Morados. Before I recognize, do we have one more on this side? Okay,
Yes.
so you have the floor, ma'am, and then we can move to attorney.
Hello, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. My courtesies to Associate Justice Marvic Lianen. I'm a best bar ever baby. To my professor in Taxation Law Review in San Beda, Menjola, Justice Japar Dimampao. We call him Japs. I am attorney by Pangandongan G. de Langalen, a representative of IBP Western Mindanao Region, Cotabato chapter. This is more of a statement. I am not yet a Sharia lawyer. However, we are allowed to handle cases in Sharia. And since I practiced, I was able to handle 2 divorce cases. And what I have observed here is that we are always giving the Quran an historical interpretation wherein the men are always have the dominant status. And some men exaggerate this Quran interpretation that they accord themselves preferential advantages in order to protect this dominant status. And what is the result? I have observed that domestic violence against women and children in the Bangsamoro region, since I am practicing in Cotabato City, that domestic violence is really rampant. So, what are we gonna do about this? Those who have less in life should have more in law. And yet, sila yung mga nasa laylayan. How can they ask for help? I mean, that's the reality of it. Those who are already in position, they also file divorce cases in the Bangsamoro because in the Muslim community, we always seek to Shari'ah in order to attain answers whenever we have problems, especially in divorce cases. So, the Quran has a lot of verses with respect to equality. Equality of women, the rights of women in Islam. So I am asking that in order to establish, the fundamental principles of Islam, I really support and I'm really asking for the activation of the Sharia Public Assistance Office in order to attain the success of the people in the Bangsamoro region, in order to support what we have right now in the BARM. And that's it. I'm really looking forward to the help of the justices, the Supreme Court, the support of course, Justice Marvic Leonen and Justice Dima Ampao. That's it. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your statement. So we've now come to the ending part of our Q&A. So I've called on our last lady to have the floor for the Q&A. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Attorney Maysara Dandamon Latif. I am a former member of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. I'm also a former member of the commission, Bangsamoro Transition Commission, that drafted, lobbied, and pushed for the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. And now I'm the newly appointed chairperson of the Marawi Compensation Board. The history of the Bausi, as well as child early marriage and forced marriage in the Bangsamoro has been adequately discussed by us women during our consultation. And the result is really that we do not support child early or forced marriage. So we do not support because we have seen the pernicious effects of child marriage in the Bangsamoro. We also do not support settlement of rape cases through marriage because it also is seen as a way of tolerating rape against Muslim women. We do not support that. So the reason why I think I was asked by my fellow colleague, our eminent jurist, Attorney Hamid Bara, who is also a member of the parliament and now Minister of Human Settlements, about what happened to the resolution, sir, that the Bangsamoro be exempted from application of the child early marriage, the Anti-Child Marriage Act that was recently enacted, was that I had a document that the MILF had issued a fatwa on banning child early marriage. And that document was signed by, I think, 10 ulama, including Abu Hurairah Hudasan, the Grand Mufti of the BARM, stating that in accordance with the Al-Azhar consultation, as well as consultation with other eminent jurists, Muslim jurists, the child early marriage is no longer acceptable in Bangsamoro. And that document, sir, is existing. And I've shown that during the plenary debates in the parliament. Because I have that document. And that document clearly states that psychological, mental, physical abuse, damage is inflicted upon children when they are forced to enter into a contract of marriage, precisely because a child cannot give a valid consent by virtue of the fact that he or she does not have discernment on what are the essential obligations of maintaining a family. A child cannot give birth to a child. And in that document, the age that was asked was 21 years old for men. And I think for women, it's 18. That document is a fatwa that was signed by the Grand Mufti of the Bangsamoro. So that's the reason why, sir, during the debate on which I stood against child early marriage or forced marriage, the resolution failed to pass because of that document. That exists up to today. And I can be put on record for that because that document is actually, you can even download it in the internet and you can even Google it, sir. So it's very easy to get hold of that document, sir. So that's
we
the
all
explanation.
agree that forced marriage is not allowed because in Islam there is the need of consent, for consent. And consent of a virgin is silence. So anyone who forces the child to marry without her consent is not allowed. But what we are speaking here of is making criminal the marriage of a girl below 18 years old when she has that capability to enter into marriage because she has reached age of puberty and she is mentally mature. Because mentally mature is not defined by age.
I'm not arguing about the age, but what we are arguing is the existence of that document that was issued by our Grand Mufti, as well as concurred in by Al-Azhar University, as well as concurred in by medical experts, psychological experts, that indeed a child cannot give consent. So that's, I will not debate on
It speaks
the...
about forced marriage.
Okay.
It speaks about forced marriage.
So that's all, sir.
Thank you very much to our participants and of course our panel members for your very active participation. Unfortunately, we will have to stop our Q&A at this point because we have finished the time allotted for it. We still have one more activity and we have to close that portion for now. And in that vein, that is the conclusion actually already of part 2. So I'm sorry, sir, that's the end. For now, we will have another opportunity for other questions in the later part.
Only one?
Tomorrow, we still have some sessions where we can raise more questions, sirs. But at this point, the Q&A portion is already closed. At this point, we will have the awarding of the tokens. May we call on Justice Japar Di Maampao back on stage to help us give our tokens to our esteemed speakers. May we ask our presenters and discussants to please stand up also to receive your tokens from the organizers.
Once again, another round of applause to our resources speakers. Thank you very much po for a very fruitful exchanges this afternoon. We are aware that this is the first event held for the Shari'ah in this scale, and the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos has prepared a number for us to give us some entertainment after a long day's haggles for learning experiences and for our first day. Sit back and relax as we enjoy the presentation to be given to us by the NCMF. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Dinner will be served at what time? At 7. Dinner will be served afterwards. Okay, dinner will be served right afterwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the ending part of our program for day 1. Again, we will still have the fellowship and cultural presentation after this. But before that, we would like to give some more announcements for tomorrow as well. We will see you again tomorrow at 7:30 for the registration, and we will start and resume with our program at 8:30. We also have some reminders for those who have filled out your MCLE forms for today. Kindly submit it back at the table of the Filja outside, and then kindly get the new form for tomorrow's session. So for those who have filled out their MCLE forms for today, please submit it back at the table outside the registration area of the Filja, and then please get another one to be filled for tomorrow's session. So at this point, once again, thank you very much. Today concludes right now. We are at the concluding part of our program. Of course, to be bookended by this presentation that we will all witness. In the meantime, please enjoy the presentation. And as well, we would like to remind everybody that dinner will be served after the presentation. So please join us for dinner as well. Thank you very much. Magandang hapon.
في يديك مماتي
ومناي لك وجهت سؤالي ورفعت يداي مولاي أنسي ورجاي فأزل عني كروبي واستجب لدعاي حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل نعم المولى ونعم النصير حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل نعم المولى ونعم النصير حسبنا الله حسبنا الله حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل حسبنا الله حسبنا الله حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. يا فؤادي دع سوى الله فوض الأمر لله لله قل ونادي
To all Sharia councilors, members of the executive, legislative, and judiciary branches, guests, visitors, and different officials of the Supreme Court of the Philippines, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I am Amalia Vidal Guro from Mindanao State University. Please help me welcome the Mindanao State University Darangan Cultural Troupe to showcase the beautiful, graceful, and traditional dances of Lumad and Bangsamoro of Mindanao. Mamayug is based on an original traditional courting song from Ranao of Mindanao and is typical of Muslim folk music.
Aduh mamayugakan na anda karyanan sung mamayugakan.
Aduh ugarinanku nasayabu sa siringan. Ugarinanku.
Aduh mamayugakan na di ko sakay sugot mamayugakan kama ilay kasugadong mamayugakan amata ide disakan mamayugakan nakalipatan akong ka mamayugakan naong beso di kagempang mamayugakan kaderepa ka manataw mamayugakan.
Ay do ugarinan ko, abulawan sa daraken, ugarinan ko, aintan sa ginawa ko, ugarinan ko, na di ka pepeneng kepa, ugarinan ko, sa matag banta natig, ugarinan ko, kagampang ako agadung, ugarinan ko, kadarapa ko ataw, ugarinan ko, kapinalutan ko sabuk, ugarinan ko, sudita keng ginawa ugarinan ko.
Cagayan is a friendship dance came from Cotabato City, Maguindanao, women living there that also greet and sway nobly with their distinctive movements, most particularly their graceful sway of their fans and scarves. Next is Balae, a festive dance from the Subanan of Zamboanga del Sur, performing by maidens before, during, and after wedding festivities. Next is Kasanduayan. This dance came from Marawi City, Lanao del Sur, that Maranao women living near the shores of Lake Lanao walk nobly with their distinctive movements, most particularly their graceful sway with their fans and scarves. Next is karatong, a preparation and chanting prayer of Paramata Bantugan to search his sister Paramata Lawanan, who was abducted by Prince Mapandi of Sagarungan, Aragat, in the Maranao Epic Darangan. That I will not encounter adversity and hardship in my travels and mission. Now I will take the sharp-bladed sword of authority and justice. And secure it in the hand of righteousness and wisdom. Now I will reach the shield of protection and power. Cagayan, a war dance performed by both Maguindanao and Maranao, depicting in dramatic fights of Prince Bantugan against the abductor of Prince Lawanan. Kapa malong-malong. We now have the traditional ways of wearing malongs, also called sambi sa malong. This Maranao dance is performed with women wearing malong and shawl, mantle or tubao, the Maranao headpiece for men. Modern Malongs. The modern Malong choreography promoted the Malong weaving in this industry such that fashion designers Pitoy Moreno and Pres Salud made business with our Maranao Malong weaves. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the modern ways of wearing the Malong, turning it into the evening gown. Next is Kuntao, a Tausug martial arts dance showing hand and feet movements used for hand-to-hand combat. This also incorporates movements of the silat, the martial arts dance which uses a sword. Pangalay de Flor, also known as daling-daling, is the traditional fingernail dance of Tausug people of the Sulu archipelago and eastern coast Bahau of Sabah. Pangalay Hapatong, performed by two men carrying two bamboo poles on their shoulders with a solo female dancer keeping her balance on top of the two bamboo poles. This version of Pangalay paints a picture of a woman dancing on a sailboat. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, the Mindanao State University Darangan Cultural Troupe. We hope you enjoy their show. Shukran and wassalam.
Thank you very much to the performers of the Mindanao State University. To everyone still here in the ballroom, you may have your dinner now. Thank you.